Mississippi's current tax system is regressive. This means that, like many other states across the nation, the state's top income earners pay a smaller share of their income in state and local taxes, pay a smaller share of all state and local taxes than their share of all income. Meanwhile, the bottom 80% of the state's income earners pay more. The state's regressive tax system adversely affects its ability to raise revenue, contributes to the disinvestment of our local communities, and worsens existing inequalities amongst the state's residents. There are effective, common sense tax and budget policies that will help us work towards a better Mississippi. But to be clear, the strength of the tax code lies in its ability to raise revenue. Yes, Mississippi needs bold new tax and budget policies to improve the quality of life of all residents and strengthen its communities, but taxes alone will not boost our economy in the ways presented before you yesterday and to the public prior to these hearings. State tax policies are but one of many factors that determine the actual economic growth of state economies. The national and international economy, a state's natural resources, the education of its workforce, the proximity to major market, and the mix of state industries are among the major factors that determine the growth of state economies. And this is from a report by the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. The information that I will present to you today centers on the current status of the state's tax system and its ability to raise state tax revenue. I will also present to you examples of recent tax policies that hinder the state's ability to raise revenue and also impact our people, our communities, and in turn the economy. And lastly, I'll offer recommendations on how we can use the state's budget and tax systems to achieve the Mississippi that we all deserve. First, in terms of revenue, state taxes are the second source of funding for the state's budget. For fiscal year 2022, the Mississippi Legislative Budget Office states that money from the federal government accounts for the majority of the state's budget. In fact, it will account for nearly half of the state's budget for this fiscal year. Of course, the current influx of pandemic relief aid contributes to this amount. But it's important to note that in terms of revenue, money from the federal government, not from state tax revenue, has in large part helped Mississippi's economy perform better than expected during this current economic crisis. Next, let's take a look at tax revenue totals for fiscal year 2022. According to the Legislative Budget Office, sales taxes, individual income taxes, and corporate taxes again make up the largest portions of state tax revenue. Specifically, sales and use taxes will generate an estimated $2.2 billion in tax revenue. Money or revenue from the individual income tax will generate approximately $1.8 billion, and I know the Legislative Budget Office talked about the higher revenue totals for that yesterday. And corporate income and franchise tax will generate about $490 million of total state tax revenue. Again, this is revenue that will go towards funding the state's education, healthcare, criminal justice, and transportation systems. But as I mentioned earlier, the state's regressive tax system adversely impacts its ability to raise revenue. The state's lack of refundable income tax credits, its exemption of all retirement income from the personal income tax, its high reliance on sales taxes, the state's grocery tax, our corporate income tax structure, and our lack of estate or inheritance tax are all regressive tax features that cause the state's lower and middle income earners to pay a greater share of their income in taxes than their wealthier counterparts. The state's graduated personal income tax, on the other hand, is actually the only progressive element of our state's tax code. That is, the state's personal income tax is the only major tax in which the state's top 20% of income earners pay more in taxes as a percentage of their income than do the state's bottom 80% of income earners. To break this down a little further, let's take a look at each of the major taxes and the degree of regressivity and progressivity that exists here in Mississippi. This is data from the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policies Institute's Who Pays report. I know that's everyone's favorite. I just, because a lot of the data will come from this report, I just want to mention that ITEP's micro-simulation tax model has been around since 1996. It is capable of calculating the tax incidence by income group of taxes in all 50 states and the District of Columbia. It uses a similar model based to the Joint Committee on Taxation, the Treasury Department, and the Congressional Budget Office. The taxes included in their report represent about 90% of all state and local taxes, and it is based on tax year 2015. The report also includes a universe of taxpayers that includes most, but not all residents of each state. So let's talk about this report. As ITEP describes in its two-page report, sales and excise taxes are the most regressive element of the state and local tax system. Because sales taxes are levied at a flat rate, they take a larger share of income from low and middle income families than from rich families. And as ITEP describes, since high income earners are able to save a larger share of their incomes than middle income families, and since the poor can rarely save at all, this tax is inherently regressive. This is why states that rely heavily on sales taxes as a revenue source are classified as having regressive tax systems. State personal and corporate income taxes are generally the main progressive elements of state and local tax systems. This is because the state's wealthiest income earners pay a larger share of their income in this tax than do the state's lower and middle income earners. Property taxes. Property taxes are a little bit more complicated, but they tend to be regressive as well, albeit they're less regressive than sales and excise taxes. To put this all together, this is the impact of the state's regressive tax system on Mississippians. Data produced by ITEP and provided to One Voice upon request show that the state's regressive tax system causes the state's wealthiest top 20%. In Mississippi, that's defined as Mississippians making over $77,500 to pay a lower effective state and local tax rate than lower and middle income earners. This also means that wealthier taxpayers also contribute a smaller share of state and local taxes than their share of all income. As you can see from the chart, the average Mississippian, or someone earning an average of $43,000 per year, has the highest effective tax rate in the state currently. The state's lowest income earners, or those making an average of $16,100, has the second highest effective tax rate in the state. Before I move on, I want to stop and talk about the state's tax system and its impact on inequality. Unfortunately, this topic often gets lost in some of our economic discussions around tax policy. As a result of the state's regressive tax system, the imbalance in Mississippi's tax code, incomes become more unequal in Mississippi after state and local taxes are collected than before. This means that the state's tax system, as in most states, is driving a larger wedge between high and low income earners, which ultimately contributes to worsening income inequality. And all of this is happening under a backdrop of severe racial inequality. Because the state's tax system takes the most as a share of income from lower and middle income earners, who are disproportionately people of color and women, the state's tax system is playing an active role in worsening not only income inequalities, but racial and gender disparities as well. For example, we've already learned that the bottom 80% of income earners pay a higher effective tax rate than the state's top 20% of income earners. But while all races in the bottom 80% of income earners in the state pay higher effective tax rates than those in the top 20%, Black families pay an overall effective tax rate of 8.7%, which is higher than the state average of 8.4% and higher than white families with an effective tax rate of 8.2%. Hispanic Mississippians experience a similar impact. These families pay an effective tax rate of 9.1%. To be clear, state and local taxes are not the sole contributors to, nor will they be the sole solution to these disparities. However, the state's regressive tax system is currently contributing to widening these disparities. So as a recap, 1, taxes are a significant source of revenue for the state and are one of the main sources of funding for state programs and services. 2, by not taxing wealth, Mississippi's regressive tax system adversely affects the state's ability to raise revenue. Without adequate revenue, the state will continue to disinvest in our local communities, and because the state takes more from the people who have the least, the state's regressive tax system is currently worsening existing wealth race, and gender inequalities. Now let's talk about policies. As I mentioned earlier, there are tax policies that can help us raise revenue and create better opportunities here in the state. However, recent calls to eliminate the state individual income tax as a means to boost the state's economy is a poor policy proposal. Without individual income taxes, Mississippi would face a revenue shortfall that would be nearly impossible to replace. Funding for critical state-funded programs and services would decrease, and existing wealth, race, and gender inequalities in the state would widen. And we know this based on the experiences of other states. Currently, 9 states, Alaska, Florida, Nevada, South Dakota, Texas, Washington, Wyoming, and more recently, Tennessee and New Hampshire do not levy personal income taxes in their states. A 2017 ITEP report, which compared the economic performances of states without individual income taxes to states with the highest top tax rates, concluded the following. States without individual income taxes experience slower economic growth, slower growing average income for residents, little to no improvement on the economic outcomes of residents despite population growth in some of these places, and higher tax burdens on the poor than states with the highest tax rates. For reference, this report excludes data from Tennessee and New Hampshire, again, because this report was developed in 2017. Additionally, states without individual income taxes are not low tax states. They are low tax on the wealthy states though. Typically, states without individual income taxes account for revenue shortfalls from the tax cut with other largely regressive taxes. For example, Tennessee and Washington have 2 of the nation's highest average combined local sales tax rates at 9.53% and 9.21% respectively. Similarly, New Hampshire and Texas have some of the highest property tax rates in the country. It's also important to note that because wealthier income earners in Mississippi pay more individual income taxes, it will be difficult for Mississippi to replace the resulting revenue from income tax elimination from other taxes alone. Unlike states that have eliminated individual income taxes, Mississippi has no comparable existing revenue source to account for such a large revenue shortfall. For example, of the states that have eliminated individual income taxes, Florida and Nevada's economies benefit from its thriving tourism industries. Alaska, Washington, and Wyoming's economies benefit from their state's natural resources, such as revenue from oil, gas, and mineral extractions. South Dakota, on the other hand, relies more heavily on federal aid than most states, due in large part to its elimination of revenue from the individual income tax. Just a little more information about these states. A closer look at the economic performance of states without individual income taxes does not reveal any real correlation to that states, do not reveal any real correlation between states with no income taxes and thriving economies. This chart combines data from the Bureau of Economic Analysis, the Census Bureau's 2020 census results, and the Bureau of Labor Statistics. It includes notable economic indicators, including the state's GDP, per capita personal income, population, and unemployment rates. With the exception of Florida, Texas, and maybe even Washington, I'm not really sure what economic activity that Mississippi is attempting to emulate. Now is also a good time to mention that claims that state income tax elimination will promote small business growth and job creations are misleading. Studies show that the elimination of individual income taxes does not lead to small business growth or job creation and has no correlation to people's decisions to start businesses or to attract entrepreneurs from other states. Most jobs are created by people and businesses already in the state, not by attracting businesses to move in from other states. And most small businesses are in no position to create jobs with or without a tax cut. And again, these are studies from the Center on Budget Policy Priorities. Also, I'd like to note that there is little to no correlation between individual income tax elimination and population growth. According to ITEP, while population growth is sometimes confused with economic progress, the reality is that simply increasing the number of people living in the state will not necessarily improve job prospects, incomes, or the overall quality of life of state's residents. According to the Census Bureau, the latest 2020 census results, the fastest growth in resident population between 2010 and 2020 occurred in 1, Utah, 2, Idaho, 3, Texas, 4, North Dakota, 5, Nevada. Only 2 of those states have no personal income tax. As a comparison, the fastest growth in resident population between 2010 and 2020 occurred in 1, Connecticut, 2, Michigan, 3, Ohio, 4, Wyoming, a state that does not levy personal income taxes, and 5, Pennsylvania. When I introduced myself earlier, I failed to mention that I am a native Mississippian. I'm a graduate from the Madison County School System and the University of Mississippi undergraduate and law degree in law school. I, like many others my age, have left Mississippi on numerous occasions. And I'll admit I did it in search of job opportunities, to live in a bigger city, and to be around people with shared values. I returned home to raise my son and to be closer to family. I settled in a community close to where I grew up in, that I feel safe in, and where I can ensure that my son had a great education. At no point have I or any of my friends or any colleagues that I've ever worked with considered personal income taxes as a reason to stay in Mississippi, leave Mississippi, or move to another state. It just doesn't happen. But that's my personal experience, so I'll get back to the data. Studies show that cuts to infrastructure, poor education systems, limited workforce talent, public safety, and other services place a greater risk on small business development, and factors such as poor health, low levels of education, lack of necessary infrastructure have a greater impact on people's decision to move than do cuts to individual income taxes. Along with analyzing the experience of states that have eliminated personal income tax, we can also look to the experience of other states as well. In the early 2010s, Kansas, Maine, North Carolina, Ohio, and Wisconsin cut personal income taxes by large amounts in hopes of boosting their states' economies. As the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities states, all 5 saw slower growth in private sector GDP than the United States as a whole over the next 5 years, and 4 of the 5 saw slower growth in private sector jobs. Specifically, I think that many of us are familiar with Kansas's experience in eliminating the individual income tax. In 2012, Kansas enacted legislation to eliminate their state individual income tax. Key highlights of Kansas's law included a phasing out of the state's individual income tax, an elimination of the top income tax bracket of 6.45%, an elimination of income taxes for 330 Kansas businesses, and the elimination in tax credits for low-income families. As a result of their tax cut, the state increased its sales and property tax rates. Lawmakers issued 9 rounds of spending cuts. The state experienced 3 negative credit ratings, and by 2016, the state lost $700 million in revenue. Moreover, key Kansas programs and services suffered. Teachers experienced a freeze on their pay, schools closed, libraries lost funding, aid to local governments decreased, and support for community-based corrections declined. In 2017, 5 years after the largest tax cut in the state's history, the same lawmakers that voted to eliminate the state individual income tax reversed many of the 2012 tax policies, including the restoration of the state's income tax. And for the record, no, Mississippi is not like Kansas. The proposals to eliminate the state individual income tax, particularly a proposal to fully eliminate the tax with no plans to replace lost revenue, is worse. But let's take a look at last year's proposal first. Key pieces of last year's proposal to eliminate the state income tax included an increase in the state's general sales tax rate from 7% to 9.5%, a reduction in the sales tax paid on groceries from 7% to 3.5%, and of course the elimination of the state individual income tax. This is data produced by ITEP and provided to One Voice upon request. Here's the impact of raising just the sales tax from 7% to 9.5%. Overall, taxes would increase across all income groups. But the state's bottom 80% of income earners would see a greater increase in the amount of taxes paid to the state relative to their share of income. and a greater share of upper middle income earners and the lower end of the state's higher income earners will be impacted the most by such a sales tax increase. Here's the combined impact of raising the state's sales tax from 7% to 9.5%, but also reducing the state's food tax to 3.5%. Overall, again, taxes would have increased across all income groups, but the state's bottom 80% of income earners would see a greater increase in the amount of taxes paid relative to their share of income, and a greater share of upper middle income earners and the lower end of higher income earners would have been impacted the most by the tax increase and the sales tax increase and the food tax decrease. It is important to mention that even a progressive tax policy, like a reduction in the state's grocery tax, would have had a negligible positive impact on the state's lower and middle class earners when implemented with such drastic cuts to the state income tax. This chart, which depicts the combined impact of this past legislative session's tax proposal, shows that the elimination of the individual income tax and all of these other tax changes, again, negatively impacts the state's lower and middle class income earners. Ultimately, this tax bill would have increased taxes on the state's bottom 60% of income earners and decreased taxes on the state's top 40% of income earners. The average tax change for the state's lowest 20%, or those earning an average of $11,000 per year, would have equated to an average increase of $220 in total taxes paid. For middle income earners, or those earning $39,000 per year, it would have increased their total taxes paid by an average of $30. Meanwhile, the state's wealthiest income earners would have experienced an average reduction of over $28,000 in total taxes paid to the state. All of this could have happened along with a substantial loss of revenue to the state. But with no fiscal note attached, it was difficult for us to predict the exact amount of revenue loss that would have resulted from that proposal at that time. Now let's talk about the impact of full tax elimination. It's even worse. The impact of individual income tax elimination in Mississippi would result in a tax cut for 72% of the state's wealthiest 20% of income earners. In comparison, only 28% of the state's lowest 80% of income earners would benefit from the tax cut. The state's highest income group, on average, would receive an estimated $32,060 in tax cuts. Middle income earners in the state would receive an average of $880 in savings, and the state's lowest income earners will receive an average savings of $100. Let's be clear, if Mississippi were to fully eliminate the state individual income tax, one or both of two things will happen. One, the state will lose all of the tax revenue that I showed earlier, and the state will have to make up for lost revenue by raising other taxes, such as the state's sales and property taxes. Or two, the state will experience massive cuts to the budgets of all of the programs and services that we need, use, and care about. Again, we are talking about cuts to the state's education, healthcare, criminal justice, and transportation systems, all of which the individual income tax currently supports, and all of which are currently underfunded. And yes, I've heard about the triggers, but the concept of implementing such a terrible tax policy based on triggers is just smoke and mirrors. Basing the implementation of the proposal on triggers provides the appearance of fiscal responsibility, but the state would still experience the same impact in the end. It may just happen over a longer period of time. Tax policy alone will not provide the economic advantages that we hope to see in Mississippi, and proposals that include the elimination of the state individual income tax will certainly hinder any meaningful progress we can make at this moment. Look, Mississippi has another opportunity right now to learn from its past. After the Great Recession, states responded to the economic turndown by cutting school funding, increasing tuition for college students, cutting public health programs, cutting unemployment benefits, and other income supports, making fewer investments in infrastructure, and enacting tax cuts for the wealthy. All of these things, according to a report done by the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, after the Great Recession, made the Great Recession deeper and longer than it otherwise would have been, and weaken our economy over the long term. The fact of the matter is that we are currently in a global health pandemic. that has caused increased health and economic hardship for the state's working families. Mississippi already has the highest poverty rate in the nation. Our education system is not and has not been fully funded. Our rural health centers are underfunded or closed. There are approximately 200,000 Mississippians that currently fall in the coverage gap and do not have health insurance because the state has not expanded Medicaid. We need to invest in infrastructure like water, sewer, broadband, and we want criminal justice reform. And meanwhile, the top budget and tax proposal in the state right now provides yet another tax break to the state's wealthiest and wipes out nearly $2 billion of tax revenue. Revenue needed to support communities and at the least not worsen existing inequality. Remember, the state's current budget surplus is not evidence of revenue growth. And as stated in the Center on Budget and Policy's report in correlation to work done after the Great Recession, a budget surplus means the state has more money than it anticipated. It does not necessarily mean that the state has the money that it needs. Revenue growth requires the implementation of more progressive, equitable tax and budget policies. The one-time federal aid that we have that provides a coffer for our economy and has helped us through economic uncertainty should not be used as a basis for passing tax cuts for the wealthy, which will have a long-term impact on state revenue and ultimately our economy. And as a reminder, the American Rescue Plan prohibits states from using state and local relief aid to directly or indirectly offset a reduction in net tax revenue due to change in law from March 3rd, 2021 through the last day of the fiscal year in which the funds have been spent. Tax cuts are not the only tax reform policy. I stated at the beginning of this presentation that there are common sense, effective tax policies that will help us raise revenue, help working families, and promote equity in Mississippi. Effective revenue-raising tax policies include the following: taxing wealth to ensure that the state's wealthiest individuals pay their fair share, strengthening, not eliminating, the state individual income tax, reinstating the corporate tax and estate tax, expanding the sales tax base to include internet businesses and travel companies, implementing tax credits, including the creation of a refundable tax credit, earned income tax credit, and child tax credit. But there are also other common sense related tax and budget policies that can help lift up everyday Mississippians. And these include providing refundable tax credits for workers, renters, and families with children, as I just mentioned, implementing a state minimum wage, fully funding education, expanding Medicaid, eliminating fines and fees collections based on one's ability to pay, and passing a state equal pay law. These policies alone are unlikely to cause the economic boom that we all hope for, but they would at least lead us in the right direction. Thank you for your time and attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, I'll open the floor up to questions. Who's Representative Zuber?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Roby, thank you for taking the time to testify, and more importantly, thank you for your decision to stay here in Mississippi post-graduation. With that being said, if I may, let me turn your attention to page 12 of your PowerPoint, and that's concerning the percentage of income that Hispanics and African Americans and whites pay in terms of their overall taxes. Now, if you take all levels of income, that first graph, if we provide, and obviously what that shows us is that Hispanics are paying a higher percentage of their family income towards taxes, African Americans secondly, and then whites are at the bottom, third. So help me out here. If we provide tax relief and specifically reduce the income tax, then that's going to provide a greater benefit to, number one, Hispanics, number two, African Americans, and then lastly, whites. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that? If we do what?
If we reduce the individual income tax, based on your information, that's going to provide greater relief to Hispanics and African Americans more so than whites, Caucasians. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. First, if we fully eliminate the state individual income tax, those we can't do it without replacing revenue. I think that's kind of the first caveat that we can talk about. And normally, again, states that have eliminated the individual income tax replace lost revenue through increased sales taxes and property taxes, which tend to be regressive, meaning they already cause these lower income families to pay more in taxes than the state's wealthiest. And because a disproportionate number of people of color fall within the lower and middle income groups, their overall tax rate will increase with the elimination of the individual income tax, because there's no way to make up lost revenue without it. And so in the end, they will pay a higher tax rate, which already burdens their families.
Thank you, Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Mr. Roby. I echo what the representative said. I appreciate you coming here today. Even though we may not agree on some things, you certainly did a good job presenting your data. But I have a few questions about your data.
Okay.
Okay. One voice did not. Where do these numbers come from? Let me just ask that. Do they come from one voice?
They come from the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy.
Okay. Well, with the slide that we're looking at here, I'm having a hard time understanding it. It may just be me, but if you could help me, I would appreciate it. Basically, you break down the bottom 80% of earners, and you break those away from the top 20% of earners, right? Is that what this slide does?
It does that, and then it breaks it down also by race. So you see a breakdown by income and race.
Okay, well, what I'm trying to understand, and I understand for you to test your testimony, is that white people pay a less effective tax rate than black people in this state. Is that what you said?
Generally, that is the statement.
Okay, what I'm trying to understand is the numbers, though, because what we've got here, if you look at the top 20%, your slide states that white people pay 7.3% effective rate, black people pay 7%. So white people in the top 20% are paying more. And then if you look at the bottom 80%, white people are paying a 10% effective rate, and black people are paying a 9.8% effective rate. So white people are paying more there, too. But then you get over here in the all category, and you've got black people paying more than white people. And I'm no math expert, but I'm having a hard time.
I think the bigger picture is that incomes, because of past racist policies and because of current injustice, incomes are unequal across the nation. And so you have a greater portion or percentage of white families that fall in the top 20% of income groups, and a disproportionate share of black and Hispanic families and other people of color that fall in that bottom income groups. And again, this is disproportionate to their share of the population, and so that has to be taken into effect. And so the idea is that because of those income inequalities that already exist based on race, if we take the state's regressive tax code in consideration, basically the tax code is widening these disparities because we are taking more from people who have the least, which again, because of any income inequality, disproportionately fall on black people, Hispanic people, other people of color in relation to their percentage in the population. And so that is what this graph is saying.
But again, you presented us a lot of numbers today. And I understand you're saying the numbers come from the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy. They're not one voice's numbers, correct?
No. And I believe that there was a recommendation that they attend the hearings as well, and so we can definitely get a further breakdown of these numbers. It comes from our Who Pays report that we released prior to these hearings, and so there's a further breakdown and explanation of all of the particulars around income and race inequality in that, and so I can definitely provide that to you. Okay. And I think the overall report, it will make more sense.
Okay, that's fine, and that certainly, if anything you want to supplement, you're welcome to provide it to me, and we can get it to the members of the committee. I'm just want to make sure, though, that the graph that you provided today states that white people pay a higher percentage effective tax rate than black people. Is that what the graph says?
The graph says that state and local tax systems, because we take more from the bottom 80%, which are disproportionately people of color, because they are disproportionately people of color, that our state and local tax systems, due to regressive tax policies, are widening income disparities in the state and throughout the nation, and that in turn affects racial inequality and gender inequality as well. That's
Okay.
the idea of this graph.
Okay, I would look forward to receiving some additional information to help explain some of these numbers, if you can do that. And I may have some more questions later. Thank you.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Roby, I'm going to ask if you turn your attention to slide 14, which is the property tax. Rather, it's the largest source of tax revenue for the states that have no income tax. And I am curious, and this really isn't just to get some information on this. I know a couple of years ago we looked at the education funding in Mississippi, and I think we found that the state funds a rather large portion of education funding in Mississippi compared to other states, as opposed to in those states where the locals fund more of the education. And I'm assuming this graph on slide 14, when it says property tax, that includes local taxes and not state taxes. Would that be a correct assumption?
I am not specifically sure, but I can definitely look into that for you.
Okay. Yeah, I'd just like to get this information, because I think as we go through this process, it's important for us to compare our state and local obligations and our state and local taxes too. I think that's one of the things that's maybe been overlooked in some of this discussion about tax policies. Do you have any information on how much Mississippi, what our tax rate is using these same sources that apparently they've used, the USA Today or whoever put this together? Do you have any information on what Mississippi's percentage of property tax is?
No, I do not have that information before me, but the idea behind that is that if we eliminate the state individual income taxes, we can expect or anticipate that our state sales and property taxes will increase as well, because that is what we see as a trend from other states. And there's just no way to replace tax revenue in any other way than to raise additional taxes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Roby.
Thank you. Did you have a question? You didn't? Okay. Do you have any more questions? I want to ask you something that you, I guess it's on the slide that you, looks like 21, where you talk about some of your proposals. When you say broaden the state's corporate income tax base, what specifically do you mean by that?
Well, Mississippi has a history of providing tax breaks to the state's wealthy and corporations. And so if we again tax wealth, which the idea is to raise revenue, then we will have additional revenue to help fund the government. That's basically the general idea behind that.
But
what specifically, when you say broaden the state's corporate income tax base, what base are you referring to, and how do you propose to broaden it? Like give me a specific example of what you mean by, because when I think of broaden the tax base when you talk about sales tax, you're talking about including other businesses that are not currently taxed. So when you say broaden the state's corporate income tax base, what specifically do you mean by that? Give me an example.
So this could include several things. It could be reversing some of the tax cuts that have already been given to corporations. We know that corporations now don't have a breakdown of what they actually pay in taxes here in Mississippi, but we know that corporations don't tend to pay their fair share of taxes because state lawmakers have been providing tax breaks to the state's wealthy and corporations. So even reversing some of the tax cuts or just requiring them to pay their fair share of taxes like other individual Mississippians, those in the bottom 80%, we can help increase overall tax revenue in the state to help fund these services and programs that we all care about.
Okay, so you essentially you're saying reverse corporate tax cuts. Restoring a state.
There may be other ones as well, so I don't want to say that that's what I'm saying. There may be, I think that's a little misleading. There may be other policies as well, but in general, if we take a look at the corporate income tax base as well, that's just another avenue to help raise tax revenue.
Okay. Restoring a state tax on high levels of wealth. Obviously, you're aware of the federal estate tax on families. So I'm wondering how do you what estate tax would you seem to feel like is appropriate?
Again, the whole idea behind this is taxing wealth. So if we're having a policy discussion about cutting individual income taxes, there are other ways to help raise revenue in the state, and that would include taxing wealth. And one way to tax wealth is to restore the levels of estate and inheritance tax that Mississippi has. And so again, this is just another avenue for us to look at raising revenue other than providing additional tax cuts here in the state.
So you think it's a good thing to tax wealth that has already been taxed?
I don't think
As
my
a business
opinion,
as a business has grown and you pay taxes on your income that you earn, you pay taxes on things you've reinvested back in your business, you paid income taxes over your lifespan, and you've been able to build up something to leave to your children. You think taxing it again is a good policy?
what I think is that there are ways that we don't tax wealth in Mississippi, and we don't do it across the nation. And if we did, we can help raise tax revenue that would in turn help fund our government. And again, these tax policies to help raise revenue in order to invest in our communities is something that can help us in the long run in terms of growing the economies.
Okay.
That's the overall picture.
All right. Thank you. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Ms. Roby, and thank you for being here. I got, the chairman brought up an issue. So Mississippi doesn't have an estate tax. And what you're suggesting is that we don't, and you also have this in there, we don't tax retirement income as well. So what you're suggesting, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that there are taxes we don't collect on, and inheritance
Wealth,
tax
yeah.
on wealth. And so that's, if we look at taxes we can collect, that's one that we could collect. And he's right, there is a federal estate tax if you have millions of dollars in the states, but other states collect the inheritance tax and the federal tax as well.
Yeah. We
And
pay
they're-
federal and state income taxes.
And they are much richer than, a lot of those states are a lot wealthier than Mississippi.
It will, I'm not quite sure about that, but it will help us increase tax revenue.
And the other issue is, even though the bill that was introduced, there is a balance. It is, as far as my research shows, is revenue neutral. But that revenue neutral you disagree with is the collection of additional sales tax because of the disparity in income on people in the state, whether it's race or whether it's gender.
Yes, and my argument is that we can't decisively say if it's revenue neutral because, as was explained in yesterday's testimony, there are so many things. There's no projection of tax revenue collections in the future. We're not accounting for inflation. We're not accounting for consumer spending, or we're not accounting for, unanticipated global health pandemic. So it's hard for us to project those revenue totals, and just, if you're just looking at it, if we take nearly $2 billion from the state's tax revenue, it's just hard to replace that with other taxes. And again, we'll be putting the burden of funding the government on the state's lower and middle class families.
Well, I appreciate that argument. I do think that it is revenue neutral, but I do think that the sales tax is a regressive tax, and it does place an additional burden. But the other issue is, and we don't talk about this enough, and I asked this question yesterday, but when you look at your graphs, and you look at the graph on page 14, those numbers look the way they do because of the African Americans, Hispanics, and in some cases women make 60% in terms of their revenue, in terms of what they take in income, as what the majority population. So those numbers look like they're close, but they're actually a little bit skewed. Is that correct?
Yes, and again, I think the totality of the Who Pays report will provide greater insight into the racial equity portion of state tax systems. My job was to highlight that because we don't talk about it enough when we're talking about tax discussions.
Well, I proffer my statements. I'm interested in the tax reform, and I'm interested in where we could go on this bill. So we'll continue to look at all the numbers and all the information we have. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Senator Parker.
I want to also echo and thank you for being here. Thank you for your generation. As the father of probably some children who are near your age, one thing I want to kind of just get out of this discussion that I think is important that gets kind of glossed over, and Senator Harkins made a good point on this, is that we mention this word wealth all the time, but we don't consider the concept of savings. So with your child that you mentioned, you know, thinking ahead, do you anticipate or do you plan on hoping to save some money for that child to possibly have some money for college and that kind of thing?
Yes.
And as you move on in your career through life, do you anticipate hoping to put some money away for retirement and for your needs when you do reach the point where you're no longer working?
Of course.
What I've found is that a lot of that is choice. And one of the problems that I think we see in society in general is that I find, and I do a lot of speaking and lecturing on this, is that we've become a society that is very good at spending everything we make as soon as we get it, but we're not as good at saving for the future. And so if a family or if a person does choose to save more as they go through life and decides to maybe not have the newest and best car at every moment and not have the greatest house they could afford through life, but then they reach the point at retirement that they then can enjoy some of what they've kind of foregone as far as their entire life so that they could enjoy their retirement. Do you think it is fair to then additionally tax that retired person, like you've mentioned in this, for the fact that they have chosen to save instead of, you know, kind of spend as they go?
I think we found, you know, a minuscule portion of this presentation to pull from. My argument is that the state doesn't necessarily have to choose. If we enact tax and budget policies that raise enough revenue to, one, help fund our government, and two, help invest in our communities, then we can do both. You talked about me. I will save for the future of my child, but I'll also make sure that he has a roof over his head today. And I think that's what we're missing. The state isn't doing both right now. Again, education is not fully funded. You know, our healthcare system, and especially in rural communities, is not okay. We talked about criminal justice reform and infrastructure yesterday.
Well, in all due respect, you're going off onto some different topics than what I wanted to
what you mentioned,
to touch on here.
Argument.
But the point is, you know, whether we're Hispanic, African American, white, whatever we are, I think our duty as parents is to try to educate and teach them the things that we sometimes make mistakes on. And sometimes I think the mistake is that, you know, and you know, there are all of these little things. If you go back way back in history to when credit card debt came out, Harlan Sears said years ago when they first started accepting credit that credit would be a folly and it wouldn't be anything that was used. And I could present to you data on the average credit card debt of Americans now that would just astound you. You know, so I think in any discussion we have on this, you know, we should take into account that if we do teach our families and the next generation to save some money, and we encourage them to save the money, we should not then tell them that because they've saved some money, they should be punished with either a retirement income tax or worse than that, an estate tax that, you know, that basically takes everything back. And I'll mention this too, you know, because when we go through these scales here and you kind of look and you say, well, people who save more or who have more wealth or spending less, you know, I think that kind of bears itself out, you know. And I was told many years ago that if you want to be rich, you kind of do what rich people do. If you want to be poor, you do what poor people do. And what I found most rich people do is that they try to save. And so I guess my encouragement to you would be in the analysis here to factor that in some way or another, because one of the greatest things you can also do if you are able to put or save some money is to give it away. And so I think, you know, that's something that should be considered in this discussion as well. You know, and I just appreciate you being here. I appreciate your generation. To be honest with you, I have these same talks with my daughter. she thinks a whole lot like you, and I sometimes wonder, what the best approach is to just try to create encouragement, and, hopefully this exercise today will in some way create that opportunity. But thank you for being here.
And if I can respond, I would just like to say, hopefully very little of my presentation was opinion. I try to make sure that I'm presenting things based on data. We can maybe disagree about the source, but I hope very little of it was my opinion. Again, my hopes through the presentation was that you all got the idea that Mississippi can be in a position to do both if we look at tax and budget policies that help us raise revenue. It doesn't have to be one or the other. Yes, we want to spend, but if we have necessities like food, clothing, those kind of things, we need that too. And so again, when you look at services like the state's education system, yes, we want to save, but we need to fund education, and increasing tax revenue will help us do that. And so I hope that that's, what we can glean for this presentation is that we can be in a position to do both. And at the very least, our state and budget tax policies shouldn't make that harder for those who want to get to that position of wealth.
Okay. All right. Seeing no further, Representative White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Roby, for being here as well. And I'll be brief. I guess I'm last. I want to go back to something you said when we talked about grocery tax cut. You said that had a negligible impact, specifically on the group of people you were looking at. Because it appears most of your presentation is as it deals with what you term the lower earners, or the ones on the lower end of the tax scale. Is that the position of one voice, that cutting the grocery tax has a negligible impact? Because that was something that especially in the House, that in bipartisan lengthy discussions was advocated for, and we thought was a very positive step. So I want to, as we go forward, because I do feel like whether we pass tax reform as passed by the House this past session, I feel like there is going to be some tax reform coming in some form or fashion. And so if we're not getting bang for our buck there, I don't want to include that. So because it sounds like you're advocating for more government revenue and more taxes, and we were cutting that. So I certainly don't want to cut that, and that would go against what you are preaching here today, which is more income for more government services to impact more people. Is it your position that you don't want to cut the grocery tax?
No, I mentioned at the very beginning of the presentation that the state's grocery tax is a regressive feature of the state's tax code. I think Mississippi has one of the highest grocery tax in the nation. What I mentioned in this data set was that if you include a good tax policy like cutting groceries with such a poor policy like eliminating the state individual income tax, that positive impact is barely felt on, again, the majority of Mississippians. That's what I said.
I don't see how your math gets there, but again, I know that's not your math, that's ITEP's. That's just some numbers you took and put in your presentation.
They were recommended to be here today, but they didn't make the agenda, and so we can definitely have them, One Voice is happy to host a meeting with them and some of these others so that you guys can hear from them about the methodology behind the data. But that's what I said, when you take it within the larger context of income tax elimination and other sales tax increases, that positive impact to lower income families is barely felt.
Thank you. And no, I don't think we need them. I think you have represented their position very well here today in their numbers. I read up on them a little bit last night. But just to conclude, in your paper today, in one of your slides and in your paper on who's paying the taxes, I see you sum it up by saying this: implement a more graduated personal income tax rate. And then you said it a different way today. You said strengthen the personal income tax. Is that a way of saying increasing it?
It's saying that Mississippi's current income tax structure, income tax operates, even though it's graduated, it operates as a relatively flat tax rate because the taxes.
I understand, but does strengthen mean increase it? It's just.
Yes, because it's not having that progressive impact that other income tax levels have, because it's operating as a relatively flat tax.
Thank you.
We
So
stopped taxing wealth, and so if we did more of that, we could help increase
I
tax
understand
revenue.
that. So what I take from that is you said it's common sense to raise the personal income tax. So that was the word you used, common sense. So I mean, that's your position.
If we want
you
to
every
raise
right
revenue
to
to
it. I
help
just want
fund
to
the
be sure.
government, yes.
I want to be sure I understand. That's not necessarily
Is-
where maybe we were trying to go with our tax policy, but
I wanted to provide options.
that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I need a little clarification on a regressive tax. And correct me if I'm wrong. A regressive tax, the higher the income, the lower the tax. Is that regressive?
Regressive tax means that it's a tax in which the state's top 20% or the state's wealthiest income earners pay a lesser share of their income in state taxes than the state's bottom income earners.
Okay. All right. I'd like to keep things very simple. All right. And I've heard you mention that blacks are taxed higher at a higher rate than whites. If you have 2 black men here, 2 white men here, all of us make $40,000 a year. Explain to me and break it down real simple. How is it unfair to us 2 that make the same amount that these 2 make?
It's not that our state's tax code taxes race specifically differently. The idea is that because of the state's regressive tax system, which is taking more from the state's lower and middle income earners, these income earners are disproportionately people of color.
Wait just a second. We make the exact same amount. These 4 people right here, we make the exact same amount. Tell me, how is it unfair to blacks?
Well, those would be you 3. In the overall picture, that's not the case. The average income of white families in Mississippi is much higher than that of black Hispanic families. If you look at, again, some of the advocates that are advocating for equal pay law, women make less money than men. If you break that down by race, there's an even greater divide. And so it wouldn't be fair to take just you 3. I'm saying just overall, those are how incomes have been distributed due to, again, past policies and current injustices that make incomes different. And what I'm saying is the state's tax system is currently playing an active role in widening those disparities because, again, we're taking taxes more from those lower and middle income groups who are a disproportionate share of the state's income. But it's not untruthful to say that whites in Mississippi and across the nation have a higher average income than minorities.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Representative Burnett. Seeing no further questions, Ms. Roby, thank you so much for your
Thank you for
time
your
and your
time and attention.
presentation. We really appreciate it. Next, we're going to have Mr. Russ Latino from Empower, Mississippi. Do y'all want to take a break real quick? You want to do a 5 minute? Okay. Take a break.
You want to keep going?
We're going to go ahead and get started with Mr. Latino. If everybody could please quiet down. If y'all please would leave the room if y'all want to have some conversations. We're going to try to go ahead and continue on with the presentation. Thank y'all. Sorry, we're going to try to roll through one more, then take a quick break. So let Mr. Latino begin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to talk to this body about what is a very, very important issue. I know most of the members of the committee, but for those who don't know me, I'm the president of Empower Mississippi. My academic background is in political economy, which is essentially the confluence of public policy and economic policy. And for the last 10 years, I have worked in the world of public policy, primarily around state fiscal and regulatory policy that included a stint nationally leading up an economic portfolio that oversaw the development of policy priorities and working with legislators in 36 states. I say all of that as some context for what I'm going to say today. The most important thing I would tell you is that I'm a Mississippian. And I'm a Mississippian who very much cares about the future of this state. I have an 8-year-old and I have a 6-year-old who I hope will invest their lives in Mississippi. And it is vitally important, the discussion that is going on right here, right now. Yesterday, Senator Horn said something that struck me as poignant, and it was repeated again this morning. It was essentially that I don't know anybody that says tax policy is our number one problem or the number one thing that we're looking for a solution on. And I absolutely agree with him on that. I think the number one problem in Mississippi is the lack of opportunity. People not feeling like they can stay here and invest their lives here and be productive here who are leaving. But it would be errant to suggest that tax policy does not play a significant role in the opportunity in a state. Even more errant to look at it amongst all the factors and say that it is not something that uniquely is in the province or the toolbox of the legislature. So I think the vision is the same. We want opportunity for more Mississippians. The question is, how do we get there? There's been a lot of conversation around fairness, and I think that's an appropriate conversation. And I want to say that I would agree with Ms. Roby under these conditions. If the sales tax was the only tax collected at the national, state, and local level, and people had no economic mobility, and there were no tax transfers, benefits given by government, then I would agree that our tax structure is regressive as a term of art, which is to say that as a percentage of income, you would pay more in taxes. That doesn't mean you're paying more as a dollar amount. The state of Mississippi right now, the top 40% of earners pay about 70% of consumption taxes, but as a percentage of income. Let me tell you why I disagree with the analysis, though, because it leaves off all of that other stuff that I just mentioned. So the Congressional Budget Office does this thing called the distribution of household income. They do it every year. They just put out a copy of it on August 4th. You can go to the CBO's website and pull it up. And what they look at is by quintiles, so 1/5 of the population, 1/5 of the population, and so on, income quintiles, what is the impact after taxes and after government transfer? So that's benefits and subsidies that the government provides. The lowest quintile of earners right now earn on average $22,500. Mississippi is lower. Our lowest quintile is lower. But nationally, the lowest quintile is $22,500. That's before taxes and transfers. After taxes and transfers, the lowest quintile is $37,700. It's a 68% increase in income by virtue of the fact that when you consider all of the taxes, there is negative tax liability very often in that quintile. And when you consider all of the transfers, there's a tremendous amount of resources that are being used to support the people in that quintile. By contrast, the highest quintile of earners, they lose $77,000 in net income by virtue of taxes and transfers. So I just want to push back on this idea that you can only look at the sales tax and determine whether or not that's an indication of how fair the overall tax burden is on people in Mississippi. The other thing would be to look at property taxes. So I suspect what ITEP did, fairly familiar with the organization, have dealt with them in previous roles. I suspect what they're looking at is only state. So there are states that have property taxes. But if you consider who pays property taxes locally, the higher the value the house, the more you pay. And so that is not a regressive tax. That is, in fact, a progressive tax. So you'd have to consider that. The other thing that I'd say on this as you consider fairness is that there's ample data that people don't stay in one economic class their whole lives. Typically, when you start out, you're not saving very much money. You're spending everything you got. So as a percentage of your income, you are, in fact, spending a higher percentage. And then you get to a point in life where you start to crest and you're making more and you're saving. And then you get to a point in life where there's some stasis around retirement generally. And so all of those things need to be factored in when you're considering whether or not there's fairness here. The third thing I wanted to point out from yesterday's conversation was there was some mention of whether or not it is prudent to be having this conversation now. And I would suggest that if it is not prudent to be having this conversation now, then it will never be prudent. The state is sitting on $1 billion in additional money as a cushion. That's not to say that that money should be seen as recurring. It absolutely should not, and I'll go into why that is in a second. But the state has never been in a stronger fiscal position to consider bold maneuvers. The conversation around what we need to spend money on is also sort of lacking some context right now when you consider the fact that the federal government sent $1.25 billion last year. They just sent another $2.8 billion this year with the American Rescue Plan, divided between you guys and local governments. The local government kitty is about $1 billion that they can spend on infrastructure, on water and sewer. And then you've got another $3.5 billion potentially coming down the pipe in the form of an infrastructure bill that Washington is considering right now. So all of those things should be taken into account when you're having this discussion about where resources are coming from or whether or not it's a prudent moment to have this conversation. I would say that it absolutely is the most prudent moment to be having this conversation because we are in a pivotal place as a state, both as a need and in terms of opportunity. So I want to try and answer 3 basic questions around the proposal that everybody is actually here sort of litigating right now. 1, can we eliminate the income tax and still fund state government? 2, assuming that we can as a threshold question, should we eliminate the income tax? What is the perceived benefit of doing it? And 3, assuming you can answer questions 1 and 2 with a yes, how do you do it? What's the right look to package it? So let's talk about the can you. I know there's been a lot of data thrown at you. We did a 30-page report, 6 or 7 months ago, whenever that was, that looked at a lot of data, which I'm happy to resupply to you guys. I know we probably sent it to you at the time. But we did look at the 9 states without income taxes. And not in the sense of saying, well, correlation equals causation, because that's always the thing that gets thrown at you. There's a great multitude of factors that affect behaviors in states. But in the sense of just saying, is it possible to operate without an income tax and still be successful as a state? And we don't have to guess because there are 9 examples of it. And I want to start by talking about revenue, since that's what's important to the guys that have to make decisions on what to spend. It's also important to a lot of the critics of this particular proposal or idea. So if you look at revenue in the states that don't have income taxes, their tax burden is about 4% of their GDP. It's relatively light. It's relatively low. So that's the percentage of their whole economy that gets eaten up by you guys collecting taxes from them. Mississippi is about 8%. So we're basically double in terms of our tax burden. As a percentage of our economy, the state collects 8% of GDP. And that's more than what goes into the general fund, obviously. So that gives us the 17th highest tax burden in the country. If people think that what we're doing is starving government here as a percentage of what we're capable of paying, there's just no evidence to support that. Here's what's happened in terms of revenue in those states. So revenue in those states has grown by 50% between the years 2010 and 2019. And let me give you context of why I'm using this time frame. I'm using 2010 to 2019 in part because some of the Bureau of Economic Analysis numbers don't go through 2020, and I wanted to compare apples to apples. The second part is I think 2020 and 2021 are really bad baselines to be able to sort of figure out what's actually going on in the economy. So 50% revenue growth, despite half of the tax burden in the 9 states that don't have income taxes. Mississippi has 32%, 32.3% in that time period revenue growth. The interesting part about that is Mississippi has experienced, the government has experienced 32.3% revenue growth over the last 10 years, while our economy has been largely stagnant when adjusted for inflation. So the sign is that government is not starving itself. It's growing at a pace that is exceeding the growth of the private sector economy in the state of Mississippi right now. Still not as fast as the states that don't have income taxes. Now, how's that possible? How can you have half the tax rate and have revenue growing faster than a state with a rate twice yours, or a burden that is twice yours? And the answer is just economic growth, right? Unadulterated economic growth that is occurring on average in these states in a way that's, relatively impressive. So if you look at GDP in the 9 states, the GDP over the last 10 years, 2010 to 2019, is up about 30%. In Mississippi, it's up about 2.6% when adjusted for inflation. So they're 10xing us in terms of economic growth. And then you might say, my friend Bobby Harrison may be here somewhere, I don't know. After I put out this report, he wrote an article to say, well, of course that's true. If you're on the bottom, these other states are going to be whooping you. The national average was a 22% GDP growth. So they're not only whooping us, they're whooping everybody else too when it comes to GDP growth in no income tax states. And then the last thing I looked at was median household incomes, which is sort of the center point of wages. Mississippi has been stagnant. These other states have experienced 17% growth in median household incomes and are above national average. So there's plenty of indicators that something is going on in these states that works, and at a minimum, it tells us that it is possible to operate without an income tax, fully fund your treasury, and simultaneously have an economy that is growing and vibrant and drawing people in. So to me, that helps to answer the can you do this question. The other thing that helps to answer the can you do this question, Joe Bishop Hinchman talked about this yesterday. He said every state is different, and that's true. So no income tax in Mississippi may make sense. It may not make sense somewhere else. Now, part of it is how reliant are you on that tax relative to other states? There's fair reliance, but it's not as heavy as other states. And how much capacity do you have if you want to offset in other taxes? And there's plenty of capacity given the contiguous states that we have around us to offset if that's the public policy decision of these individuals, you guys, right? So let's talk about the should you. There are 2 schools really at play of economic policy here. One would be sort of behavioral economics or theoretical economics, and the other is one that tries to reduce things scientifically down to sort of what you can know. And they both have a role. I want to start with sort of the behavioral or theoretical side first. So really, this question, should you do this or not, hinges on your answer to this question. Do you believe that economies grow because of what happens in the private sector, or do you believe that economies grow because of what government spends? And if you believe that economies grow because of what happens in the private sector, theoretically, that gives you good reason to say, well, then it's not a bad thing to allow people to have more of their own money. But I want to back up even further from that, and that's not just sort of a neoclassical economics point of view, it's a Keynesian point of view in a way. Ms. Roby talked about this. Paul Krugman, who certainly writes from the center left, talks about this. And anybody who has supported a stimulus payment in any way over the last 20 years tacitly has admitted that giving people disposable income creates economic growth. The only real question between sort of conservatives or neoclassicals and Keynesians is whether or not that applies only to low-income individuals who will go out and consume immediately, or whether it includes, to Senator Parker's point, people who will save. And I would just say I'm in the camp that includes both saving and consumption, because savings is deferred consumption, right? And if you think about it in terms of economics, you can go out and spend all the money you got in your pocket right now on worthless widgets, or you can save up the money in your pocket and go out and buy something that isn't a depreciating asset, that's going to have more function. You didn't spend right away, so you didn't stimulate right away, but you made the higher economic choice through deferred compensation. Either way, economists agree that more disposable income leads to more consumption. So the only question left then is, what is the balance as a society where we decide, hey, there's a percentage of reduction in economic activity that we're willing to take in order to fund government? So that's the theoretical side. we went and hired a gentleman who's a PhD economist named George Barrow. George is at the Baker Institute at Rice University. It's a top-tier university. He previously worked at the Wharton Business School to develop their fiscal state tax model. And I asked him essentially, and this would be the science side, I asked him essentially, will you go and look at two scenarios? And at the time, we didn't know what the House plan was going to be or what the Senate or governor's plan was going to be. Go and look at two scenarios. One in which we just cut the income tax and don't have offsets, and one in which we cut the income tax but have offsets. And give me a sense what that would do in terms of workforce participation rate, what it would do in terms of wages, how it would affect migration. And I also told him, consider this argument. How regressive is this really going to be? And then the third thing was, is there empirical data to support the idea that lower taxes can affect migration? Because the biggest challenge in Mississippi in a lot of ways, the state economist said this yesterday, he talked about human capital. I would agree with him that human capital is going to be the driver of economics if what that means is people living in Mississippi with jobs in Mississippi. That is how economies grow. There is never in the history of all written record on economics any society with sustained economic growth without productivity and population growth. It's never occurred. So if Mississippi is one of 3 states losing population, it's interesting to figure out, is there a way to gain it? And so what he came back and said is under either scenario, one running his dynamic model, you get increase in productivity, you get increase in labor hours, you get increase in GDP. One of the interesting things he said, well, you're going to also get increase in property values, which will be good for local governments because without having to raise taxes, they'll collect more property taxes. So it's not a tax increase, it's just by virtue of having more disposable income, people will spend that on their housing. So in either one of the categories, he basically said you're going to see an increase in workers, wages, GDP, and house values. On the regressivity question, he came back and basically said, sort of what I alluded to earlier, you can't look at it as a solid line where nobody ever jumps from one economic class to another. You've got to consider that people's spending habits change over the course of their life, and when you do that, consumption taxes on their own even are less regressive. And then the other thing that he came back and said with respect to consumption taxes is public policy also has a huge role in how regressive consumption taxes are. So Mississippi, we currently don't tax. If you're buying groceries with food stamps, it's currently not taxed. We don't tax pharmaceuticals. We don't tax lots of things that are sort of bare essentials. And then obviously under one formulation of the plan, you would be reducing grocery taxes. And so that lessens the potential of that thing, even by itself as a consumption tax, being viewed as regressive. The last thing he did using IRS mobility data, and what he looked at was IRS keeps track of everyone who's filing in every state and what their adjusted income is. And so you can tell who's moving from what state, and then you compare it with top marginal rates, and you can do some regression analysis. And what he basically said was for every 5% you lower the top marginal rate, the end result of that is that you get about 0.25% of new filers in a state. But the more interesting part is that you get about 0.5% of new AGI in a state, adjusted gross income, so that the people who are moving are productive citizens. They're people who have jobs, who have capital, who are investing wealth. That's not a panacea. It's not an indication that everyone moves because of lower taxes. But even if you go back to sort of this theoretical aspects of economics, there are no economists, left, right, or center, that would say that taxes have no impact on people's decisions. There are no economists, left, right, or center, that would say disposable income doesn't lead to economic growth. So there's actually plenty of room for agreement. The question really becomes one of degree. So I would look at it and say that you've been presented with one vision, which is how do we create more opportunity in Mississippi to try and take our state from a level that is losing population, that is losing out on economic growth and wages, to a place where we offer something and are more competitive. The strategies are what are different. And you hear a good contrast in strategies right now. There's one side that would say, well, we believe the private sector is what drives growth. And there's another side that would say, well, we believe that government spending is what drives growth. I would argue that there's plenty of evidence, because Mississippi has been spending more money, that the latter is not true. I would argue that if you look at the data, Mississippi is very heavily reliant on government spending now, and we're not having wild growth. We have the 5th largest public sector as a percentage of our population in the country. About 20% of all workers in Mississippi are public sector workers. That's not a bad thing, with the exception of the fact that you can't grow an economy standing in a bucket of water trying to lift yourself. You need people in the private sector creating growth. So the third question is, how do you do it? And there are competing visions here too. And I think there are 3 things for you to consider. One would be an elimination of the income tax with an offset, which is clearly something that's been discussed. Another is we eliminate the income tax and we say, you know what, we're going to figure out how to cut $2 billion out of our budget. I don't think anybody realistically thinks that's politically viable or a good idea. And the third way is we're going to eliminate the income tax and do it off of revenue growth based on a trigger, and it's probably going to take 30 to 40 years. I get the appeal of the last one because it doesn't involve the complexity of having to talk about which tax is better than which tax and all that kind of stuff. It doesn't get us anywhere. For this to work in Mississippi, it needs to happen fast. You can't go out and recruit people into the state of Mississippi with a promise that in 30 years their kids won't pay income taxes. Won't work. So if the goal is to create an incentive for in-migration and economic growth now, and I would argue we need it now, an argument that says we got to wait 30 years for there to be no income tax gets you nowhere. It's not sellable. So in my mind, that leaves you with the question of what do offsets look like? And I'm not going to tell you what the right number is. Maybe the number's lower than what's in some plans or higher than what's, I don't know. What I would tell you is that for all the talk of the negative effects of consumption taxes, there are a lot of positive effects of consumption taxes. So yesterday there was someone who said, I can't remember who it was, that economists were split on the most efficient form of taxation. That is just not true. I mean, you can do literature studies. Economists recognize that sales taxes are the most efficient form of taxation because it's a point of sale transaction. There's not complexity of regulation. There's not an entire administrative team that has to comb through and figure out if you're telling the truth on an income tax reform or not. It happens at the point of sale. It's a rate that you know. It's simple, it's transparent, it's predictable, and those are all hallmarks of sound tax policy. The other thing is that it's broad-based. Anybody who decides to consume gets taxed. So in that way, it is very fair. I think that if you look at those factors, in my mind, if you're going to do this, it looks like the elimination of the income tax and some offset. Now, I think there's room for wiggle, right? I would look at it and say, as an example, there's a case to be made that if you're going to do tax exemptions on the front end for working class folks, that on the back end, sort of the second phase might look like a rate reduction, as an example. A reduction of marginal rates, which sends a signal to capital that it's time to come into Mississippi. But ultimately, those are policy decisions for you guys. I just think the question of can you is answered in the affirmative. The question is should you is answered in the affirmative, unless we just want to continue with the status quo sort of grudge match between whether we spend more or try to jumpstart the economy. And how you do it, I don't see a way that you do it without some offset. And I think that's for you guys to work with tax policy experts. I'll leave you with one thing or open it up for questions, but I would just say that, I was thinking about this morning, that what's the quote in life? There's only 2 things that are certain, death and taxes. I feel fairly certain that after the last day and a half, some of you are thinking that death doesn't sound so bad. So,
Thank you, Russ. We have any questions? Representative Stevenson.
Russ, it was proposed earlier today about what's your thoughts on the wealth taxes and maybe, I mean, it was proposed earlier, Senator Parker, even taxing the dead, increasing that. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, what I would say is we've got economic literature and experience with wealth taxes. So I think there were 13 countries in Europe, don't hold me to that, I'll get you the official number, that implemented a wealth tax at one point, and all but one have repealed it because it was disastrous. It led to flight. It led to people saying, all right, I can pick up and move anywhere. I've got the ability to do that. I'm going to leave. So they lost tax base as a result of trying to implement a wealth tax, so much so that Larry Summers, who was President Obama's chief economist, has said that it's a really horrible idea.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Russ, two things over the last day and a half have caught my attention. Number one, the fact that in Mississippi, government employees, on average, are making more than private sector employees by approximately $10,000. Secondly, we saw a graph that if you consider at all levels of income, okay, all levels of income, Hispanic families are paying a higher percentage towards taxes. African Americans are second, and then third are whites. So logically, it seems to me, and I want you to comment on this, if we pass the House plan and provide some income tax relief, then who's going to benefit the most is Hispanics, African Americans, and then private sector citizens of Mississippi.
Yeah, I don't want to misrepresent what Ms. Roby was trying to represent, but I will try and disagree with you for her. I think what she was saying is that if you only consider the state tax code, there's regressivity that leads to an African American or Hispanic paying a greater percentage of their income, in part because sales taxes are already a component piece of the overarching structure. Where I disagree with her is she's not considering property taxes or federal income taxes or transfer payments or changes in economic mobility. But, you know, earlier someone said, well, what if you got two African American guys, two white guys all making $40,000, what's the impact? Well, they pay the exact same amount of taxes.
Yeah, Russ, just want to comment on something real quick. You're no stranger to Mississippi. You're a native son in some respects, attended Ole Miss, I think spent recently some time in the D.C. area, came back to the state. You've been with a few different organizations. Most of us here know most of the organizations you've been with are more conservative in thought, but certainly espouse, certain policy provisions that you feel strong. You've got a previous stint, I believe, with AFP, is that right? And I promise you I've got a point here. What I just heard your testimony to be is that, number one, you said, should we do this? And by do this, you mean eliminate the individual income tax. Your answer was in the affirmative, yes.
I believe we should.
And then you gave us three options to do it. And I tend to agree with you. There are three options. There's do it in a blanket 1 year. You said that's a no-go. I certainly agree with you. Stretch it out over 30 to 40 years. You said that's not going to give us any, that's not going to do any real good for growth in the state. The third option was increasing some other taxes. Let's just call it what it is. And you stated, yes, we should do that. My question to you is, what would you say to some of my fellow members in the House and Senate who would say, I've signed a pledge that I'll never increase taxes, or I've agreed that I'm never going to do that kind of thing. And my point in that is, do you agree that implementing this policy would not be violative of any of those prior decisions that particular member may have made?
So I want to be clear in my response. When we say this policy, I'm referring to a concept that involves eliminating the income tax with some offset, not necessarily an endorsement of you guys. Sure. But I think that's the concept that you've tried to put into place. What I would say is a policy that yields a revenue neutral or net reduction is not a violation of any kind of principle. Structure matters, right? And so if the end result is that people pay less taxes, they have more money in their pockets to pay for their kids' braces or go shop at a shop in their community or go eat at a restaurant, that's phenomenal. Like, if that's the end result, that's what we want. That's how economies really grow. I think it's important to make sure that the math works and the end result isn't, some sort of inadvertent increase. But yeah, as long as you've got a revenue neutral or net reduction and the structure gets considerably better, that's to me is a net win.
Because we've got, certainly we're talking mainly policy, but the world of politics also comes into play for us being able to actually pass a bill that would become law. And so I just want to make sure that, these people that we want to support the plan, conservative members or members who have taken those stances in the past, don't think that somebody's going to come after them and accuse them of raising taxes, because in the world of sound economic policy, as you just said, a neutral and or net tax cut plan, even though it may raise some taxes elsewhere, is sound policy, correct?
The devil is always in the details, but yes, the concept of a net reduction or a revenue neutral bill that yields a better structure is sound policy.
Thank you.
Senator Bryan.
So, based on your last comment, I assume that if we lowered the sales tax and increased the income tax, but we increased the income tax less than we were lowering the sales tax, so there'd be a net tax cut, based on your last comment, that would be good policy.
This is where the devil comes into play, Hob. Senator Bryan, sorry. I would say this.
Hob will do nicely.
Thank you. That was gracious. What I would say is that no, that would be a situation in which you are reverting to a tax that is not as efficient as a consumption tax. You're reverting to a tax on productivity itself, which just decreases productivity. And so no, not all taxes are created equally. That's why I was harping on the structure part mattering, and a structure where the focus is on consumption versus income is preferable as a matter of policy. And in those circumstances where there is revenue neutrality or net reduction, that would be sound policy from my perspective.
Well, I'm sorry, I understood you to say that any policy which reduced the amount of taxes and therefore, as you phrase it, put more money in people's pockets would be a good thing. And now I understand that's not necessarily the case based on your more recent answer.
I have never been able to control how people understand what I say. If I said it incorrectly, I will apologize for that. What I was saying is that the structure matters and the devil's in the details, and hopefully my clarification helps.
Well, again, you're saying that if we raise the income tax to offset half the cost of a cut in the sales tax, would that be a good idea or not?
Thrice the answer is no.
Okay. So if we raise the income tax by $100 million and cut the sales tax by $200 million, that would be a bad thing.
I don't know what the equivalent of thrice is for fourth, but that.
I'm sorry, I just didn't understand.
Yeah, I'm saying that I don't agree with the premise that an increase in the income tax and a reduction in the consumption tax is sound policy simply because it yields revenue neutrality or a reduction. What I've tried to say is that structure matters. Not all taxes are created equal.
Basically, you're just in favor of a sales tax and you're opposed to an income tax, and no matter how we slice it or what we do with it, you're opposed to the income tax.
I'm in favor of eliminating it because I think it will help the state of Mississippi, so yes.
Okay, but I mean, that's you're in. Mr. Latino, you have children, don't you?
What's that?
You do have children, don't you?
2 of them.
I hope that you're instructing them about the danger of consumer debt, and I hope that you are encouraging them to save.
Thank you.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Russ, first, let me say that I agree with much of what you expressed, maybe not quite all of it. One thing I do want to take exception to, and I would disagree with, and I'll say this in defense of my colleagues here at the table and other legislators, when you said that the number of employees, and maybe you didn't say state, but the number of government employees has increased dramatically. Are you aware that we've cut state employees dramatically in the last 8, 9, 10 years?
I am aware that there's been a reduction in PENS. If I said increased dramatically, I did not intend to say that. I think what I was trying to say is that we have the 5th largest public sector as a percentage of our population, roughly about 20.9% of current workers. It is true that there's been about a 2.7, 2.8% reduction over the last 10 years, based on the data that's publicly available.
Yeah, in fact, I think it's been thousands of employees have been cut from state government. So I want to make sure, because sometimes people can run with that and talk about the growth of state government, and that is not the case in Mississippi. Would you agree with that? Would you agree with my statement that that is not the case in Mississippi?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, we're frequently, and I as the appropriations chairman, frequently look at the number of employees in each state agency and have made several cuts of employees that we think, and the group, all legislators think, are not necessary for that particular agency. And you would agree with that too?
I think you guys have been forced to make some choices along the way, and absolutely, you've made cuts.
And it's rare. Occasionally, we do have to increase, and we add an employee here or there, but it's very rare, and I would say it's probably the exception more than rule. So I just want to make sure, because I don't want folks to run out of here thinking that we've been increasing the size of state government, because that is not the case in Mississippi.
Yeah, and to the extent that I said increased, what I was suggesting is that we currently have the 5th largest public sector. It was, in fact, the 4th largest public sector at one point, so that is a sign of direction that way.
All right. Seeing no further questions. Oh, Senator Bryan.
I did have a question about how you're defining the public sector. If the state of Mississippi were to, for example, take the University of Mississippi itself, and instead of having the University of Mississippi employ individuals, take the same amount of money and give it to the privatized university corporation, so that there was a lump sum payment in the exact same dollar amount to the privatized university corporation, would that move all those employees at the University of Mississippi out of the public sector?
So I will plead ignorance, Senator Bryan. Back when I was practicing law, I would tell people if they didn't know the answer to say so. This came from a national ranking that was done and published in the Wall Street Journal about sort of heavy reliance on public sector workers. And the same thing with respect to the other stat I used at the same time, which is if you look at state spending per capita, Mississippi's sort of in the middle of the pack. And so I use those as examples to say that there is evidence that Mississippi historically has invested a lot into the public sector, not to necessarily detract from the fact that you guys have had to make some hard decisions.
But my question is simply how the term public sector is calculated. And for example, in Mississippi, we have had a large number of employees at the Mississippi Department of Mental Health who are employees of the state. We could, in theory, have no state mental facilities at all, and we could simply contract with some private entity to run the very same facilities in the very same manner. And my question is, in this area and other areas, if we simply have the same number of people, but they are contracted by a private entity, does that change that away from public sector spending?
So what I would say is that for purposes of why I was citing those two stats, it's a distinction without a difference, because the question is, what is the size of government, which includes PENS, but also includes spending.
I give up.
Representative White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Russ, thank you for being here today. Appreciate your comments and your insight on these matters. Not necessarily to the size of state government and where it's gone in the last 10 years, but as we look at some combination of getting rid of personal income tax with some offset somewhere, certainly without a huge offset, there is going to have to be a growth or trigger component to what we're trying to do, whether that's 5 years or 10 years. If we're going to do it in a somewhat responsible way that can garner votes in both the House and Senate and get folks on board. And again, the House plan is not on trial here today, but that plan had a feature that also included basically capturing all growth over 1.5% that was used to, in effect, buy down or implement the phase out. Which I thought as a byproduct of that, it also controlled the growth of state government in a real and meaningful way. I just wondered what your thoughts were on that aspect of our plan. Should that be a part of a plan? Should it not be? That may scare some, not you, but it may scare some other folks when we talk about capturing or devoting anything over 1.5% to it. And I'm not saying that plan was perfect. I'm just asking, where does that fall, or how do you see that feature? Or is that not significant? Does it not matter?
No, I would say that feature makes the bill do what you say it does. In the absence of that feature, the bill doesn't eliminate the income tax. Yes, I would say it's important, but I would say it's something more than that. It allows you to say we are trying to actually eliminate the income tax, because without it, you just don't get there. And, the question about what is a reasonable rate of growth, I mean, you have been experiencing 3.2% over the last decade. Now, that's not every year, right? There are obviously ebbs and flows at the same time that the larger economy has been stagnant. And so I don't think 1.5% is unreasonable. I saw an op-ed over the weekend that suggested that the end result of this was cuts. And it reminds me of some of the conversations that I would have in Washington, D.C., where smaller increases are cuts. And I try and think about what that would mean to an average person. And the best analogy I've been able to come up with is, let's say I'm making $40,000 a year, and I think that I've created so much value that my boss should give me a raise to $50,000 next year. And the end of the year comes, and he gives me a raise to $45,000, and I run around screaming, "You've cut my salary by $5,000. To me, it's not an honest operation, right? What you're talking about, if the rule works, is a situation in which government continues to grow. It just grows at a slower pace that allows people to have more money in their pocket and put that back into the economy.
Representative Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Russ, again, thank you for your testimony. I want to turn it a little bit, and you glossed over some of this, I think, and you talked about it before, but yesterday when Jared with the Tax Foundation was up here, we talked a little bit about business inputs. And I know we're going to hear some about that later, about business inputs and about the impact that increasing a sales tax would have on business inputs, just the general part, like copy paper for the copy machines, toilet paper for the bathrooms, whatever the case may be. In your view as Empower Mississippi, and knowing that that's a substantial increase, I guess, or a substantial thing that some of our businesses have problems with and some of our association may have problems with, but you would agree with me that it's still workable. It's still not a bad plan. It's still, even if we do raise it to 2.5%, we're still relatively compared to the rest of our states in a pretty good position. And that your overall concept and our concept is still a net benefit for our state.
So I would say I'm going to back up slightly. There are three ways to raise revenue. You can expand the base, which we've talked about, which is not raising rates. It's quite literally finding new filers, right? You expand the base, new products, new services, or new people, if you were going to go the income tax route. That's an expansion of the base. You can raise rates, or you can grow the economy. So those are kind of the three buckets that you look at it in. You know, there's an argument to be made that there are some deficiencies already built into the Mississippi tax code that are hard to undo, just politically. You know, if you had somebody who was an idealist, and in a lot of ways I am, you'd look at it and you'd say, you know, it'd be better to have a broad flat rate if you can do that. But that doesn't mean that it's bad to have variable rates if there are reasons, good reasons for variable rates. And I would say that one of those things is essentially recognizing that you could be implementing a value-added tax if you're taxing business-to-business transfers on things that are not final stage products. So if my widget goes into my tractor, I don't need to pay a sales tax on that widget, and then my customer pays a sales tax on the tractor. To the extent that's what Jared is talking about, I would agree with him wholeheartedly. Does that answer your question? It doesn't look like it does.
I guess my total question is, when we're just on the general sales tax for corporations, for businesses, like Caterpillar, one of my large employees in Alcorn County, when they're going and buying their supplies for the factory up there and for the plant, is that enough to basically prevent growth? Is that enough to prevent other corporations to say, hey, come here, our toilet paper is going to be 2.5 pennies more than it is in Colorado or wherever the case may be?
Well, I mean, I would say probably not, but I would say that so much of economics is considering the other incentives and disincentives. So like we had this conversation yesterday, it was prolonged, about why somebody might move to a no income tax state versus New York City. And it doesn't have to be one or the other, right? People have subjective values on which incentives are important to them. So Caterpillar may look at it and say, you know, I've done the math, the cost benefit analysis is paying a sales tax here in Mississippi is still a hell of a lot cheaper than going to some other state and paying much higher wages for any given reason, or higher cost of living for my employees. All of that's a cost benefit analysis. I mean, I think to the extent you're thinking about public policy, the goal should be to be able to create as many strong incentives as possible and to avoid really strong disincentives.
All right. Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, Russ, for your testimony. We're going to take a short 5-minute break, and we'll resume in about 5 minutes or so. And if you get a chance and you see Amanda Fruchet, wish her a happy birthday. head back in. We'll try to get started here in a minute. If everyone could take their seats. I think we. All right, we'll begin our hearings again, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman asked me to introduce our next speaker, and we are indeed privileged today to have Grover Norquist, who is the founder of Americans for Tax Reform. He is a renowned national figure. He is on television frequently talking about taxes and tax reform and good tax policy. He's an incredibly busy man, but he is engaged on this issue here in Mississippi. He has found time to make himself available to come here in person to speak to this. We are indeed honored and privileged to have you, Mr. Norquist, and we welcome you to Mississippi. We'll turn it over to you now for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, everybody. Delighted to be here. I'm delighted to be here in Mississippi because you guys are at the forefront of a wave across the country. You've seen this last year. Red states, 12 red states have cut income tax rates. Another 2 are about to do so before the year ends. And the number of states that was talked about earlier, there are 8 states that have no income tax. There's a 9th, New Hampshire, which is a faux no income tax state for the next 4 years. But they do not tax wages, but they do tax dividends and interest at 5%, and that is being phased out to 0. So we are on the way to 9 states, but around the country, there are a number of states that are looking at exactly what you're looking at doing. And I'll just quickly, Arizona just took their income tax down toward, to phasing down to 2.5%, and then they're going to phase it to 0. North Carolina, for the last 7 years, has been phasing down both their personal income tax and their corporate income tax. The Senate just passed the next wave of that phase-out, and that is to phase out the income tax completely and to take what's left of the income tax that's been hollowed out by increasing the amount of money you have to earn to pay the income tax from 6% down to 4%. And they're continuing both to take that rate down and to hollow it out. The income tax is down by 1/3, the corporate income tax is down by 2/3, and they've done it step by step with triggers. North Dakota, the House voted to phase out their income tax, and in West Virginia, the Senate has voted to phase out their income tax. In both states, the governors are supportive of the phase out, and they're having a discussion between the two branches, the two chambers in the legislature. Louisiana has passed and put on the ballot a measure to phase out their income tax, vote this October. Arkansas, of all states, where the governor has not been a fan of income tax cuts, is supporting one now, and the 2 candidates that are like, one of the 2 is going to be the next governor of that state, are both running on a commitment to phase out the income tax. Why? Well, part of it is people have noticed that of the, okay, we count New Hampshire because a lot of people do, the 9 states that have no income tax, mostly, and soon completely in New Hampshire, in the last 10 years, 2011 to 2018, 3.1 million people net, not just 3.1 million people, 3.1 million citizens net have moved out of states with income taxes into the states without income taxes, and we've seen annually $235 billion in income flow into those states. Why do Texas and Florida and others have all this money, people who make income move into those states. So what the government does is a great website you can go to, howmoneywalks.com, howmoneywalks.com, and you can take any two states and find out how many people and how much income moved from one state to another during what period. You can go through and take the high tax states versus the low tax states. I hear from time to time, oh, people like big government. They like lots of spending. Okay, let's look at the top 10 spending states per capita, and the lowest 10 people are moving into the lower tax spending states. It is not necessarily true that people are excited about bigger government because the people who move in the opposite direction. But there is a movement now that is moving state by state. Utah's begun the conversation about moving down towards zero. And even some of the blue states are talking about inching their extremely high income taxes down and certainly not increasing them. And they are explicitly saying, because people will leave. You've seen some bizarre numbers. 1% of the people live in New York City. If they left, the income tax in the state would collapse by 40% or more. There's similar numbers in New York. A handful of people in Silicon Valley could leave, and that state would be in real trouble. Putting all your eggs in the basket of the income tax is a great way to not have control over your revenue flows. So is it a good idea? Okay, that's right now. Are there other ways to look and say, is it a good idea to phase out the income tax? Are the red states all moving in the right direction? Well, there's a wonderful book that I suggest to you, An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of States. Yes, a play on Adam Smith's book. But it goes through the 11 states that since 1960 did not have, 19 states in 1960 that had no income tax. 11 states decided to have an income tax in the 60s. And it goes through what they did. In each of those 11, since then, Alaska's gone to zero, and all the other no-income tax states have remained no-income tax states. But we have 11 states, and we've got decades of looking at them. When they put in an income tax, everything they were promised ended up not true. As total revenue as a percentage of the state's GDP compared to the other states went down. They introduced a new tax, and the revenue available to them with the higher taxes plus all the new taxes did not get them more revenue for the government compared to the other states. I mean, revenue was going up as the economy grew and with inflation, but compared to everybody else, having gone to an income tax state, they were worse off. They didn't see improvements in all of the measures that people were, education, to this, healthcare and this other stuff. They didn't get improvements on those as a result of adding the income tax state. The saddest, of course, is New Jersey, which in 1965 had way too high property taxes, and they decided to fix this by having a sales tax. So in 1965, they put in a sales tax to get the property taxes down, and by 1975, 10 years later, they were very concerned about their very high property taxes, which were still there. They also had a sales tax. So to fix this, they decided to swallow a third tapeworm to see if it would keep the other two tapeworms constrained in their demands. So they put an income tax. So now New Jersey has an income tax, a sales tax, and very high property taxes, higher than most other states. So we've seen what happens when governments add taxes to try and fix high tax problems, and we've actually seen the progress when people move in the other direction towards phasing out the income tax. North Carolina, how is North Carolina doing after 7 years of phasing down their income tax? All the Democrats in that state, we're going to disappear, won't have any money, everyone will die. They have the Democrat governor, they just keep passing these tax cuts over his objection. They have supermajorities with a handful of reasonable Democrats. I don't know if you do that here, but in North Carolina they do. And there you have a 6.5, this is from the governor, $6.5 billion over the next 2 years, nothing to do with any federal money. This is exclusive of any money the feds were throwing at them. So they've got a significant two-year, they do biannual budgets of $6.5 billion, and they're using it now to phase out the corporate income tax and to phase the income tax down permanently. So as North Carolina, every time they've cut taxes, they've ended up with more revenue. People move into the state, people make more money, people get paid more money. It has worked very well. One of the questions, earlier discussions was, what about spending restraint, the cap on spending that the House bill has? I think that standalone is worth the price of admission. That is a tremendous asset. Florida is the only state in the nation that for the last 20 years has not increased its spending, state spending, faster than inflation plus population or personal income, okay? For the last 10 years, a number of states that went red have been able to keep that number. And watch for this, because the folks at the Texas Public Policy Foundation, Texas is one of the ones that's now committed to, we're never growing faster than inflation plus population. We are not going to take a bigger bite of people's pay and their lives than we're taking right now. It's too much now, and we're not getting any worse. And with that as their policy, that's how they're doing their budgeting into the future. I think we're going to see more and more states decide to make that decision. It has worked very well for Florida over 20 years, worked particularly well for the states that have done it for the last 10 years. And we've also seen California had a spending limit, which Duke Majan poked a hole in and allowed it to float up, but they just hit that spending limit again. You may have heard the governor send $75 billion out to people, and you think, how generous? No, no, no. He had to. He wasn't allowed to keep that money because the state has a spending cap that they finally hit in California. Had they kept the original spending cap, which was just grow with the income of the people, not faster, don't make the government richer than the people. This is what kings do, and they get in trouble. When governments decide to take all the cash, they say, you can't get any more than the percentage you've got of people's personal income now. Had they done that, they wouldn't have a deficit, they wouldn't have any debt, and they'd be in massive surplus, and they'd be significantly better off. People wouldn't be leaving the state, among other things. We can also look at national. What happens nationally? What happens when you cut income taxes or raise income taxes? Well, you had Obama, who came in after a recession, and he raised taxes and spent money, and he had the weakest recovery in modern history since World War II. Of all the recoveries we had, and every president that had a recovery, his was the weakest, and the strongest was Reagan's. What did Reagan do? Cut income tax rates, restrain spending somewhat, more than would have happened, not as much as one might have liked, but he cut marginal tax rates, and the job creation under Reagan was 2 to 3 times that under Obama, as well as the GDP growth. It's tremendously helpful. When Trump cut corporate income tax rates, some people said, oh, if you cut corporate rates, then corporations have all the money. Well, what do corporations do? 90% of what corporations spend their money on is wages. So what do you think they do when they have lower taxes? At least 70%, much of it goes into investment to make people more productive so they get more wages, but at least people can argue about this, 50, 70, some people say more percent goes directly into higher wages. What happened in 2019, 2 years into the tax cut that Trump and the Republicans put forward? You saw, in 2019 alone, a 6.8% increase in the median income of a family of 4. Half the people make more, half the people make less. Bill Gates making $1 billion doesn't move the median, move the average, doesn't move the median. Tens of millions of people saw that go up. That was a $4,400 increase for that family of money that they got to take home. So we've seen, history tells us what happens when you raise taxes or not. You may have missed the Great Recession of 1921, which was worse than the Depression of 1929. What happened? Coolidge cut taxes. It was 75 down to 25%, and he cut spending, and that lasted 18 months, and nobody even knows about it. The Great Depression, which was a less severe recession until Hoover decided to fix it and raise taxes to 75% top rate, and then it went on for 10 or 20 years, depending on how you want to count that. We've seen the differences between phasing up and down income taxes. Kansas, I handed out to everybody here a great fun book, because the left, which looks at the Reagan years, compares them to the Carter years, and looks at and the Obama years, and you look at all the guys who raised taxes versus the guys who cut taxes in the states that raise and cut taxes, and it's very embarrassing for the advocates of higher income taxes or having income taxes at all. And they go, no, Kansas, didn't everything fall apart in Kansas? Well, this is a book that walks through. It's written by the think tank in Kansas where they lived it. I spent some time there during that fight, and what happened was the governor wanted to cut rates and have some offsets, and the liberal Republicans and the Democrats in the Senate passed the tax cuts with 0 offsets. So you're going to have a bigger deal. And the House said, okay, we can do that, and then we'll come back and we'll do some offsets. And the liberal Republicans and the Democrats didn't want to do the offsets, but then what killed it was they increased spending 8% that year. Okay? It wasn't the tax cut that caused the deficits. They continued spending. The court came in and mandated some spending on top of that, but the challenge they had was spending. What would it do for growth? Well, from 98 to 2012, up until the tax cut, they were the 40th growth in terms, 40th lowest state, Kansas, the 40th lowest state in terms of growth. 2012 to 2015, when the tax cut was there, they were 30th. So it did spur growth, it did spur jobs. What they didn't do was stop spending. They did not rein in spending, and so the spending cap, the idea of putting a rate in and a trigger that allows revenue coming in above to pay down the income tax, protects against the overspending. Lesson from Kansas, have a spending cap. If Kansas had that, if they'd had a Republican Party capable of supporting that in the Senate, House was fine, Senate was the problem, they wouldn't have had the problem, and it'd be the model of what people were talking about. They're going to be back in 2 years, and they're going to do it with a spending cap in Kansas. So Kansas is actually a great thing to point to if you're an advocate of phasing out the income tax. Just you got to do it with a spending cap at the same time, and keep an eye on that. The guys in North Carolina are constantly looking at keeping spending restrained and taking additional revenue that comes in and spending that to pay down the corporate and the individual tax. They're doing both at the same time. So the 11 states, just so you get a sense, the 11 states that raised income taxes, Connecticut, Rhode Island, back in the 60s when they had the income tax for the first time, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Maine, Illinois, Nebraska, Michigan, Indiana, West Virginia. West Virginia is now looking to phase it out. They've passed it through one body already. Very significant tax cut in Ohio this year, which I didn't think DeWine was going to sign, but he cheerfully signed it. And what they did in Arizona, moving towards zero, is the largest tax cut in the history of Arizona. Looking at the House bill that you guys have passed, that is one of the key options of how to phase out the income tax. I know that others will be coming up with their other ideas, and I know that the Speaker is open to looking at other suggestions on how we can put this together, but this is the largest tax cut that Mississippi's ever had, okay? The question came up, somebody asked about the pledge. I run Americans for Tax Reform. We created the pledge in 1985-86 to pass Reagan's tax reform of '86. Americans for Tax Reform was actually put together by the Reagan administration. They asked me to run it, kind of like Obama's Act for America, Organize for America operations, a C4. And our job was to help pass the tax reform bill. And the fear we had was that, the fear that congressmen and senators whose votes we needed had, you're going to make 1,000 changes. It's going to go into a smoke-filled room. And they're going to do this, and they're going to do like the three-card Monte guy, and at the end of the day, when you turn it over, it's going to turn into a tax increase. How do we protect against this? Because we just did the press conference the night before, all endorsing what we thought was in the bill, and then when you show up in the 1,000-page bill, we're going to be stuck voting for this bad thing. So we got 100 guys to take the pledge, never to vote for any bill that raises taxes net. No taxes net. Were there thousands of tax increases and hundreds of tax increases and hundreds of tax cuts in that bill? Yes. The tax cuts were bigger than the tax increases, not only in the first 5 years, $60 billion tax cut, but out into the future. So it was a net tax reduction. Not in DC terms, that was an asterisk, so it was but it was a net tax cut. And therefore, it certainly did not violate the pledge, and we have worked with dozens of states where people do tax reform, and we make it, we want to make it very clear that if somebody starts saying this is a tax increase, we will get you a note. We will make sure that it is loudly said if this is a revenue neutral or better tax cut, make sure nobody gets jammed by somebody saying, you raise taxes, because you raise taxes here and you cut them more over here. And so the other question was, is it always a good idea to do revenue neutral tax? Well, you can do a revenue neutral bill that's stupid, that slows economic growth, but why would you do that? So revenue neutral bills don't violate the pledge. They can still be a bad idea, but this bill, the House bill that you're looking at, would certainly be tremendously helpful for both economic growth and for the state's standing. And as we're all in a race over the next decade and a half, where all of the red states at some level are going, we need to do this. We need to look at this. Some states have passed bills in one body and not the other. Some have a governor who says, I want it. South Carolina, sitting right next to North Carolina, the governor, I sat with him a couple of months ago, and he goes, we need to do that. That's what we need to do, what North Carolina did. So they're beginning the process of looking to phase out their income tax in South Carolina. Pretty soon, nobody's going to be more than a hop, skip, and a jump away from a no-income tax state. So the question for Mississippi and for all the other states is, are you going to be early adapter, or are you going to be there afterwards catching up? California and New York are going to be catching up. I'm sorry for them. But they can always move here or someplace else. So that is a significant issue. A lot of what the first presentation was not so much economics as the politics of envy. Envy is a sin. It's not a political program. And the idea that somebody's has been working all their life and saved a bunch of money and we should take it has never struck me as tax policy. But not only tax policy is not the only thing that redistributes income. The entire welfare structure does. We, the American taxpayers, have spent $27 trillion since the Great Society was put together, which is about 50 plus 1 or 2 years ago. $27 trillion on means-tested welfare programs, okay? And the welfare, and the poverty rate has not shifted. You cannot point to improvements in the educational achievement. Go through the list of things that were given on that speech by Lyndon Johnson in Ann Arbor when he gave it. It's a very short speech, and it's ridiculous. It's about, all the things they're going to do, and we're going to give people money, and that will make them middle class. They'll get all the middle class values if you give them money without working. It didn't work out very well. It's been $27 trillion. The idea that we can do more of that and do a better job at it, we kind of need an explanation of what happened there. I would point out that you guys are close to a flat tax, which is helpful. One of the reasons to go to zero, it is the best kind of flat tax. Flat taxes are difficult to raise. Before I emigrated to the United States, I used to live in Massachusetts, and we have a flat rate tax by Constitution. It's 5% now, but it's mandated to be flat. So does Illinois, by the way. Fairly deep blue, left-wing, vaguely crazy Massachusetts, and similarly structured Illinois, flat rate income taxes. 5 times the forces of the left have said, let's put on the ballot going to a progressive income tax, or a graduated income tax. We call it the grad tax when they first went after it, then it became the progressive tax, but where you divide people up into different groups so you can mug them one at a time. This is the Richard Speck theory of tax increases. If everybody's paying the same rate, and a politician says, I've got a great idea, you're all paying for it, everybody else, then we're all listening. What's the great idea? What are we paying for? What are we going to get? But if you say, I got a great idea, only 2% will be paying for it. The rest of you might want to go out the room. It's going to be noisy and unpleasant for these two, but it doesn't really affect you. Then when it's time for you to get it, those 2 guys are going, we're not helping you. You know, originally in Massachusetts, they go, only the Kennedy kids will be paying it. But people had a conversation 5 times before the ballot saying, if they go after the Kennedy kids first, when they come for us, the Kennedy kids won't help. You know, so we need to all hang together. A single rate tax is the best protection that taxpayers can have. And a single rate tax from 0 is the best protection because, as Peter Thiel tells you, going from 0 to 1 is the toughest bit, okay? If you leave a little snippet of a tax somewhere, like crabgrass, it can grow back. Bamboo, okay, it's got to be completely gone. Then going from 0 to something else becomes almost impossible. Although the nice people in Florida and in Tennessee felt so strongly about not having an income tax, having never had one, they also passed constitutional amendments saying never, 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 never. As a matter of fact, the one in Florida says you have to go to a vote of the people, and you have to get 2/3 of the people voting that day. Now, since only 90% of the people, at best, go down to the bottom and vote for the initiatives, you now need 67 votes out of 80. And the other people say, well, that would make it very difficult to impose an income tax, which we don't want to do. We weren't thinking about, would you not make it so difficult, which kind of hurt their credibility when they were arguing that they weren't for one. So that passed. They're never, 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 never having an income tax in Florida, ditto in Tennessee. The other questions that were coming up earlier, the first presenter was talking in favor of double taxation, taxing income when you earn it, taxing it when you save it, tax it when you invest it in a company. If you're stupid enough to die, they want to take 40 to 50% now under Biden. So coming back and taking the same bite and then say, this last bite isn't as big as the first bite. That's not fair. Well, it's the 5th time we've been at this guy with the same dollar that we were going after. So getting the income tax out solves a whole bunch of those problems. And it also, it says to people in the state trying to make a living, people in other states looking to move here, this is not a state consumed with envy. This is not a state, this is a state that will celebrate your success when you come here. We're glad you're here, we're glad you're successful. We won't decide, you've made more money than the guy down the street, so I think we'll take something from you. People tend to move away from neighborhoods where that exists in history. discussion came up about the wealth tax. I believe it's 11, people look at it differently. I believe 11 states had a wealth tax in Europe, 11 governments. It's down to 4, but one of them is France, and they only do it for land, and the other 3, Spain isn't really collecting it, and I can't spell the other 2. But Sweden and all the big socialist countries said this is too stupid for words, and they all got rid of the death tax. And it is, however, something that the left has been pushing as another bite at the apple, in addition to the death tax, in addition to getting rid of the step-up in basis. I hope you're keeping an eye on that. Maybe your farmers are talking to you about this. The step-up in basis was put in 100 years ago because farms were being ripped in half by the capital gains tax when people died. And for 100 years, farms and small businesses were protected because when mom or dad built up the farm and you inherited it, the basis for capital gains, you pay capital gains on what you did but not on your parents. And that protected farms from being ripped in half after death. Biden wants to get rid of that. So we can go to the fact that every time a small business changes generations, he wants a 40+% capital gains tax, not the 23.8% one or the 15% one that Clinton was happy with, but up to now 40% plus, maybe 43.4% on some days he wants. And that, of course, is a tax on all the inflation during your life, not just on the wealth that you created, but the inflated version of your wealth. The bill that I know there'll be other ideas and many ideas. The bill that you're looking at that the House passed is a fine bill. It's a tremendous step forward from where we are. It is not a tax increase. It is not a tax increase. It is not a tax increase. It is a significant tax cut. I can think of many things I would do slightly differently, and I know that the House and the Senate and the governor will all be looking at working together, because I know the governor's committed to going to 0 as well, and many of the folks in the Senate would like to do the same thing. I think that being one of the next steps, one of the next states to take this step forward and begin the process, it doesn't happen in a week, but begin the process of phasing out the income tax, you will be joining other states that are already doing it, and you will be joined shortly after. But I think the faster one gets it done, the early adopters will have the advantage over the people who decide to start this 5, 6, and 7 years from now. And our friends, the best thing you can do if you have friends and relatives in California or New York or New Jersey or Massachusetts is to get rid of the income tax here, because that will put pressure on them to reduce the taxes on your relatives and friends who live in those states. Questions, thoughts, arguments? What did I leave out?
Senator Bryan.
I understand it is your goal to shrink government until it gets so small you can drown it in a bathtub.
That is the second half of the quotation I gave to the National Public Radio, which was, what are you trying to do? And I said, our goal is over a 25-year period to reduce government spending at all levels to half of what it is as a percentage of the economy. And we were actually, during the 4 years of Clinton, on track to do that. We were, one, reducing spending as a percentage of GDP, and the economy was growing. 6 years of Republican Congress helped. But our friend, Mr. Clinton, cut the capital gains tax, which gave us strong growth during that period as well. And he was willing to forego the spending increases that someone in his party wanted. So if we kept doing what was happening there in the Clinton years, we would, over time, have the economy grow enough and spending reduce as a percentage of GDP so that government would be would not disappear. It would be half as burdensome. It'd take half as much of your life, half as much of your income, half as much of your wealth as it does now while doing the things that can be done. The second part is exaggeration for effect, but as a full quote, it stands by, it's pretty good. And it is exactly, I want the government to be half as expensive, which means people being twice as rich and having more economic growth and higher wages, and the government taking a smaller percentage of that. Yeah.
You said you wanted to get government shrunk enough so that you could drown it in a bathtub. Is that correct?
If you're asked, I just told you the whole quote. Even National Public Radio always tells it correctly.
Mr. Norquist, you told me a number of things, but the question I asked was, is it your goal to shrink government?
No, it is not my goal to shrink government to where it disappears, okay? It is my goal to have the government grow more slowly so that it becomes half as expensive to people over a 25-year period. That is my goal. I've written books on the subject if you're interested. So that is the goal, which is to make government less expensive and less painful to people, and to be able to be more competent and do more competently. You've seen that in the criminal justice reform. We do a lot of work in criminal justice reform where we've had successes with that.
But you did say you wanted to shrink government to the size that you could drown it in a bathtub, didn't you?
Within a sentence, a full sentence, which was, here's my goal, and the question was, do you, the person in the middle, the person from National Public Radio said, so you want to abolish government? And I said, no, we just want to make it very teeny. That's the point. I think you get what I'm getting, and most liberals I talk to, they get the point. We want the government to be a smaller percentage of GDP. That's my goal. That's what I'm working on. That's what I've been doing all my life. And in states that reduce the cost of government as a percentage of people's lives, people are happier, better off, have more growth, have more income, and you get more jobs. That's the point.
Well, moving on from that, since obviously I'm not going to get a yes or no answer to a yes or no question.
You got a clear answer, and everybody in the room knows what my point is, and you're trying to play games. But go ahead.
No, Mr. Norquist, I understand
haven't run into somebody
that
trying to
you
do
have
this in about 20
said
years.
you wanted to shrink government to the size that you could drown it in a bathtub. I've asked you now 5 times if you said that, and every time in response, you've talked about Bill Clinton and everything else in the world.
This is on video. My position stands. I've been very clear. Go ahead. What's your other question?
One of the things that government does is we provide highways. We provide water and sewer. Would it be better if we spent less money on highways and had fewer highways? We had a 4-lane highway program back in the 80s, and the legislature increased a gasoline tax to help pay for that. Would we have been better off without the 4-lane highway program?
Well, I would recommend what New Jersey did when the road builders went to Governor Christie and said, we would like a gas tax increase to build more highways. And Christie said, I'd love to build more highways. I'd love to give you a gas tax. You go talk to the Democrats and get a cut in the income tax, the sales tax, and the death tax, which is bigger than the gas tax, and I'll sign the bill, we'll build the highways, and we will have a gas tax. And it won't be a tax increase on the people of the state. So all the builders, and I recommend this to you, when the builders come and say we need a gas tax, fine, go get me an offsetting tax cut, and what you can do is we'll prioritize roads. This is also what they did in South Carolina, and they did more recently in another state that I'm blanking on right now. You say, we'll raise the gas tax and cut other taxes so it's not a tax increase. It is, I get a kick out of people go, government does many things, roads and bridges, and then they can't think of any other ones. The reason why infrastructure is why everything's infrastructure, you may have been wondering how come welfare programs are infrastructure and it's sending people checks or infrastructure, because if asked, the American people, this is Wilson Group polling, 50% of Americans answer the question, does infrastructure spending help the economy grow? They say yes. 50%, only 50% say yes. Does more government spending help the economy grow? 36% yes, 42% say no. So if you tell people what you're actually going to spend in the $3.5 trillion package that Biden's pushing, none of which is roads and bridges or infrastructure, if you call it spending, the American people oppose it. If you call it infrastructure, half of the people, at least until they read this.
Mr. Norquist, I'm calling it highways. I'm calling it 4-lane highways. And in the 1980s, there was a piece of legislation in the legislature which was going to increase the gasoline tax and have additional 4-lane highways built. If you had been in the legislature in the 1980s, would you have voted no?
Yeah, with the offset of a reduction somewhere, with the spending.
That's not the choice you had, Mr. Norquist. You're a member of the legislature. There's a conference report that's going to increase the gasoline tax by several cents over a period of years, and it's going to construct 4-lane highways. You're a legislator. You've got to vote yes or no. How would you have voted?
Well, as a legislator, I'd have done my homework and organized all the pro-taxpayer people in the legislature to say roads are good. It's one of the few things government does that's actually productive and helpful. And why don't we prioritize that by having the gas tax pass, in the same bill, cut the income tax or the sales tax or some other tax. That is what you do. You don't wait until the end when somebody gives you a false choice and say, I think I'll be stupid.
You're saying if you had only been a legislator, you could have handled that back in the 80s.
That's
You
what
would
I
have
do for a
organized
living.
everybody.
We
and
did it in New Jersey, we did it in South Carolina, we've done it in a lot of places.
Well, apparently it's all of our loss that you were not in the legislature here in the 1980s, so you could have handled that. Are you concerned at all with the concentration of wealth in this country, where every statistic you look at over the past several years or decades has shown a greater and greater and greater concentration of wealth among the wealthiest people in the country at the expense of those who are less well off?
I'm not sure how you make the connection between somebody who provides a service like Amazon or Walmart, which has dropped the cost of living for all Americans by thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars over a lifetime, and the guys got rich, making us all richer and more successful because the cost of all goods and services are lower because they made, and then Amazon came over and told Walmart, you think you can drop costs? Watch this. And now Walmart's catching up. All these guys are competing to provide to consumers better products at lower costs, and that makes them successful. And I'm better off for it, and you are, and the people who want to play the politics of envy need to find a different political
So the answer is, you're not concerned that wealth is being concentrated. And some of the people it's being concentrated among are people who just shuffle paper, who add very little to the economy. They're not entrepreneurs who've invented something.
I live in Washington, D.C. I see the federal bureaucracy every day. So the people who get paid twice as much as the rest of the country to do the same work, federal employees, when you look at their benefits and their pensions and so on, at least 2 times the price of the average citizen.
But
that is a
again, Mr.
concentration
Norquist,
of wealth
Mr.
from
Norquist,
lower-income
I don't
people
mean to be
higher people.
rude. And we have listened to what you had to say.
Mhm.
And
I'm answering your question.
You've had your say. I've asked you several simple yes or no questions. And in response to every question, you want to talk about Bill Clinton and New Jersey and everything in the world. My simple question was, do you think it's a problem for this country, a problem for our society, that more and more and more wealth is getting concentrated in the hands of the few, and it's not benefiting the middle class? Does that
I reject your
bother you?
concept. Now, if somebody's robbing banks or they're getting paid twice the market rate, that's expropriating money from other people. But if they're providing a service voluntarily and they get rich doing it, that is not only not skin off my knee, but I am better off because Microsoft exists. My whole life has been easier, so is yours, so is everybody else's, because companies provide a service, and I am not driven by, if I was driven by envy, my answer would be to you, yes, that would bother me. But I'm not. I'm driven by what's good for the American people and for everybody being free. So I'm not concerned if somebody gets rich providing a service. If they get a government contract that is a corrupt one, yeah, I'm concerned about that. But that's not a question of how much money. It's a question of whether the money's stolen or earned. Earned money is good money. Earned wealth is good wealth. Unearned is not.
Inherited wealth? Inherited wealth?
Well, inherited wealth is you
wealth
hire-
that comes about because you have a handful of people controlling a corporation, and they decide to take the assets of the corporation and use it to benefit themselves.
If they do, the shareholders should go after them. There are defenses for shareholders if managed. Shareholders fire management. Board of directors fire management. If there's a case where that isn't true, that's where people buy other
You
companies.
said that
if you're driving your company into the ground, someone will come by and buy it out from underneath you. And then
You
you're
said
gone.
that if there is to be an income tax at all, it should be a flat tax. As you know, it is
Damaging.
more difficult for a middle-class person to part with 5% of his income than it is for an extremely wealthy person to part with 5% of his income. That doesn't bother you at all.
I think a flat tax where people pay a single rate is a good way to run taxes. The people of Massachusetts have repeatedly voted just for that, and it's a very liberal, progressive state. Ditto Illinois. The governor of Illinois, the Democrat there, spent $50 million trying to buy votes to get a graduated income tax, and the people of Illinois voted it down. So I stand with the people of Illinois and the people of Michigan and the people of all the states that have zero income taxes that a flat tax is a good idea. This is not really a difficult concept. And envy is not an interesting issue to me. I think it's a vice, not a political program.
Representative White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. Norquist.
Sure.
A couple of things you hit on at the beginning about the cap on spending, like was a feature in the House plan. That alone is worth the price of admission for someone who's interested in controlling spending and government, maybe, so to speak. I don't mean to paraphrase, but I think that's what I gathered. And that was the idea behind it from our end. So that trigger buys it down. We heard earlier folks talking today, and even yesterday there was some discussion amongst members of this committee and the presenters about the trade-off of how fast you can get this done. And I think maybe there was a generic belief among those that want to see this happen that faster is better, whatever form that takes. The quicker you can do it, would you agree to that general statement that the quicker you can get rid of the income tax, the better?
The answer is, I would argue yes, largely because of certainty. If something is trailing out over 20 years, you worry about something happening between now and then where you elect some jerk who stops the process. And so...
So if we're going to allow for some measure for inflation, say as the House bill had a 1.5%, and then everything over that would buy down the tax. If we're going to allow for that, that gets us there, but that won't get us there very fast if that's the only thing we do. So there's been lots of debate about the trade-off or a net decrease, so to speak, as you spoke of. And there's been talk of broadening the base and taxing services, not raising sales tax necessarily, but taxing other services that some might term a new tax. Is there any differentiation in your mind between a new tax of now taxing a service or something that we don't tax as opposed to raising the sales tax, or is it just the net bottom line if the taxpayer's paying more money to the government or not? Is that the measure, or is that too countrified for
Somebody
me?
earlier was saying that how you phase out phasing out the income tax makes a great deal of economic sense. The politics of how you do it and making sure you can get a majority in the House, the Senate, and the governor to sign it, raises certain constraints. And I would suggest, having watched North Carolina walk into a bridge abutment where their first thought was, we're going to do this really quick, we're going to extend sales taxes to services, and people who do nails and barber shops and nail salons and barber shops, they tend to view sales tax looking an awful lot like an income tax on that industry, and they really, really care, and they really, really took the heads off the nice person who was recommending it, and so they backed up a second, and they pulled it back, and they focused a little bit more on phasing it down from growth.
Around here we say those folks are going to holler.
Yes. They hollered but it's not just North Carolina. It is whenever that issue comes up, the service industry, again, sees an income tax as looking an awful lot like an income tax to them, since so much of what they do is their job, right? So I would just take a look at that. You know my advice? Vapors care very deeply. They're saving their lives, and they don't want to be taxed back into cigarettes. I would avoid that. But these are political decisions as to how can you build a coalition to get to phasing out the income tax so that 5-10 years from now, you're looking at Mississippi being one of the standing up straight states that people are moving to and staying in and growing, and compared to some of the ones that are just getting their boots on 5 years from now going, I think we should do that too. Because some of the states where things are going okay, they go, oh, well, we don't have to do that because everything's okay, not mentioning any particular square states out west. But they're going to, but some of the guys in those state legislators go, guys, did you see what they're doing over there. They're moving faster than we are, and we may have the best tax code in the region now, but in 5 years from now, we don't. And then we won't have we could make some of these decisions now. As the country ends the lockdowns, there's going to be a strong economic growth coming up. The only thing holding it back is people sitting on top of people getting back to work or subsidizing non-work. When that ends, we're in the middle of a fairly strong growth now as we're coming back up to what used to be the Trump economy. That's pretty big. We get back to there. Now, they may push it back again with all the federal income taxes, but they haven't done that yet.
Last question, real simple. Is there any, in your mind, a differentiation between gas tax, which for us here is a set tax? It's not a percentage. It's just so much per gallon. That tax as opposed to sales tax. I mean, I see them both as consumption taxes. If you're on the road, you're buying gas, and that's and as the senator alluded to earlier, that tax was tied to a highway program, which there's been lots of discussion in this building over the last 2 or 3 years about doing better with our infrastructure, which we all agree, again, is a common goal across the party lines of improving that. And so in some feature of tax reform, if I heard you right, that's one of the things, as long as the net result is a net savings to the taxpayer and it's a net tax reduction, increasing gas tax in and of itself doesn't violate your policies or any others as far as from an economist standpoint, what is good and fair taxation.
It's in the same bill, taking effect at the same time, and the gas tax is less than the other. It doesn't violate the pledge. What I should have added was one of the things that Chris Christie insisted on was that they silo the gas tax and protect it from being looted once it's collected. One of the things that Scott Walker found when he became governor of Wisconsin was in the previous 10 years, the Democrat governor had taken $1 billion out of the highway fund and spent it on welfare stuff. And then they go, hey, we didn't need to raise the gas tax. Well, people have seen that game so often that they tend to vote down gas tax increases because they don't trust it's actually going to go to roads, because the last X number of times, the federal gas tax doesn't particularly go to roads. I mean, it goes to paying expensive wages and benefits to people who work in the subways in New York, but they don't pay the gas tax. So they're subsidizing other things, and the present administration in D.C. doesn't like highways and doesn't like cars, and they're always trying to figure out how to move the money out of, which is why the infrastructure bill was, I don't know, depending on how you look at it, maybe 8% roads and bridges. It was not much as far as roads and bridges go, because there's a political tendency doesn't like roads and bridges, and so you really need to protect that and be able to tell the people, here are the roads we're building, here are the contracts. Now, if we raise the money, could we do it? I mean, how do you make that case so people can believe it? Not that they don't believe you, but they've just seen so many other states and the federal government take money promised for roads to go elsewhere. That's the challenge.
One other follow-up, way off from that. We are currently considering a medical marijuana program here in Mississippi, and there's been great debate, and I don't know how much you're familiar with where we were on that. And they're, depending on who you talk to, economists or folks in the industry, as to what Mississippi could expect dollar-wise that business to look like, not only as a whole, but if it's taxed at certain rates, states, if it's a general sales tax and that sort of thing, what the state could expect from that. But just that money as a whole, as I'm interested in your view as an economist, how much of that can we consider new money into this state, and how much of that is the guy, instead of buying this, he's going to buy his medical marijuana? Like, how much of that is new money, new growth, if you will, and how much of that is just a reallocation of where a guy is spending his disposable income? I understand new businesses will come here and there will be some injection of capital, but trying to get a handle as we figure that into any new tax policy we have, because there will be revenue to the state from that, whether it's modest or not. There will be some, and trying to figure out what that is.
Yeah, let me put you in touch with Rebecca Gasca, who works on this on the West Coast and has looked at the economics of taxation of marijuana, whether it's medical or recreational. And different states have put a lot of thought into it. Colorado, which went early, I think started at 15%, but then they added on to that. There's a real temptation to keep adding on. And the more you have higher taxes, or you make it difficult because you can only buy it at like liquor stores at certain hours of the day in certain places, the more the black market has an opportunity to say, we're open all day, and those guys go to bed at 5 o'clock, or we don't have a tax, okay? So the higher the tax and the more restricted how and where you and what you can buy, the less you dry up the black market on it, or the gray market. So keep an eye on that. I think some of this, I think Washington is so regulated that I'm not sure that anybody went out of the business of selling it illegally. And some of these states, Colorado's just doing another tax on top of the other stuff that I'm just not sure how that will work for them in terms of gaining revenue. But when it's presuming that there are a lot of existing customers who are now just paying taxes if they buy it, because if the tax is reasonable, it's less expensive to buy it legally because you don't have to pay all the costs of avoiding the police. And that should drop prices, not alter consumption very much, but yeah. It's good. It's a very good question. I'm not sure. It's tough to study. You know, how much illegal buying are you doing this year? You know, it's not something that pollsters ask a lot.
Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Mr. Norquist. We appreciate you being here today. It's not every day we get a national experts, but the last 2 days we've had several in today. Just a few questions. Have you studied, so far, you're familiar that the House passed a plan this past year. Have you studied the House proposal?
I've looked at it, and I think I understand the gist of it in terms of both some of the pay-fors, in terms of the sales tax shift, and some of the excise taxes that are looked at, and the rate at which they'd reduce it, and the cap. I would vote for it today because it's much better than what you got, and it's in the right direction. If I was sitting around a room, I'm sure I'd have some suggestions, and I know the guys in the Senate and the governor will too, but it's a very good place to start from.
Well, that's exactly why I asked the question. And so there's no pride in authorship. We're here sitting with our fellow colleagues in the Senate, and we're trying to, if there's ways we can improve the House bill, we want to do that. We want our fellow senators to come forward with ideas. And so my question to you is, I heard you say previously as well that there may be some things you would do slightly different, and so I'm curious as to what those are. Do you have any recommendations as to how we can improve the only proposal that we have before us now?
I was talking to some of your budget guys, and as I understand it, the $1 billion is believed to be somewhere between 200 million plus is recurring, looking at what we've had in the past, and maybe the rest of the billion isn't. I'd look hard and see which part of that's recurring and look to use that rather than some of the other pay-fors. I would tend not to mess with vapors, both as a political entity and also because people are stopping smoking cigarettes and avoiding cancer, which you don't want to tax people back into the other direction. And I would take a look at the political complaints you will get on cigarette tax increases, not from smokers, because they never organize on that subject, but convenience store owners. They and other states have been raised strong objections to that tax because people go to their stores to get a pack of cigarettes and buy other things. So those are the ones I just see some political opposition from. That's not necessary given the amount of money that's at stake. But you know your state and the politics of it better than I do. I'm extrapolating from other states where I've seen this.
Okay, thank you. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Norquist, for being here. My question is, and it's come up several times, it's a concern of mine. I represent an area that has one of the highest unemployment rates in the country, one of the lowest per capita income earnings in the country. And so my concern is, and as I continue to work on this, is you think it's okay for lower and middle class workers or people to have essentially an effectively higher rate of tax than people who are wealthy? Because it's been shown to studies that if you raise, which I voted for, if you raise the sales tax, that effectively with people who make a lesser income and working people in the state of Mississippi, it'll impose effectively a higher tax on them, or retired people for that matter. You think that's okay?
Well, you got to look at what you're doing all the way around, both on spending and on tax revenue. But the goal is, when you say somebody's poor, that's not a life condition. It's only a life condition if the government makes it difficult to get a job or pays you enough money to not get a job when you might be able to if it wasn't the additional money that they put in on unemployment recently, which in the states that haven't gotten rid of it, we saw unemployment continue to be a problem versus states that didn't. So the government was actually paying people not to work and hurting their entire life.
My question is,
Yeah.
do you think it's okay for people who are wealthy to have a lower effective tax rate than people who are poor and working? And when you say that being poor is not a perpetual existence, in the state of Mississippi, in the Delta and Southwest Mississippi, it has proved itself over the last 100 years to be a perpetual existence. And so my projection is, based on my experience and my understanding, and historically, unless we change some things, I don't want to sign off on something that will put in effect an effective higher tax rate on people who are, I'm not talking about poor, I'm talking about people who are working every day, who are working poor people. And my question is, under your proposals and your theories, is it okay you think it's okay for some people to pay a higher effective tax rate, even if they're poor, than people who are wealthy? That's it. Do you think that's okay?
The highest effective tax rate is a government program or a tax that stops you from getting a job, because that's 100% tax on your ability to make a living.
What do you mean when you say that? How does a government tax rate stop you from getting a job?
Well,
and I asked that question sincerely. What do you mean by that?
Well, jobs are created every day in this country. People decide where they're going to create them. They tend to create them in areas where taxes are low, property rights are respected, contract is respected, and where they can compete without getting taxed away or regulated away.
They also create jobs in areas where people have an adequate education system. They have the proper and effective roads and bridge systems, which arguably we don't have, and especially in the areas where people have high unemployment rates. So when you say that, what we're doing right now by not building roads, by not putting more money into education, have a more educated workforce, it seems effectively to not be creating jobs or creating opportunities for people. And so as I talk about reforming the tax structure, I would like to know that if it's okay to do that under the system we have now that seems to perpetuate a cycle of unemployment and not creating jobs in areas that are rural and poor.
Okay, I would argue, if you look at the 50 states, those states that have kept taxes low and reduced them have created more jobs and more income for people who are poor last generation or poor this generation, and gave them an opportunity to grow up. And that a growing economy in and around you, what is the most important thing you can do. And cutting taxes is part of that. So these are not either or. These are, if you have lower taxes, if you have less government interference with jobs and opportunity and creation, then people can do better. And that's why in many states and in many areas, you've seen improvements with things like the opportunity zones, which reduces taxes and have created jobs in those areas. I don't see
my research shows me a little bit different, but you mentioned New Jersey. New Jersey raised their gas tax to build more roads, and it is shown that the investment in the infrastructure has been a boon to their economy as well.
Okay.
Would you disagree with me on that?
The New Jersey tax increase that was passed under Christie recently when he was governor, was a cut in the death tax, a cut in the income tax, and a cut in the sales tax, bigger than the gas tax. So are roads a more effective way to help the economy than much of the other things that government does? Probably.
Okay, that's good enough for me. The other issue is, when you consider in talking about tax cuts, are you aware of the level of federal match that the state of Mississippi has in terms of all its programs, education, health care, infrastructure? When I mean infrastructure, I'm not talking about the French term of infrastructure. Yeah. I mean highways and bridges. So are you aware of our federal match, which is actually funded by, right now we're sitting on $1.8 billion in federal money and look to get another $3 billion under the infrastructure plan. So do you consider that when we consider what we may do in cutting taxes and our investment and receiving money from the federal government who have not made those tax cuts?
Looking ahead, I think it's unlikely that the federal government is going to continue the multiple, you raise taxes $1 and we'll give you $3.
Yeah.
That is not sustainable. It is with Medicaid in particular.
But we've done it here for the last 30 years.
I
And
know,
so you saying
that's
we're
why
gonna, you say it's
not
about to
sustainable.
stop?
Yeah.
But everybody keeps saying that, but it hadn't stopped. They've been saying that since the Reagan years.
Yeah, okay, I just wouldn't bet on
I
that
got you.
continuing forever, so I would organize around being able to do it yourself.
And historically, just for my own
The
edification.
New Yorkers whine about this all the time,
Yeah.
so they're out to get you.
So you talked about Reagan tax cuts, but when Reagan made the first big tax cut, he had to come back and raise taxes 8 times under his administration, didn't he?
Two things. Reagan said the biggest mistake he made was getting mau-maued by Bob Dole and a handful of Republicans into raising, not tax rates. He never took the rates back up. He eliminated some deductions and credits, which raised taxes, and...
Well, everything I read, it characterizes it as a tax increase.
Oh, it is a tax increase. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm just saying, but there's a...
I just want to make sure that we're
increase
okay on
is
the...
more damaging to the economy. It's a less stupid way to raise taxes, but it's a bad idea.
I'm just saying that it speaks to me, without having to disagree back and forth with you, is that tax reform is something that you take a lot of time. Reagan made a big tax cut, had to come back and make some adjustments. Before we do anything, and I'm glad you're here, would you advocate spending as much time looking at our entire tax system as opposed to just one thing?
I think the one thing holding you back more than others is the height of your income tax and the fact that there are 49 other states that are, many other states, 49 other states that compete with you, but a number of them are already at zero, and that number are also looking to add themselves to the people moving to zero. And so when you look at your Mississippi's present competitive status with other states, unless you move to phase it out, your competitive position compared to the other states will decline.
So it doesn't matter that, our education system ranks last. We have one of the worst states in terms of health outcomes in the country. It doesn't matter that our roads are vastly underfunded and our infrastructure needs improvement, that most of our cities have water systems that are 100 years old. None of that has any effect on how we compete with other states.
I think a strong and vibrant economy with jobs coming into the state help all of those questions.
And don't people who want to create jobs in the state want to come to a state that have all the things that I talked about that we are deficient in? Don't they want those things in place before they come in? Because my experience is that every time we've created jobs in the state, whether it's Nissan, Toyota, Continental Tire, the first thing we've done is invest in infrastructure, redid water and sewer systems where those people are going to be. Those are guarantees they needed. And I'm saying if we have those things in place first, then we won't have to do them at the time that we're trying to recruit some. I'm just saying that it takes more than just tax cut. It takes an overhaul tax reform and a consideration of all those things. We're not New Jersey. We're not New York. We're not a cash-rich state. We don't have a overwhelming majority of our population is being wealthy. We need a certain level of government services, and so we have to have that balance.
Those are models of what to avoid because they're right now in decline and people are leaving. What they need to rethink what to do to get back on track to where they once were, which were leaders economically for the nation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back to something you said earlier, Mr. Norquist, about people looking at other states. I think you kind of pointed your fingers. You're going to look across at the other states, certainly those near you. And as it relates to, I think that was said in the context of the income tax solely. But also wonder if you have any data, any information as it would relate to things like tax credits, sales tax, property tax, all the other taxes that we have to look at. Because Mississippi maybe that I think we are lower than our neighboring states in sales tax. If, hypothetically, if we raise sales tax to offset significant cuts in the income tax, that maybe we lose some sales that we get. Or if we decrease some of the tax credits or incentives that we've had for industry, or if we cut out some of the lower tax rates for, let's say, and I'm just, again, this is all hypothetical, farm implements, we lose sales or we lose businesses to those. Have you done any kind of statistical digging on those? And it's not just for Mississippi, this would be for any state. What is it, what's the magical place, if there is one, where you, when you look across those other states, you say, that's where I want to be? I know income tax is one of those, but I have to imagine property tax is definitely one of those, because that's one of the things we always, I think, get credit for. We've got lower property taxes in this state. Property's cheaper in this state for industry to come here. Where is the magical place that we get where we're the most attractive to employers and employees, where you can have a good, productive life and keep your taxes as low as possible?
It depends on the industry. A light touch regulatory regime is very important to a lot of industries, to make sure that South Dakota got a whole bunch of the banking industry insurance guys to move into South Dakota because they had reasonable regulations there, and people were convinced they're going to keep them. Delaware is afloat because they've been the most reasonable place to be incorporated. Okay, so that's the thing that they did. One could take a look at what Delaware does and match it. I think the advantage that Delaware has in that zone is that they've done it so long, they're unlikely to change it. And ditto South Dakota on those. I would look and see if there are any taxes that particular companies really hate. Florida, for instance, has something called the business corporate lease tax, which was at 10%. They got it down to 6.5%, and in the most recent deal effort, we got it down to 2.5%. Okay, but it was the thing that was keeping people out, because no other state has a corporate lease tax, a 10% tax on a corporation leasing land or building. Right? You get hit with that. You're used to the other taxes. Do you have any taxes nobody else's have? That's one thing to take a look at, because that can scare people or surprise them. So getting rid of that corporate lease tax, which was unique, high, and painful, was an important thing for Florida. The corporate income tax is one that's particularly people are sensitive to. We had a 35% corporate rate. We just took it down to 21%. We used to have about 45. Reagan took it down to 35. We were lowest in the world. The whole rest of the world saw how well that worked, and they all came in under 35. And then we stood there at 35, while the rest of the world's down in the early 20s. And then we just caught up with them at 21, and now we're sort of in the middle of the pack, as opposed to the stupidest in the stupider than France is not where you want to be on taxation. But we were. So take a look at what other states in the region are doing, but nationally, your right to work state, that's very important. I don't know where you are on Minnie Davis-Bacon. The minimum wages, the government set wages when you build roads and so on, which keeps roads more expensive. Generally called Minnie Davis-Bacon Acts, but most states have gotten rid of those. I'm not sure where Mississippi is on that. I'd talk to a bunch of business guys who are here and find out what bothers them, and because that's likely to be the kind of thing that would scare other people away coming for the first time.
Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Mr. Norquist. Just kind of a follow-up to Senator's questions. We've got a number of business interests that are here today, and some of them are going to testify this afternoon before the committee. So I'm curious. Some of the talks we've had about the proposals that have come up is in dealing with the increase in sales tax to offset the individual income tax cuts. Some businesses are concerned about the business inputs side of that tax. So I'm curious. I'd like to hear you comment on that issue as it relates to the business environment going forward if we were to enact the tax cut or some version of the tax cut that has been proposed.
Yeah. I would work to try and avoid the double taxation on a sales tax with business inputs. It's generally what people try and do. We always miss something, but I would work to keep that down to a dull roar.
Okay. How have you seen that in other states? Have other states do that?
Well, you hear about it when people start screaming at you. And very big on farm implements. I think
Sure.
Most states first hear from the farmers. But then there are other zones. I just check around and get a sense of where talk to businessmen and women in your district and see which things they would worry about.
For instance, we debated this in the House earlier this year, and the final version that passed the House removed farming implements from the sales tax increase, removed manufacturing equipment and some others, timber equipment, those types of things where, you know, farmers can't pass that on in product. And there were some others in there as well. But still, there's some, would a business, you know, are they still going to pay an extra 2.5 cents on their paper towels? Yeah, they would. So my concern is there going to be the individual income tax elimination that we are proposing? We've talked about how that affects GDP. This GDP will also, those businesses would also benefit from a environment where GDP is growing, would they not?
Announcing you're going to take the income tax down to zero and making it happen, both are very helpful to the economy. And I think one of the things you want to do is have a united voice as you get the bill finally done, and so that the world hears, we've done this, this is happening, and we're all going to watch and make sure it doesn't get undone over the next few years. People make decisions by what direction you're going. A low-tax state that's raising taxes, people don't want to walk into. A high-tax state that's cutting taxes, people actually, you know, well, if we're going down, and that's really what you're doing, then it can be attractive. To be you want a lower tax state that's cutting taxes is extremely helpful. You just need to convince people credibly, we are taking this tax away, this is going down, and there's a statewide commitment to this. And I think that it is so good for the economy that there will be things where somebody said, well, you could argue this is a little double taxation here, and you wish we weren't doing it. You can go back and fix it, but I wouldn't let some little bumps in the road get in the way of the significant progress and jobs and opportunity and higher incomes that people have from phasing out the income tax. It's such an important project line that, yes, there'll be people will be second guessing it all the way through. You just need to build the coalition to make it work, and because the payoff is so high, and when you look at the states that have gotten to zero income tax, it's such an important part of their ability to maintain young people in the state as well as to attract new opportunities in the state.
And so what you say, when you said, to use your words, so good for the economy, it just follows in the world of common sense that businesses are going to do more business in that economy, that improved economy. They're going to make more money, correct?
Yeah, and every business would rather go, I'd like the no income tax and X, but what about if we could only do no income tax? So at some point there, look, when you've got some pay-fors, people would rather not be part of that pay-for. I understand that, and just work it through, and a state that's putting a limit on its spending and is growing, down the road can look at other reforms of the sales tax and other taxes too. This isn't the end of tax reduction in Mississippi. This is the beginning, or in addition to what we've done before.
All right. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Norquist, for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
We're going to take a break for lunch, and we will resume at 1:30.
I cannot hear you. Can you hear me?
Hi, I'm sure you can hear me now, can't you?
Yeah, I can hear
Okay,
you now.
perfect.
Yeah.
Great. Well, okay, I'm Lee, by the way. We're so glad you
Okay.
can join us today. I think this is going to be how it's going to be, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So, we're good to go, Brian, you think? You think we're good to go? Just keep talking.
Okay.
Just for, and make sure, just say, like, your favorite song or something.
All right. So, I don't really know what to say. I guess I'll just keep mumbling and you guys can figure out if it's working or not.
And I'm assuming that you can you see, like, this is going to be where your friend is going to be talking from, so can you hear me just as well?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Great. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
All right. Thank you.
started back. We have our next presenter. One, I believe, is on Zoom, and the other has actually made it to be here with us. Josh Hendrickson, I believe, is on Zoom. Can you hear us okay? Okay, great. We can hear you fine. And Ron and Josh are with the Department of Economics at Ole Miss, and they are here to do a presentation. So we will let y'all go ahead and get started.
Okay. Thank you for having me. My name is Ron Mao. Josh and I teach macroeconomics at Ole Miss. We just want to say thank you for inviting us here today and allowing us to serve the taxpayers of Mississippi by speaking to you all about our analysis of the proposed tax structure, our analysis of the proposed change to the tax structure. My written testimony aims to provide context as to how we think about the economic effects of a tax system and provide an overview of our study. Tax systems create distortions in behavior that reduce economic activity. An ideal tax policy raises sufficient revenue, giving government objectives, while minimizing these distortions. Revenue-neutral tax reform can only positively affect economic activity by eliminating or reducing distortions relative to the current tax system. A more efficient tax system can create more economic activity without sacrificing government revenue. In general, consumption taxation, or a sales tax, creates smaller distortions than income taxation. Income taxes tax both labor and savings income, while due to the nature of compound interest, the effective tax rate on a dollar set aside today is larger for a longer duration of savings. Savings provide additional future consumption. The income tax on savings is equivalent to taxing future consumption at higher and higher rates the more distant the consumption takes place. A tax system with both consumption and income taxation results in double taxation. Worker income is taxed, reducing the after-tax wage. Households either save or spend their after-tax income. Consumption is then taxed separately. Taxing both labor income and consumption further reduces the effective after-tax wage of the worker. Any additional income from savings is also taxed. In principle, the proposed tax reform could provide macroeconomic benefits by eliminating the double taxation of income and consumption taxes, as well as taxes on income from savings, creating a more efficient tax system for Mississippi. Our report asks a single question: will the proposed tax reform, as written in the House bill, provide macroeconomic benefits by creating a more efficient tax system without sacrificing tax revenue? We aim to answer this question transparently using a model of the Mississippi economy and publicly available data. We find that the proposal is approximately revenue neutral. Furthermore, we find that the proposal would increase Mississippi's gross domestic product, or GDP, by $371 million per year using 2019 dollars. And let me emphasize that's every year. The elimination of the income tax eliminates the distortion in the economy caused by taxing income from savings. Eliminating the income tax incentivizes households to save more and leads to more investment. More investment leads to increased demand for workers. Increased demand for workers raises wages in the economy. What are the effects of the proposal on tax distortions in the labor market? Eliminating the income tax reduces this distortion, while raising the sales tax has the opposite effect. For the proposed tax changes, the relative effects of the income tax cut and sales tax increase on the labor market distortion are essentially the same. Tax distortions in the labor market are unaffected by the proposed tax reform. In summary, our analysis shows that eliminating the distortion caused by taxing income from savings drives the increase in Mississippi GDP. Eliminating the income tax leads to more investment and higher labor income across the state. Our analysis demonstrates that the economic benefits from eliminating the income tax more than offset the costs of a higher sales tax. As evidence of this point, aggregate consumption increases even though there is a higher sales tax. Our estimates are conservative, in our view, in the sense that they only consider the net benefits of a more efficient tax system. We assume the tax reform only affects the level of economic activity, not the growth rate. To the extent that tax reform affects the growth rate, the benefits could be substantially larger due to the nature of compounding. We do not consider migration in the model. If the elimination of the income tax attracts additional people to Mississippi, the benefits would also be larger than our model suggests. How do we perform our analysis? We consider a model of the Mississippi economy in which households consume, save, and work. At the same time, firms produce and the government spends money. We do not model the use of government spending. To the extent that policy changes are revenue neutral, this is irrelevant. However, this implies we understate the economic impact of any sizable revenue losses. We model 3 types of taxes: sales, individual income, and corporate income. These 3 taxes are all proportional taxes that distort the decision-making of households and firms in the model by altering relative prices. For instance, a sales tax raises the effective price of goods in the economy, causing you to buy less. These taxes represent 93% of total tax revenue in Mississippi in the fiscal year 2019. Our tax collections data comes from the U.S. Census Bureau Annual Survey of State Government Tax Collections. Our quantitative exercise starts by considering the model-consistent economy of Mississippi in 2019. We set GDP in the model to $115.4 billion, or GDP in Mississippi in 2019, net of government expenditures backed by taxes that we do not consider in the model. Consumption is 83% of GDP, and the 3 taxes considered are equivalent to approximately 7% of GDP. This data is publicly available from the Federal Reserve Economic Database, managed by the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. We also set the relative shares of the 3 tax types to match the revenue shares from each tax in 2019. These targets imply effective or average tax rates for taxable items within the economy. For instance, we compute an effective sales tax rate of 5.4% in 2019 in Mississippi. Given this initial setting, we consider the effects of the proposed tax change on the economy. We cut the income tax rate to 0 and raise the economy's effective sales tax by the proposed proportion. So, the House bill proposes raising the sales tax by 2.5 cents. We raise our effective sales tax in the model by that same proportional increase of approximately 35%. The effective sales tax rate rises from approximately 5.4% to about 7.4%. This exercise is essentially revenue neutral and generates a $371 million annual increase in Mississippi GDP aforementioned. For comparison, we report the effects of only eliminating the income tax. Doing so reduces tax revenue by 24%. Although our model shows this may still boost GDP, we do not model any potential costs to reducing government spending due to the lack of revenue. This revenue loss is non-trivial, and we view it as a note of caution to solely eliminate the income tax without increasing the sales tax as proposed. To close, we once again appreciate your time and consideration of our analysis in this important discussion about tax structure and potential reform in the state of Mississippi. We look forward to your questions regarding our report.
Does Mr. Hendrickson, do you wish to make any comments?
No, we can just open it up for questions and I'll answer anything that you guys have.
Okay. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Zuber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, the big part of your presentation is the fact that the so-called House plan will increase the state's GDP by approximately $360 million.
370, yes.
370? Okay, can you, for the benefit of the committee and the public and the members that are here now, can you go into a little bit more detail on how the plan will cause that expansion or increase?
Sure. Josh, do you want to comment first?
Sure. So the basic idea is that the state income tax, well, any income tax, essentially is creating multiple distortions, right? So you're not only taxing people's labor income, but you're also taxing any income that they get from savings. And so by doing that, you're creating 2 separate sort of distortions there, right? And so the big thing is So with more investment, this is investment in things like, physical capital, equipment, machines, things like that. These things are going to occur because there's now a greater rate of return that you get on those things. So there's a greater incentive to invest, and more investment leads to more production. I think that's kind of the big. I think that's kind of the big distortion. But maybe Ron wants to say more on that.
Yeah, so I brought up the labor market distortion. When you change the tax structure, you're changing the incentives in the economy. With regard to the labor market that I mentioned, if I take your wage and I tax you with your income, and then you go to Walmart and buy some stuff and I tax you on that, your effective wage is double taxed by those two things. What I said in my statement is that those two kind of cancel out with the proposed change. On the savings side of things, or a credit market where the investment decisions are made, the corporate income tax and the personal income tax result in double taxation there. And as Josh mentioned, these taxes compound in the sense that income taxes and corporate income taxes not only reduce the incentive to save today, they reduce the incentive to save for a longer duration of time and lower the level of total investment in the economy, and therefore the total, like we call it, physical capital stock, your factories, businesses, things like that. And so by eliminating the income tax, you have that static effect of saying, hey, save more today, but also you're going to pay less. So it's like when you have interest income, you pay income taxes on that currently. The longer you hold an asset, the higher interest income is going to be when you draw it down. You pay more taxes on that interest income, and so there's a dynamic effect to eliminating the personal income tax that incentivizes more saving and accumulating more assets. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, if I may, just to kind of put it in layman's terms, then basically what you're telling us is that realistically speaking, the income tax is kind of like maybe a double and sometimes maybe a triple tax as compared to the sales tax, which is just a 1.1 transaction tax.
Yes, in the sense that I tax your income when you receive it today, and then I tax, you're taxing the interest income, and so that's not necessarily dollars you've already received. So it doesn't result in double taxation in the sense that you're taxed twice, because when you pull out principal or draw down principal, you don't pay income tax on that. However, all of these taxes interact in the economy. So when we talk about double taxation, we're talking about the fact that you pay a tax when you get your income, you pay a tax when you go to Walmart. Those two things effectively have the same effect on your overall, how you internalize what your wage is. So the double taxation is due to the multiple types of taxes in the economy, and less so that income taxes are inherently double taxation.
Thank you.
Senator Johnson.
What about the corporate income tax? What effect would it have if we reduced or eliminated it?
If we reduced it?
Reduce it or eliminate it?
The corporate income tax taxes returns to business. And so where that really shows up in our model is in that same investment decision that personal income affects savings. And so elimination of the corporate income tax would have a similar effect. You're just creating more additional revenue. So what we analyze is the current plan and whether or not it's revenue neutral and the potential GDP impacts of the current plan. If you were to start talking about, is there a plan that can eliminate the corporate income tax as well and be revenue neutral? Maybe. At that point, that's outside of the scope of our analysis, but it's distorting decisions. All taxes distort decision making. You all have a goal, though, in terms of what your goals as a government are related to spending, and so taxes are inevitably part of the system. The question is just, what's the most efficient way to raise the tax revenue that is desired given the goals of the government, which is you all.
And so that's, I think you mostly were talking about the effect on the state budget, right? The effect on state revenue. So then what about to GDP or growth? What would you expect from reducing or eliminating the corporate income tax?
I would expect that eliminating any tax could potentially generate more GDP growth. The problem is, as we start eliminating more taxes in the basically, there's 3 taxes in the model. If you told me I want to generate a bunch of revenue, here's the revenue I want to generate, I could give you, that's one target with, I get 3 things to move around. Then you start saying, well, let's maximize GDP as well as we do this. I could also, give you tax policy that does that. So getting into the who you should tax and things like that is just up to y'all. However, in our model, what our aim is does the proposed tax change, is it more efficient than the current tax system? So.
And to that, your answer is yes. So,
yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Representative Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, either one of you, I guess, can answer this. Yesterday we had state economist Corey Miller testify. I don't know if y'all heard that or been privy to what he said, but he basically gave us 5 principles. He quoted a David Brunori, 5 principles that were ideas for state policy. 1 being raising adequate revenue, 2 neutrality, 3 fairness, 4 ease of administration and compliance, and 5 accountability. As far as those, are you familiar with those 5 principles?
Fairly, when he gave his testimony yesterday, maybe you would have used different language.
Well, but let me ask you this: his representation of those, you're consistent that those principles would make up good tax policy?
I personally agreed with his description of that. I don't want to speak on behalf of Josh, though.
Okay. Well, my question, I guess, is he talked a lot about this disruption of the free market and taxes and the distortion of that. It seems to me, and I think it was your testimony, that sales tax is a less distortion of that than income. Was that what you said?
Yes, that's what that consumption taxes were in general less distortionary than income taxes.
How is that? Can you just elaborate for that just a little bit?
Josh, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, so I mean, really what it has to do with is, if you think about when people earn income, so if you have an income tax, then you're taxing not only their wage income, but then you're also taxing any that they earn from their savings. So if you think about somebody earning their paycheck, they get their gross pay, they pay their income taxes, then of that disposable income, they're going to consume and they're going to save. But then of the savings, any income that they earn on that savings is then also going to be taxed. And so the income that was earned from that savings, that savings was just some of their income that their previous income that had already been taxed, that was set aside, right? And so when you're taxing consumption, you're just taxing sort of the one time. And so the one reason it creates this distortion is if you're taxing income from savings, a lot of what people are saving for is to consume in the future, right? So you might be saving money if you want to buy a house or you want to buy a car or you want to retire someday or whatever. And a lot of that's just for deferred consumption. And so if you tax savings, what you're doing is you're taxing future consumption. But because you're taxing the income that they get from savings, what you're really doing is you're reducing like the rate of return that they get on savings. So what that means is that you're taxing consumption, their future consumption, but you're also taxing their future consumption at a higher and higher rate the longer they defer that consumption. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And the way that I guess I see it, and tell me if I'm wrong, is really that the sales tax is, as you say, in a consumption tax, but it's really based on that person's choice of whether they want to pay it, but by consuming that good or consuming whatever it is that they're doing, as opposed to the income tax, which really they lose that choice. Is the way that I was taking it. And tell me if I'm looking at that correctly.
Senator Bryan.
Well, Mr. Chairman, first of all, I went home to get something to eat, and I've misplaced my suit coat. And so I don't know what happened.
You're excused.
I think I left here wearing it. And I know that I spoke to Mr. Latino on the way out of the building. Just saying. I'm a bit confused about this discussion of disruption in the economy. But clearly it's the case that there will be fewer retail sales with a 9% sales tax than there will be with a 7% sales tax.
Our findings do not support that statement because of the fact that increased investment in the state leads to increased labor demand, which drives up wages. So we find that labor income rises sufficiently so in the state that there's actually more consumption. So because of the additional investment in the economy, on top of I don't have to pay my own personal income tax, I have more money in my pocket as wages rise in addition. Wages are rising in addition to the money I have by not paying the income tax.
That's not the question I asked.
No, my answer to your question is that I disagree that retail sales will decline due to the tax increase. So if you only did a tax increase, you're correct. You have to think about the general equilibrium effects of everything happening at once.
I understand all that. That's not the question I'm asking. I'm just saying if a sales tax goes from 7% to 9%, there will be fewer retail sales than if there were a 7% sales tax.
If I hold everybody's income constant, which our study differs from other studies in the sense that it accounts for the rising incomes due to increased economic activity in the state due to the tax change.
I don't know how to say this any other way. I'm not talking about any other change to the tax structure.
But our discussion today is about a joint change to the tax structure, not just an increase in
I don't
sales.
mean to be rude about this, but I think I can ask a question, and I think it's a simple, straightforward one. And once again, I don't understand why this is so difficult. Surely to goodness we can agree that if a sales tax goes from 7% to 9%, that results in fewer retail sales.
If you were to sit in on my intermediate macroeconomics course, on top of discussing that tax change, we would also have to discuss how the policy affects other variables in the economy. What we're talking about that makes our study different from other studies is accounting for these dynamic changes and not holding things like your income constant as we raise the sales tax. So I disagree with the premise of your question.
You're telling me somehow if we pass a bill tomorrow having a 9% sales tax, that's going to result in my income going up?
No, the bill proposes a sales tax increase in addition to a cut in the income tax. Cutting your income tax will cause your income to go up.
I'm sorry as I can be. I am not talking about any particular piece of legislation.
Then our report does not speak to what you're talking about.
You are a professor at the University of Mississippi.
Yes, sir.
You teach economics.
Yes, sir.
You've invited me to come to your class.
Yes, sir.
I'm asking you this very simple question, and mercy's sakes, I don't understand it, that a sales tax increase from 7% to 9% will result in fewer retail sales. And you don't.
The taxes we're discussing are proportional taxes. They change the relative price of goods. If you increase the relative price of any good by raising the tax on that good, there will be less consumption of that good. What we're talking about here, though, is multiple changes to relative prices, which is what our paper is about.
I'm not trying to be difficult, but this is the 5th time I've asked this very simple question. And if there's somebody who's had a high school class in economics or even thought seriously about the matter, the answer to my question is yes. It's just basic. And I'll simply stop here, Mr. Chairman. But to say that I can't get a simple answer to this simple question, does increasing a sales tax from 9%, from 7% to 9% reduce consumption, without a bunch of verbiage, I think that, Your Honor, at this point, I just dismiss the witness, and I think the prosecution can rest.
I actually think that basically you say that you're sorry, but he's answering your question honestly. So we're trying to give a perspective on our study. So yes, when you tax something, all else equal, you're going to get less income. You tax more income, you get less income. You tax more consumption, you get less consumption.
Well, of course, and that's all in the world I was trying to say. And therefore, if an income tax, a sales tax decreases retail sales, then it does have a disruptive effect. You can argue about how much and offsets and all of that other stuff, but it is the case that raising the sales tax has a disruptive effect on the economy. That's the only point I was making, but for some reason that's too difficult for y'all, so I'll stop.
Well, first of all, I wouldn't say that it's too difficult for us. You're being kind of condescending, and we're here because we wanted to analyze this and give it serious thought. And what we wanted to do is we wanted to present our results, and we wanted to actually think through this and say, okay, we have some expertise in this area, so let's think a little bit about the tax policy. And so what our aim here to do is to say, okay, let's look and see what happens when we have this very complex thing, because we're raising some taxes, we're lowering other taxes, and so it's not exactly obvious what the outcome is going to be when you have these multiple tax changes going on at the same time. And as our report shows, we completely acknowledge in our report that if you raise the sales tax, that creates a distortion. In fact, what we're saying is very early on in the report is that if you are going to aim for anything that's revenue neutral, then what's going to happen here is that you're going to have some distortions that are getting smaller and some distortions that are getting bigger. Whether or not this is a net benefit or not depends on how big those relative distortions are, and that's the entire point of our analysis, is to try to look at these two different measures, these two different taxes that are changing, and to see whether or not the reduction in the distortion from eliminating the income tax would be enough to offset the distortion from the higher tax on consumption.
For the sake of those remaining in the room, on table 2 in our report, you can see the effect. We do not have the proposed experiment of just raise the sales tax. We do not report that in the report. However, we report the baseline economy in the state of Mississippi. We report the effect of only cutting the income tax, and then we report the effect of raising the sales tax as well. If you look at that table, table 2, the difference between columns 2 and 3 provides a measure of what the sales tax effect within the proposed bill is.
Did you hand out a copy of a table?
We do not have a copy. We do not hand out copies of the report. We are under the impression.
We don't have
a
table to look at. I didn't know if you'd handed something out.
Sorry, let me just state it. When you cut the income tax, you will raise consumption of individual households by 2%. When you raise the sales tax, that increase is suppressed and overall consumption rises for households by 0.25%. For comparison, the GDP growth is approximately 50% more than the consumption growth. So this growth in GDP is split between changes to household consumption and changes to investment.
Representative White.
I was just going to say, by way of clarification, we got it, and even the gentleman senator who's left understands that. He just doesn't like it. So you can say that 40 times and it's not going to register, so to speak. So I think you fully explained it, and I think we understand that issue. That's all I wanted to clear up. Thank you.
Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 years from now, the Lord willing and my wife Jan willing, I will run again for the seat that I represent in the Hattiesburg area. Lamar County, the second fastest growing county in Mississippi, without the benefit of people from Memphis moving out and fleeing. And we are a certified retirement community. I brought this up yesterday. You have mentioned over and over that it's basically double taxation when you have income tax and sales tax. My seniors who are retired don't fit that category. They don't pay income tax on the majority or all of their income, but they will pay a 36% higher sales tax. How do I get reelected when I tell them I supported that? Is there something that can be done, in your opinion, that would make them hold them harmless?
Josh, do you have an answer? I have an answer if not. So first off, our report is analyzing aggregate economic activity and does not account for distributional effects of the tax change, and that could be defined in a number of ways. It could be defined across the income distribution or across the life cycle. What I mean by that is different people of different ages will feel the effects of this change differently, and our report does not speak to that. One thing our report does speak to, though, is that for people who are currently at the start of their careers and they are becoming initial savers, these are people who are college educated or they've been in the workforce since high school and they're saving money. The benefits of this plan are substantially higher returns to savings for those individuals. So with regards to your constituents, I would encourage them to think about the sacrifice they are willing to make for the young people of the state, including their own relatives, that will benefit substantially from this compounding effect of eliminating the income tax on their personal savings.
So your answer that I should give them is, you worked hard for 40 years, you fulfilled your obligation to the state of Mississippi, here's the bus, get in front of it, I'm going to throw you under it.
I would not use that language in any capacity. The cost of their expenses in retirement will be slightly higher. The tax burden of younger people within the state will be lower. The question is the sacrifice of a small increase in their consumption bundle worth the benefit of the additional investment in savings and asset accumulation within the state, not accounting for any of the potential migration to the state, as we mentioned in the report? Question is, do those costs outweigh the benefits for the people of Mississippi?
Thank you.
Representative Johnson, Senator Johnson, I'll get you representative next. All right, go ahead, Representative Zuber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to remind my distinguished colleague from the Senate that under the plan that we are considering, one of the largest expenditures of his constituents, that is the expenses on groceries, is being cut in half.
Mr. Speaker?
I would note one more thing about this point, sorry. There's a sort of remarkable thing that we observe as people age and in particular when they retire. And one of the things that we observe is that after retirement, consumption expenditures tend to fall fairly dramatically for retirement folks.
Okay. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. First of all, I want to clarify, you are a Notre Dame graduate, right?
Twice, yes.
Right. So that means your education is top quality, right?
It depends on your assumptions about Notre Dame.
Well, there's another Notre Dame graduate in the building, but he's not here right now. So just wanted to clarify that what you're saying is a Notre Dame grade education. Secondly, the comments by the gentleman who left, he has been throwing out hypotheticals all day long that are not before this committee. None of the things that he has proposed, is, in my recollection throughout the day, are actually items that are being discussed. So there's no proposal on the table to just simply raise the sales tax. That is not such a thing here. So those questions are irrelevant in my view is what we're here for today, regarding what we're here for today. I will follow up on my colleague from the Senate who asked about the retirees. I appreciate that concern. That has been a big concern of the House. It's been a big concern of this whole discussion because the plan, as he rightly points out, there may be retirees who don't pay an income tax, but yet if the consumption tax goes up, then they will potentially, or the question is, do they incur some sort of increase? I think we're going to have testimony later today by Gerard Gibbert, who has had enormous communications with retirees, and he will be able to tell what his analysis has revealed. But my questions to you are, it is our belief and understanding that the overwhelming bulk of what most people, including retirees, spend their money on is not subject to a sales tax. Would you agree with that?
I would need to read the tax code in the state specifically, but
well, I will represent to you then. I know you are not a tax expert. I will represent to you that in Mississippi we do not tax mortgage.
Yeah.
We do not tax medicine.
Well, then right there, that's a substantial. I mean,
right.
Just the mortgage.
Those are two large expenditures. We do not tax gasoline on a sales tax. We do not tax insurance. We do not tax utilities for the house. Many retirees no longer have a mortgage, and that is to their benefit. In my conversations with retirees, I have asked them, what do you spend your money on? And it's usually those things that I mentioned, and they add groceries and grandkids. Now, under our plan, we're cutting the groceries in half, and I think someone pointed out, maybe my colleague from Ocean Springs pointed out, that our plan does cut the grocery tax in half. So when you look at what retirees, and I don't know if y'all's experience has borne this out or not, maybe that changes from state to state, like you say. But in Mississippi, we don't put a sales tax on most of the things that retirees or even low-income people spend their money on. So that cost would not go up. Only what they spend on sales tax stuff would go up. Now, and I guess I'll ask you this. We have received information from one of the National Bureau of Labor Statistics or somebody that indicates that people would spend about a fourth of their income on stuff subject to the sales tax. Do you agree with that, or do you have any knowledge that that is an accurate figure?
I personally don't study micro-consumption, we would call that like studying consumption bundles.
Okay.
That's getting into how do you allocate between different goods. I personally don't study that. Josh, I don't know if you have comments on that.
Well, we have information that was given to us that we all spend about a fourth of our income. So if you have a retired couple and they're living on a fixed income, let's say it's $40,000. I use that figure because that's the threshold that we are starting out with under our plan, is to exempt that. And if that number is true, then they spend about $10,000 a year. And I think Josh rightly points out that consumption, they shop around more for better deals when they are on a fixed income. That means they spend about $10,000 a year on stuff that's just subject to the sales tax. The rest of it is spent on medicine and gasoline and the other things that they don't pay a sales tax on. And so if you increase the sales tax 2.5 pennies on $10,000, that's another $250 a year.
Yep.
That's about $12 a month. I would argue that's not a substantial burden. But I also point out to them that we are cutting the grocery tax in half. And I've asked them, just as an informal poll, how much do you spend on groceries a week? And every one of them says $100. Maybe that's just the uniform answer. I don't know. But if you do the math on that, then the tax on that $100 a week, that's $5,200 a year. The tax is $364 a year. They're paying in tax. We cut that in half. That's $182 going back into their pockets. So the net loss there is a $70 loss, about $6 a month. And most all of them say they can absorb that. But then when you put on top of that, you said you spend your money on groceries and grandkids, you can give that gift to your grandkids, a life free of an income tax. Every one of them says absolutely. So I guess my point is let's just be candid, they may not reap the benefit of eliminating the income tax. It may be a wash for them. It may be a net nothing for them. But under our plan, no one is having a tax burden that is going to be all of a sudden explode or mushroom, and it's not going to create a poverty situation for all of them. Would you disagree with any of that?
Given the numbers you stated, no.
Okay. I want to ask a few things on your report. I'm looking at the third paragraph, first sentence. In general, consumption taxes or sales tax creates smaller distortions than income tax. Income tax is both labor and savings. And then the last sentence says, savings provide additional future consumption. The income tax on savings is equivalent to taxing future consumption at a higher and higher rate the more distant the consumption takes place. And then I drop down to the last sentence of the next paragraph. The proposed tax reform could provide macroeconomic level benefits by eliminating double taxation of income and consumption and taxes on income from savings, creating a more efficient tax system in Mississippi. Could you elaborate on how all that works together?
Sure. So to the first point, we're talking about the relative size of a consumption tax and an income tax distortion. I believe that's the first part you brought up. We point out that as you tax income from savings, the longer you save, the more interest income you have, the more tax burden you have for the initial dollar that you save today. So I want everybody to understand that. If I save $1 today, currently I owe income taxes on any interest that I earn above $1. If I go get that money back out from the bank, I owe interest on the amount I pull out above $1. That dissuades two things. That dissuades me from saving that dollar altogether today, and also it dissuades me from keeping it in the bank or in a savings account of some kind for longer and longer durations. The longer I hold it, the more interest income I have. The more interest income I have, the higher tax I pay due to the income tax. What would you use that dollar for plus interest in the future? You'd use it for additional expenditures in the future. So by saying that the income tax taxes you more the further and further into the future you are, and raises the effective tax on consumption further and further in the future you are, what we're saying is, due to setting aside that dollar today, the income tax reduces the effective amount of consumption you can have in the future from that savings, in addition to the sales tax you have to pay in the future as well, which is where the double taxation starts to come in again.
Well, I look down at the bottom of the first page, and I think this answers the question that the gentleman was trying to ask earlier. The last paragraph, second sentence, eliminating the income tax leads to more investment and higher labor income across the state. Our analysis demonstrates that the economic benefits from eliminating the income tax more than offset the cost of a higher sales tax. As evidence to this point, aggregate consumption increases even though there's a higher sales tax.
Correct.
Question has been asked to me in the past that if we increase the sales tax, are we going to end up discouraging consumption? People are going to buy less if we raise the sales tax. This answers that question. The way I read it is that is not the case, because people have more money in their pocket. So the benefits of eliminating the income tax far offset any increase in sales tax. Is that right?
Correct. And you have more money in your pocket in multiple ways. You have more money in your pocket because you have a higher effective income because you're not paying taxes on it. You have more money in your pocket because as people are encouraged to invest more in the state because we removed that tax on savings, as people invest more, your wages go up. So there's multiple effects here where there's the direct effect of I hand you your income tax back, and then there's also the effect of changing the structure of the tax system results in economic growth, raises wages in the economy. Overall, you have a higher labor income increase to more than offset the increase in the sales tax.
You also conclude that this would result in a $371 million increase in GDP. Explain what does that look like? Put that in layman's terms for us. If we have a $371 million increase in GDP, how's that going to affect the state of Mississippi?
Well, the University of Mississippi does not pay me enough to conceptually understand what $371 million looks like. That's new businesses. That's going to Oxford an extra time for a baseball weekend and spending your money there. I live in Oxford, not to dissuade any other city you might want to spend your money in. That's an extra vacation. We're talking about this $371 million is effectively income to people. This is additional income to the people of Mississippi. They get to spend it however they want. When you do GDP accounting, one way to say is I can add up the total amount produced in the state. It is also the case that when you produce things, someone inevitably receives that as income. Therefore, the $371 million is saying, let's give everybody in the state all this extra money and let them spend it how they want. That's how I would phrase the answer to your question.
Yeah, I think people just want to know, what does that mean for me? $371 million more dollars, what does that look like? And so that's kind of what I wanted, some picture on that so that people in their real lives can understand how that's going to affect them.
It's going to look like additional expenditures by people on goods.
They can provide more for their families.
Yes.
They can spend money improving their quality of life.
Yeah, they have more money available. You know, if I reduce your income tax, you have more to give to church, more to spend on your house in terms of investing in your own home, which creates value there as well. You're giving people more freedom with this economic growth.
There was something in your report that I did not remember or see in your written comments. I wanted to get you to comment on that. As I recall, there was something in your report that said by doing this, it would basically be the equivalent of a $3,000 pay raise per individual with no costs to the state. Can you remind me of that and explain that?
So I don't understand what $371 million is very well. When I teach, it's hard to get students to understand what millions, billions, things like that mean. And so one thing we wanted to do was quantify these results in a way that it's easy for all of us to understand. The way we did that is we said, suppose you increase state GDP by $371 million in perpetuity, and that does not account for any changes in the growth rate. This is just simply, say we get $300 million constant forever. What is that in today's dollars divided up by every resident in the state? And so if you take our numbers in terms of that GDP growth and say, suppose we have that forever, and you discount that back to today, the stimulus from this plan is equivalent to if I handed everyone $3,000 today. So imagine you could borrow against this plan as legislatures. Some bank said, hey, you guys have access to borrowing, you just change your tax plan given this analysis, we'll give you a line of credit. It would be the equivalent of them giving you a line of credit such that you could pay everybody $3,000 today. Does that answer your question?
Yes. We are concerned about our business friends. Many of them are here. They're going to testify after you. We have manufacturers, we have automobile dealers, we have mobile homes, restaurant association, I think, is going to come. They have concerns about the increase in the sales tax on their businesses. Now, I don't remember at what point if you analyzed the first plan or the second plan, but we have tried to remove a lot of the objections. We've met with them, we've talked with them, we want them to be supportive, and we want to try to work with them, and I've met with them frequently. We've taken out a lot of the objectionable stuff, but I don't mean to speak for them. They're coming up next, but since you're not going to be here, I want to try to get a response before you go. I anticipate they still have concerns about the 2.5 cents. In other words, the state of Mississippi Department of Revenue, as I understand it, gives them a tax rate on their business inputs, and that is a separate tax rate. So I don't know, let's take a furniture manufacturer. The furniture people aren't in here, but I guess they're represented by manufacturing, maybe. So they buy stuff to make furniture. They buy wood, they buy fabric, they buy cushions and stuff that goes into making furniture. Those things are taxed at a 1.5% tax rate. We are not touching that. But, and this may be a silly illustration, but they buy things that don't go into that, like coffee for the office, a coffee machine for the office, paper towels for the office, you know, things of that nature that don't necessarily go along with their manufacturing, but their costs, they're expensive. They buy a desk for the office. I mean, I guess those things are subject to the general sales tax rate. I hope that's a fair statement, John. Their concern is how much is that going to go up? Because they don't get an income tax relief here. That cost is going to go up. In your experience, what comment would you have to them about that?
First off, our analysis is looking at the average effect of sales taxes, meaning that we are taking into account total sales in the state and total sales taxes independent of these selective taxes. So first off, when we talk about the effective tax in our model, it is the average tax rate across all goods in the state, and that's going to include these intermediate inputs. Now, if you look at our paper, you're going to see the intermediate inputs are not exactly modeled. They would be modeled in the sense that inevitably there's an owner of the business in the model, and that owner pays for stuff. And so that whether the firm is paying for these things or whether it's part of the owner consumption is kind of like isomorphic. And so we're taking into account some of these effects. Like you can basically say that, you know, you're moving, it's like a shell game of whether it's the owner of the firm paying it out of their household consumption or the owner of the firm paying it out of their business account, but that's the expenditure's there. Secondly, the things you're talking about are fixed costs of business in my mind. When I create, you used a furniture factory. If I create a chair, by producing one more chair at my factory, I didn't change the number of pins I had to buy for the office. And so these are also fixed costs that we're talking about to some extent. And those fixed costs, at least in my studies, are, I consider, a relatively small part of economic activity. Josh can comment if he disagrees on that, but that would be my stance. Like, I do not include firm-level fixed costs in most macroeconomic analysis that I do. Josh, do you have anything to add? No. He said no.
I think that's all I got at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any other questions from any of the committee members? Ron, I wanted to ask, in your prepared remarks, you reference a couple times that you say that the plan is essentially revenue neutral.
Correct.
What does essentially revenue neutral mean? Because I think that's one of the important things that we all wanted to know is this a revenue neutral? Does it create less, more? So essentially can be essentially higher or essentially lower. So I want to clarify.
So our exercise looks at what was currently legislated in the plan, which is the 2.5 cent increase. When I just do the 2.5 cent sales tax increase, it's revenue neutral to the extent that it has a 99%. It retains 99% of government revenues. If you wanted to know, based on your model, is 2.5 cents or 2.6 the right number to get it exactly 100%, I could tell you that. Additionally, our model doesn't take into account all of those like migration and things like that could potentially generate even more revenue, or a larger tax base for the state. And so that 99% is kind of like a worst case scenario.
So-
It's no one moves into the state, you do the 2.5 cents as proposed, you retain 99%, and you cut the income tax, you retain 99% of government revenue.
Okay. You mentioned 3 taxes. What 3 taxes did you look at?
Sales, individual income, and corporate income, they represent 93% of tax revenue in this, based on, so we use census data. This is publicly available. Our report provides exactly where people can go look at the data we used. Based on our data, which I think differs from the Department of Revenue slightly, that represents 93% of tax revenues in the state. And on average, over the last 50 years, that represents 89% of tax revenues in the state. So what we did was, I mentioned model consistent. We adjusted GDP and government spending in the model to not include that 10% of government revenue we were not including in the tax system. Does that make sense?
Okay. Did you include use tax? Because this
the exact thing we used is total sales and use taxes for the state of Mississippi. That's why I said this is like an average consumption tax. So your gas tax, for instance, people keep saying the gas tax is not a sales tax. From our perspective of economists, the gas tax is still a tax on the consumption of gas. So ours is like an average consumption tax across all goods that people spend money on, not taking into account the fact that you have general sales, you have selective sales, you have excise, things like that. So it is including those use taxes as well.
Okay. Well, I just want to make sure, you didn't mention use tax, and so I just want to make sure you had that in your model, because that is part of the plan that y'all propose, is the use tax would go up. And so I just want to make sure you accounted for the increase in use tax.
Here's the way you should think about our results. Our paper asked the question, can you replace the individual income tax revenue in the state by raising consumption taxes, and will it raise state GDP? And the answer to the first question is yes, you can replace that income tax revenue loss. And our answer to the second question is yes, it will also result in a more efficient tax system that raises GDP. Now, we do not state anything about where those increases in the consumption tax should come from. Our report, so you buy gas, you buy groceries, you buy lots of different things. We do not take a stance on where the changes in sales taxes should come from. We just say, if you raise the average sales tax by the proposed amount and you increase sales tax revenue by that same amount, you are going to offset the income tax revenue of the state. Does that? Well, like, we can't look at individual taxes.
That confuses me in the sense that if you're saying general consumption tax, you consider gas to be a general consumption tax.
No, our effective tax rate's an average tax rate. So here, I said in my written comments that we compute the average tax rate in the state of Mississippi to be 5.4%. That's substantially less than the current 7% consumption tax, general sales tax. That 5.4% reflects the fact that you have different taxes on gasoline, you have different taxes on intermediate inputs, different taxes on tobacco, things like that. And so what we then do is raise that average tax rate by a proportional amount as the proposed plan states.
Well, how does that relate when you charge 18.5 cents on a gallon of gas, and none of the taxes we're talking about raising are over 7%? You're factoring in your 5.4%. If you're using gas tax as an entry, that's 18.5 cents. You're making that part of an effective tax rate on a segment that's not even being considered. So does that skew your model, so to speak?
Our model answers the question of how much does average sales tax in the state of Mississippi need to go up so that the plan's revenue neutral. Basically, we can give you a target in terms of, if you know total sales in the state across all goods, selective, general, gas, whatever. Our model can tell you what total tax revenue you need to raise off of all of those different types of sales, consumption taxes, from our economic viewpoint of them, such that you offset the income tax cut. So if you want to get into the details of the plan with different tax types, that would require a little more consultation.
Okay, well, I was kind of under the impression that this was a specific model of the plan. This is more of a general.
This is a macroeconomic model. We can only get so specific in terms of types of consumption. You're looking at an aggregate consumption bundle. How much total spending does a household have on various types of consumption, not how do they allocate across the various types of consumption.
That's fine. I just want to make sure I understand that. And so when you say, and so you said that it's essentially revenue neutral, it's still to the latter. There's more cut than there is gain.
In the way we did the analysis,
0.1%.
1%, not accounting for any potential gains of.
So you didn't take into account the grocery tax elimination in this.
We cannot speak to that type of specificity.
Okay, so you can't speak to that. You can't, do you take into account the impact of removing income tax on other things we talked about, like advantage jobs, just where you're losing the, quote, revenue that is used to rebate back to these companies, whether it be the advantage jobs or inventory tax, because inventory tax is taken as a credit on your income tax. So if we're eliminating the income tax, we're basically, what's going to happen to the inventory tax? Where's the cost of that? Is that factored in?
Our report doesn't speak to like these specific trade-offs by tax types. It's more along the lines of, if we look at general tax types, what are the relative distortions of consumption versus income taxes? If we switch from a consumption-based tax system to an income or vice versa, what are the effects? We cannot, like, we're talking about models. We're limited in the theoretical models that we have to work with. And so we were more interested in getting these general tax types correct and the economic impact of them than going into more specificity, which would have required more assumptions and things like that related.
Can you do that? Can you and what I mean by that, go ahead.
So what we're trying to do is, so there's two effects here, right? Like there's an aggregate effect, and then there's like a compositional effect. So if you're changing sales taxes, but then you're also reducing the grocery tax, or then if you're changing gas taxes or tobacco taxes or whatever, there's two separate effects, right? So one is kind of the aggregate effect. So what happens to just like total consumption? And then the other thing is then what happens to the composition of consumption, right? So for example, like if you raise the tobacco tax, and you would expect that of the things that people consume, you're going to consume less tobacco than they used to. So the sort of composition of what they're consuming changes. But what our results are about is not, our results are not looking at these compositional effects. What they're looking at is like the overall effect on consumption.
Okay. All right. And I guess I want to go back to what you're saying on the aggregate. So where you talked about on the last page of your comments, the third to last paragraph, about you basically increase the aggregate or the effective sales tax by the same percentage of going from 7.07 to 9.57. So
Yeah.
that's how you basically extrapolated your results. All right, that's okay. I makes more sense now. All right. Thank you. Are there, Senator Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today. One additional question in this dialogue has come to mind here, and I did like the speaker's example where he was talking about, in general, most people consume about a fourth of the money that they have is used as a consumption of one type or another. And I understand your changes with savings. So if someone has $40,000 today to spend on something, but down the road has $60,000 to spend on that, and they're going to still spend a fourth of that, they will representatively spend, more of that fourth towards 60 than they would towards 40,000. But as Senator Harkins was talking here, and we talked about the 99% confidence, one thing kind of occurred to me, so we're looking here at replacing the state income tax with a sales income tax kind of equivalent here. And I hadn't thought about this, but in previous sessions, I spent a lot of time working on the diversion that we send back to municipalities. Are you familiar with that in the state and how that works?
No.
So what we do is if sales tax is collected in a city, for example, they collect it and they send that money down to the state, and then we send them back 18.5% of that. And over the years, there have been times where we've changed that percentage, we moved it. There have been historically times whenever we moved certain taxes where we looked at the diversion tax. But as this just kind of pops into my mind here, if we do eliminate the income tax, which is 100% coming into what I'd call more the general fund, but we're increasing the sales tax, and there's a representative portion of that is at least collected at the municipal level that will then be returned back to the municipal level at that 18.5%. Would and has that been considered as an impact or an effect on the general fund in that 2.5% calculation, if you understand the direction of my question?
I do, but
I could just say in the bill, that additional 2.5 cents, no portion of that was returned to municipalities. That was all coming to the general fund, the addition. I don't think in reading y'all's model, that didn't speak to it, but it shouldn't have, because there was no increased diversion. There was an increased diversion of the grocery tax. As we cut it, we were increasing the city's diversion of the grocery tax to the point that they would receive basically half of it. When we get it cut to 3.5 cents, if we went that route, and I'm not suggesting that's the perfect idea, I'm just saying if we went that route, we had doubled their diversion on groceries to keep them whole in the bill.
So the cities would still be diverted their 18.5% on the 7% that's collected, and then any additional I just wanted to make sure we were in the calculation process looking to Senator Harkins and considering every variable in this. So thank you for your answer.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony. Thank y'all for all your work. And I was going to say, I don't blame you for wanting, as a Notre Dame grad living in Oxford, to go spend a weekend watching baseball in Oxford, not Starkville, but it's, I understand.
Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony, Ron. And Josh, thank you. Next, we'll have, I believe, Scott Waller from MEC. Does the group want to take a bathroom break? Y'all good? Y'all good? You want to take a bathroom break? Y'all good? All right. All right, let's roll on.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
Please speak into that microphone so everybody on Zoom can hear you. That's the one thing we're getting is you have to point it right at you.
Is that better?
There you go. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, Chairman Harkins, members of the committee, I really do appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. MEC really appreciates the legislative leaders for their aggressive work toward lowering the tax burden for our citizens, and the exceptional public policy that's been passed over the last few years, I think, is enabling economic growth. But it's vitally important that we have both a competitive and a consistent tax structure. For the sake of time, I'm going to limit my remarks to just a couple of things I think that as we look at this, that we need to be taken into consideration as it compares to what we're trying to accomplish. We believe before any change is made, it's essential that there's a holistic look at the tax structure in the state to make sure that we're properly funding the state government services that are necessary, as well as positioning growth in our revenues for the state overall to meet future needs. In addition, looking closely at Mississippi's tax structure, we should also look closely at those states that we're trying to emulate. Of course, during the 2021 session, the proposal was made to eliminate the the personal income tax while raising the state's sales tax. While the original version did create several issues we believe that would have had a negative impact for Mississippi businesses and put us in a very non-competitive position, an amended version did eliminate some of those, but there are still concerns within the business community. And I think representatives from several business associations can provide more specifics of those in a few minutes. But if the ultimate goal is to eliminate the personal income tax, it's imperative we understand how this change would impact the overall budget and the effect it would have on all citizens, especially if there's a tax increase put in place to offset the lost revenue. You know, two states in particular, Texas and Tennessee, have always been used as examples of if they don't have a personal income tax, and look what's happening there. But I think we also have to look at what they do have that Mississippi doesn't. For example, their tax structure is set up so that there is actually an entity level tax on LLCs, partnerships, and other business forms that are commonly referred to as pass-through entities. If the plan that was introduced in the last session was fully implemented, these pass-through entities in Mississippi would no longer have any tax burden, as those taxes are currently paid through the personal income tax level, leaving only C corporations as the business classification that will have a tax burden. Now please do not misinterpret this comparison as a call for tax increases on these pass-through companies, but only an example of what the differences is in each state's tax structure that might be different from what we're doing here in Mississippi. Again, this really is just showing that there needs to be really a lot of work put into what these states that do not have a personal income tax are doing in other tax areas where Mississippi's not, that may actually make them either less competitive or Mississippi's taxes in those areas make us more competitive. I just don't believe we have all the information that we need at this point to understand those differences. Again, while eliminating the personal income tax may be a very laudable goal, we must make sure that we aren't creating unintended consequences. One possible example is Mississippi's most utilized economic development incentive through the Advantage Jobs Mississippi program, and that is the payroll tax credit. Now, I understand there's been discussion of this, and there are ways that they believe or could be put in place to honor the current obligations, but if we're going to remain competitive in economic development, the loss of this vital incentive going forward without knowing how to replace it could truly put us at a competitive disadvantage. Therefore, what we're asking is that we want to continue this process of looking at all of the different things that are happening in the possible discussion of eliminating the personal income tax to avoid unintended consequences that would hamper economic development, and while at the same time making sure we protect our state citizens. It is vital any modification to the tax structure promotes growth, boosts capital investment, and strengthens our business climate. MEC really stands ready to work with you as we go forward in ways to make sure that we're strengthening our business climate to grow our economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Waller. Are there any questions for Mr. Waller, Speaker?
Thank you, Scott. I want to kind of see if we can get an understanding of your concerns. Now, when the bill first rolled out, you came and expressed concerns about farmers and logging and manufacturing and other things. We took that out as an accommodation, we want to work with you. We want to find a way that we can find a good plan that does as minimal damage as possible. So we did that. You mentioned the Advantage Jobs tax credit. I met with some manufacturers up in the Columbus area a while back, a couple of months ago maybe. They expressed the same concern. That seemed to be their main concern. They just talked about the economic development incentives that we have. They asked me to come back and get with Chris Pace, you know Chris, who apparently is the master of these incentives. We had Chris to our office, and Kathy Gelston came with him, and asked him what is the total amount there, and it was $24.4 million. Now, I don't know if you were here yesterday or not, but That was testified to by one of our Department of Revenue people, maybe. Somebody testified that that was the amount. Now, we, in our discussions, have said that is not an insurmountable problem. We are in favor of keeping those tax credits in place, doing what we have to. If it just means writing them a check to cover that, we want to make good on those promises that we've made to them, and make sure that that's allowed to be used going forward. So we think we solved that problem too. So I guess my question now is, what other problem is there out there that we need to be addressing?
Well, number one, can I ask a question on that? In my conversations with Chris and Kathy, I understand that 2 point is a single years, and there are some years that will go forward in the tax credits because this is a 10-year tax credit, and not all of those 10 years will be met with that 24 million. Am I misunderstanding that, or is that correct?
No, I think that's right. But
Okay, so,
my
I mean,
point
it
is,
could
it's
be
not,
as much as a $24 million obligation for several years to come, correct?
that is correct. But my point is, it's not such an enormous amount of money that we just can't write a check for it if we want to. So I don't see that as a problem. That may not be the best way the legislature decides to do it, but it's not like it's $500 million that we got to cover. It's $24 million a year. We think if we're serious about doing this, that is not an insurmountable problem as I see it personally. So I think we solved that problem. So
I think to answer your question,
what's the next issue?
On that front, our biggest concern is if you're going to take away what is probably considered the most utilized incentive that is there for businesses to come to Mississippi without having something to replace it, we need to take the time to figure out what are the steps to put in place to replace that in order to really make sure that we're doing that. The second issue goes back to what I said. I think if we really need to take a look at all of the different things that are happening in other states. If the intent is to create a system that, and again, I'm not proposing a tax increase on LLCs. Please don't misunderstand. I'm just using as an example that if other states have this and we take that away, then those businesses in that area are now also, not only is it a personal income tax cut, but there's no tax liability at all on those businesses, since it simply goes through that. It is a pass-through into and paid off of K-1 revenue as personal income tax. So I think there are just some things from our perspective that we want to continue to look at to see how it affects us, because, you know, at the end of the day, a 33% increase to sales tax could have some adverse effects, especially on the business side, but we don't know that. And I think that's part of what we, you know, just like what they just said, there was questions asked about, well, what about the other taxes that business have to pay? What is the impact on that? I think there's just some more information that we need to get before we would feel comfortable that all the questions have been answered. Now, again, I'm happy we want to work with you. We want to see what we can do to answer those questions. But I just think until we can get the answers to those questions, it's going to be very difficult to feel like, okay, we have accomplished what we're trying to accomplish, and then there may be something that's an unintended consequence, just like what we discovered and have sort of addressed on one front with the previous incentives, but we really haven't addressed on the other front with future incentives for using to attract businesses and grow economic development.
We have said, I have said in those meetings, that we're willing to work to do that. Not only make good on the incentives we've used in the past, but to find a way to move forward. Now, this bill's been out here since February. I've not received anything from any of your people offering a solution to that. So the time is now. We're in the process of, we're 4 months out, and we're in discussions right now. So the time is now to be getting a model from another state, an idea that y'all would propose. I've expressed a willingness to do that. We are willing to do that, but we need some ideas. What is it that will make y'all comfortable? Secondly, we had testimony yesterday, and many of the tax experts and others that we've talked to have said that the Tax Foundation said it yesterday, that eliminating the tax on pass-throughs would not cause a massive shift of C-corps to change over. And we have received that from multiple sources. I've not received anything to counter that. So I would invite you, if there's some proof out there that that's going to happen, then we would like to see that and then figure a way that we could solve that problem. But multiple sources that we've contacted said that's just not going to happen. So I again welcome the any information you would have on that. But there again, we've talked about taking the manufacturers out, the farmers out, the loggers out. We did that. Now we've talked about the Advantage Jobs Tax Credit. I've said we were willing to make good on that and continue to find a way to use that moving forward. I'm talking about the pass-throughs. What else is there?
Well, I think at this point, I think it just, again, comes back to making sure that we understand what if we're going to compare ourselves to these 12 states that have eliminated the tax, what are the other taxes that we can use as advantage? It comes back to that, that discussion of what is best for a business, what is best for an individual. We have looked at this issue to determine, where is this in the priorities that we have? And honestly, it's not necessarily something. I mean, I know you don't want to hear this, but I just got to be honest with you. We're on the road right now. That's where I've been for the last 2 months, meeting with members. With COVID, we're doing it differently. I know you've been to one of our sessions where we have the big meeting, and that's how we do it. This year, we're doing 3 small group sessions per town. We have already held 39 of them across the state. And Mr. Speaker, this issue has not come up one single time as an issue that they see as a top priority in reducing or eliminating the personal income tax. And I just want you to know, so when we are talking about the issues that we're facing and how we do this, how we attract people here, how we grow our economy, how we create a better workforce, the members that are at these meetings, the business leaders from those communities at these meetings, are not viewing the reduction or removal of the personal income tax as a top priority.
I understand, but those are your members. Those are the people that you're here speaking on behalf of today. They have these concerns that you've mentioned. And I've asked again, what is your additional concern? And I think we've addressed them all. Now, if you've been here for the last 2 days, you've seen overwhelming testimony. The weight of testimony over the last 2 days has been about the advantages to the state of Mississippi of eliminating the income tax. So I don't think anybody could disagree that the overwhelming weight of testimony over the last 2 days is that we as a state are going to be better off economically for our citizens, prosperity-wise. I've said it. I don't know if there's anything greater or better we could do for the citizens of our state from a financial standpoint than to eliminate the income tax and put more money back into their pockets, much of which is going to directly benefit your members. You put money in the pockets of the people, they're going to buy more stuff. We've had overwhelming testimony to that effect. So I understand your members have come to your meetings that haven't raised the issue. But I'm telling you, as I've traveled the state, and I've done a road show of my own,
I know.
Overwhelming support. I have had one guy that I remember in all the meetings I've been to, and I've been to a lot more than you have. What'd you have, 8 road shows? 5?
I've had 39 meetings.
Okay, 39. Well, I've had about as many between the Lions clubs and the Rotary clubs and everything else I've talked to, and the people want it. So we can continue to debate the issue, but I think the overwhelming weight of the evidence for the last 2 days has been it is a good thing for Mississippi. And if it's good for Mississippi, it's good for business. I want to work with you to address the concerns.
So
I think I have.
Even with the increase in the sales tax, that has not dampened their spirits.
It has not dampened what?
I said even with increasing the sales tax, they still are.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You heard the testimony right before you of how that results in greater economic prosperity. The guy that just testified said, all evidence points to the fact that aggregate consumption increases even though the sales tax is higher. So the economists have said it, there's just overwhelming weight that that's the case. So What I need is for you and your organization to get me every objection you've got, and let's start working to address it. That's my request of you.
Yes, sir.
I thought we had it. I thought we've addressed it. There still continues to be some hesitation on your part, and I think we've addressed them all. But I want to know if you'll pledge to get with us and get with me after the next week. We'll work to try to address those concerns.
I will. Yes, sir.
I find it odd. I don't see how the Economic Council, the business community, could think that not putting money in the pockets of the people is not a good thing. The people are going to buy more stuff. We've seen it over the last year when people supposedly were not working. People supposedly were out of a job. They got the stimulus checks. They got the unemployment benefits, yet we got a $1 billion surplus in our revenue right now. How can that be? It's because people spend the money, and you put it in their pockets, they're going to spend it, and they're going to buy more of your members' stuff that they sell. So, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Senator Parker and then Representative White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Scott, for being here. Thank you for your service at MEC. Thank you for the service on the SWIB board. We've had a lot going on in the state in the last few years, and you and I have had the chance to at least work or try to move towards creating some solutions that can help the business and industry in the state. And to your point, Mr. Speaker, you know, on the revamping of the incentives in the state, you know, certainly one of my big concerns has been, you know, whatever we decide in trying to make this state more attractive to other people, be it with the work of Ryan Miller or the new Accelerate Mississippi, whatever we're doing, I would hate to pass something through that has no effect because we make another change. You know, and so as I listen to the discussion today and I hear kind of the impact today, you know, I guess my first question would be, and I know we haven't done this on the State Workforce Investment Board meetings, at least I've been to, have we looked or talked at all about, at the MEC level, about what states like Tennessee do that make them more attractive to business and industry if they cannot offer a advantage jobs types of sales tax rebate system to them? Do you know what some of those incentives are?
You know, I do not, and that's the point I was trying to make, is that I feel like if we're going to lose what is probably the most utilized incentive that we have, we need to also take the time to see what other states are doing, and we haven't had the time, or we haven't done that, taken the time, maybe is a better way of saying it, to do that. But I have begun to have conversations with economic developers across the state, as well as the speaker referenced, Chris Pace and Kathy Gelston, who know more about this than anybody, in an effort to do that. And that will be one of the things that I want to work on to bring back to everyone. But we don't know. I don't have enough information right now to tell you what Tennessee does, what Texas does, or any of the other states. But we do need, that is what we need to look into to make sure that we have an understanding of it and what our options might be.
I would say that would be a good charge, perhaps, for, you know, MEC, you know, as we're kind of closing out the year, one of the things to start looking at, and also maybe for the new leadership at the at SWIB level to be looking at too, to see what we can do to try to replace those incentives or come up with other incentives that, you know, could also be attractive. You mentioned the additional concerns and that kind of thing. You know, other than finding that type of other go-to plan as far as economic development, what are the major things, and I think the speaker, you know, tried to get this from you a little bit, but the additional information you mentioned, you know, just a few times in your remarks, what is the additional information that you need from us to help you other than that one? And I will certainly do my part on, anything we're considering, whether it be inflex or a hybrid of inflex or some variation of that to try to make this state more attractive. What are the other things that you think you need, just concrete-wise, that we could be working on?
Well, I think that's number one, because I think if you look at inflex, which was proposed to make using the incentives available in a much easier way, again, one of the major incentives was the jobs tax credit, which would essentially go away. So I think we've got to take a look at those things. But the other point I was trying to make is, if we really take a look at what the other taxes are in other states that make up the difference in this, and how they go about approaching that in a way that maybe there are some things to do, because ideally you would not want to have any offsets, because that would be in an ideal world. But as I've understood it, listening to previous testimony, we're talking about if you did not have some type of offset, you're looking at about a 30-year implementation time frame, which is, again, that's just, you're trading one thing for another initially, and over time, it may grow and make up for it. But on the front end, are there some things that could be done differently? So those are the things that I'm talking about when we not only look at other states to see what their economic development programs are. I think we need to look at other states to look at their overall tax structure as well, to see what fits and what doesn't fit with what we're trying to accomplish.
And I haven't been able to watch the room completely. Have you been here the last 2 days? Have you been listening?
Unfortunately, I was having meetings yesterday, as I mentioned earlier, though those have been scheduled well in advance. But
I would encourage you, to perhaps go back and listen to some of those, because, I think there have been at least a few answers given to some questions you may have that, whether you like the proposal or not, I think would help you maybe in your remarks today and in some of the concerns that you have on things. And, again, I think the whole point of this, is for all of us as committee members to gather information so that we better understand what's being proposed and to try to come up with something that's good across all spectrums. And we certainly, as a state, want to do everything to keep the Economic Development Council and MEC and the other partners there, they're happy. And as chairman of Economic and Development for the Senate side, I can tell you that is for sure a priority of mine. But I appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Scott, for being here. Just to follow up on a couple of things. Number one, from the legislature standpoint, there's no attempt, and there's been no attempt. I hadn't heard any sort of, when the bill was being debated back during the spring, or in talks of, if it's not this bill, what does that look like? I think in none of those discussions was it ever considered we were going to do away with any sort of job incentives and things that we're trying to do to lure industry and create jobs, or at least create an environment where those jobs are created here in the state. And I would commend the senator and all the work that he's done in correlation with you. And I know y'all worked hard on the inflex and trying to get that there. And I think in time we will get there. But to the speaker's point earlier, whether they're tax credits or whether they're what those things look like, the bottom line is that's the state incentivizing through money certain activity. And so we can certainly, there's lots of ways to skin that cat, and so we need to figure out what that is. Certainly willing to look at other states and how they do it where they have no income tax to achieve the same things, because they're certainly attracting industry in those states that you mentioned with their incentives. But to your first point about the pass-throughs, we like the plan that doesn't tax LLCs and takes them out of being taxed. We like the idea of those businesses having all of, at least keeping the portion of the money that we were taking from them as a state on their income. But, and you are correct, and I've looked at those states where they tax those pass-throughs maybe at some other rate and don't really, or get some money from them that is not through their individual income tax. They get it another way. If that's the route we need to go, if we need to not remove LLCs and we need to maybe tax them at a lesser rate and not raise the sales tax as much, if those models are better or make your members feel more comfortable or if you're worried about some sort of unintended consequence because of raising the sales tax 2.5 cents and how it impacts your members, certainly we need to have those discussions. And if there's a better way, I think the speaker said it more than once in these 2 days, and I've said it and others have said it. We're not married to the House plan, but we would not be living in reality. We've got a governor who said he supports eliminating the individual income tax. You've got a speaker and a House of Representatives who have put forward at least 2 different bills that have passed the chamber. The lieutenant governor has expressed his desire to eliminate the individual income tax. Senator Harkins, by holding these hearings, has demonstrated his willingness and intent to try to do something. So I would say time is of the essence. We're going to do something. So we want to get it right, and we want you to be part of that equation, and we certainly don't want to do anything that's offensive to our business community. That is the backbone of Mississippi and how we all do what we do. But to say, you know, the old saying around here, I'm not suggesting you're suggesting this, but I've heard it said earlier in these 2 days, let's just wait. Now's not the time because of the pandemic, because of this or that. I learned in my 10 years in the legislature, the very first year, it didn't take me 10 to learn this. The greatest tactic that lawmakers who don't want to go a certain route is to run out the clock. Let's just wait. We're going to do it next year. Things will be better. Things will be different. We'll spend more on this next year. We'll do this different. we kind of kicked that can a little bit, and we're to the point where we're going to do something. So I want to impress upon you, I'm at your beck and call. I'll come wherever, whenever, and I don't want to obligate Senator Harkins, but there are folks here that want to get it right, and we will do our part to get with you and your people to get that and go far and wide to do it. And I thank you for being here and expressing your concerns, and certainly we want to get it right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Scott, I join my colleagues in expressing appreciation for your being here, and that you're willing to, excuse me, that you're willing to be candid about what your position and the position of your organization is. You say that you've gone to about 39 different meetings with businesses around the state. And I assume that these are listening sessions that you're doing to try to get a sense from your membership as to what's needed in Mississippi to grow and help our state to prosper more. Anecdotally, I know you can't give any empirical information at this point, but anecdotally, what sort of things are you hearing out there?
Well, some of the common themes, and our goal is to do these meetings and come back with, kind of an overall report of what we heard from around the state that will hopefully help us as we get into some of our next policy, recommendations. But without question, the number one issue right now, and Senator Parker alluded to this, it's workforce development. How do we position ourselves to really improve that in a way that will grow jobs, will create the types of jobs to bring people either back to the state or let them stay here? Because, again, when we're talking about growing, not only growing the economy, growing our population, keeping people here, attracting people back here in a way that does that, we need to have the jobs that will do that. And we need to make sure that we have the job training available that will give them the skills necessary to meet the needs, because I think that's one of the issues. The other issue is, how do we do a better job of actually creating an environment of letting people know what Mississippi has to offer in a way that will attract people? And I think one of the things that we've heard time and time again is there are some advantages to having a quality of life with a low cost of living that Mississippi offers to really capitalize on. So that is just a couple of the things that we have heard, and I think those are things that we feel like are easily, not necessarily easily addressed, but can easily move to the forefront of what we need to be focusing on that ultimately is going to drive and grow our economy.
And is it conceivable that an issue such as workforce development may encourage the MEC to come to the legislature for additional resources for workforce development?
Well, I think through the years, as you know, that has been one of our priority issues. In fact, the development of the Office of Workforce Development is now Accelerate Mississippi, we felt like was a major step in getting that done. And I think that we've seen in just a very short period of time some things starting to happen that I think are going to pay long-term dividends. So, of course, the more resources that we can put into that as we go forward, I think the more advantages we will have in creating those opportunities for our citizens.
MEC has gone on the record in previous years asking the legislature to make larger commitments as it relates to infrastructure. If I remember correctly,
that is correct.
Your plan called for an additional $350 million to be put up by the state to help with the maintenance of our roads and bridges. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And we're making progress. I mean, the dollars that were put forth in the special session are going a long way in beginning to address that, because I think ultimately we're once that's in full effect, we're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of $200 million between both the cities, the counties, and the state that will begin to address that, but we still have further needs that we need to be talking about.
And what is MEC's position on public education in the state of Mississippi?
Well, I think that MEC has a long-standing, going all the way back to the 60s, support of public education and but the question is, how do we really begin to make sure that what we're seeing in K-12 is matching what the needs of our businesses are? And that's one of the discussions that we're having now, is a way to really, continue to build on the improvements that are being made in order to really focus on the areas that our businesses in each community across the state needs.
And all that also ties back to workforce development, does it not?
There's nothing, every part of education from pre-K through adult learning ties to workforce development.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Waller, for being here today.
Happy to be here.
Next, we'll have it's Senator Bryan.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
May I ask a question?
Yes, absolutely. I'm sorry, I didn't know you wanted to ask a question.
I was under the impression that this was a study group to study the tax structure of the state.
And to get input.
Well, I understand that the impetus for this may well have been a specific piece of legislation that the House passed, but I certainly thought the purpose of this, first of all, is to go beyond that and look, generally speaking, at the tax structure. At least that's what the little letter I got in the mail said. But, Mr. Chairman, I would have hoped that a minimum, even if we were discussing an analysis of the House bill, that we could ask questions about the underlying assumptions of the person who did the analysis, but apparently I've been reprimanded for doing that. The gentleman from Ole Miss, and I'm tempted to say that learning that he went to Notre Dame gives me the same reaction as learning that Kirk Fordyce went to Purdue. But his written statement says that a sales tax is less disruptive or distorting than an income tax is. That's the basis, that's the underlying basis for the man's report. I think it's fair to ask an expert questions about the underlying basis of his report. So I asked several times, isn't it true that a 9% sales tax will have a greater effect on retail sales than a 7% sales tax? The answer is obviously yes. Asked 4 or 5 times, and all I got back was word salad and being told, that's not what we're here for. We're here to talk about the House bill. And then I go and listen on the internet, because I'm trying to avoid public areas during this pandemic, and I'm told that's not what we're here for. We're told that overwhelmingly, The testimony was that this was a wonderful thing. Well, the testimony overwhelmingly has come from the right-wing fringe. The Tax Foundation, the National Taxpayers Union, Empower Mississippi, Americans for Tort Reform, and the Ole Miss economics people. Their fundamental belief is that all taxation is wrong, and if you must have taxation, at all costs come up with a tax that'll tax the dickens out of the poor and leave the rich alone. You know what they're going to say before they got here. So to say that this is the overwhelming response of the people, you could see what their response is going to be from the invitation list. And equally, Mr. Chairman, when one voice was invited to speak, you knew what they were going to say. These are folks with agendas. So I had hoped that we would have been able to have a more broad-ranging and more rational discussion. Because, Mr. Chairman, I don't keep up with University of Mississippi athletics. I don't keep up with a lot of things. So I didn't meet your counterpart, Chairman Lamar, until he got elected to the legislature. And then he got to be Chairman of Ways and Means, so I had dealings with Mr. Lamar. And I have been impressed from my first legislative experience with him is his focus and his obsession on either stopping the brain drain, trying to keep young people in Mississippi, trying to attract young people to Mississippi, however you want to phrase it. And, you know, Mr. Chairman, that's something we've talked about over the years. It's always in the back of our minds. It's an ongoing conversation. But not until Chairman Lamar came along and focused so specifically on that, that I thought about it the length that I have. And I've thought, just myself, hours and hours about what it is that we could do to attract and retain young people. My understanding is that this proposition about taxes was one way that it would help us increase our population, increase people wanting to come to Mississippi, and stop the brain drain. I just think there are other things going on. I think, you know, it's been said, you know, I say people are flocking to New York City, where their taxes are through the roof. The response is, we're not New York. And then the next breath, we're talking about we can be like Florida and Texas. Well, we're not Florida or Texas. We're not New York. We're Mississippi. I had hoped at literally this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity we have, with all this money, that we could do some stuff that we'll never be able to do again. And I don't want to go on at length about this, but I've been talking for 20 years about a 6-lane controlled access highway from Gulfport to Canton, built for the purpose of counterflow. It's always too expensive. Well, just let's say that cost $5 billion. At current interest rates, even if you borrowed all the money, you could do that for $300 million a year. That's within the realm of reality. I looked at tuition at universities. For somewhere in the neighborhood of $250 million a year, we could give tuition-free 4-year college to every resident of the state that want to go to college. We have a problem with our image. When he was promoting his infrastructure bill, the President of the United States mentioned Flint, Michigan, and Jackson, Mississippi in the same sentence. You really like the President or disagree with him or think whoever wrote the speech was out of it, whatever. Nevertheless, I didn't say nothing about Montgomery. I didn't talk about Little Rock. They talked about Baton Rouge. They talked about Jackson, Mississippi. What we're known for nationwide is we got a Capitol building where we hadn't got good water and sewer. A capital city where we hadn't got good water and sewer. That's hurting economic development all over the state. And we have, because it's hurting our image, and we have cities and counties all over the state that need water and sewer. We've got pipes underground that are well over 100 years old, and they're wearing out. There's a small town in Senate District 7 which desperately needs a municipal lagoon and a municipal sewer system. They're all on septic tanks. They can't afford it in normal times. But we've got enough money now that we could help them get a lagoon. We could transform water and sewer in Mississippi. And that would change the narrative from it's the capital city without water and sewer to it's the state that fixed its water and sewer problems. Mr. Chairman, our roads are deteriorating. I drive down Highway 45, and if you're going to Starkville or Columbus or places like that from northeast Mississippi, you go down 45. It's crumbling. The enormous expense, we had this 4-lane highway program several years back, and now the roads we've built are crumbling. And I thought, again, sort of a variation on a theme from Chairman Lamar, what if we had a bonus for college graduates who lived in Mississippi and filed a state income tax return, that the first time we got a state income tax return from them that showed they lived and worked in Mississippi 4 years after first getting their college degree, we'd write them a $5,000 check. I don't know that that's practical. I can think a lot of problems with it, but that's something that's transformative. That's something that changes the agenda. And I had hoped that eventually the discussion would get to those things, because you can't do everything. You can't eliminate the sales tax and fix the roads and fix water and sewer and reduce tuition and give out bonuses. We haven't had any true study of what motivates 20-something people. We all sit around and say it's this, it's that, the other. Wouldn't we want some information about, why do you people go live where you do and what might keep you here? We haven't looked at what's really causing economic development in other states. We've talked about income taxes. That's all we've talked about. But it's possible to run regression analysis about every variable in the world to see what does coincide with economic development and population growth and to what degree. And Mr. Chairman, I'll just say this in closing. We've had a lot of talk in recent years about workplace training. And I don't agree with every single thing that's been done and every variation on that theme. But Mr. Chairman, that's the right question. When we're asking the question, what can we do to improve our workforce, to have a better trained and better educated workforce in the state of Mississippi, that's the right question to ask. And I would suggest to you that having a better trained workforce, the economic developers will tell you, is a mighty big consideration in all that. So I appreciate your indulgence, Mr. Chair. I sort of wish that we had a more broad-ranging discussion, and it's sort of gotten to the point where me and everybody else is trying to prove our preconceived notions instead of sort of scratching our heads and thinking and seeing what people have to offer. So thank you. I just got to this point and I'm sort of disappointed.
Thank you, Senator Bryan, for your thoughtful comments.
Thank
Senator
you,
Parker.
Mr. Chairman. Just one comment back to Senator Bryan, if I could. And I do appreciate your comments, particularly on workforce development, and just kind of reiterate or update. And I certainly in this room here also appreciate the work of Senator Horn. He has spent a whole lot of timeless effort over many years on that effort as well. But to refresh you, we did set up an Office of Workforce Development as a new entity in our state. That office went through an exhaustive research into where our workforce dollars are going. We have hired Ryan Miller from University of Mississippi to serve in that position. He is off to a good start. I mentioned earlier Accelerate Mississippi. We're rebranding our state to increase our image and try to attract people here. Some other things I think we've done have been a positive move in that direction. And I just want to let the people who are listening online or other people who may not be aware of that know that in Ryan's capacity so far, we had a report last week. He is going around the state. He's developed a system of ecosystems throughout the state to establish what type of workers we need and what the regions are. He's reporting back, and we are doing work on that. And so since it was brought up as a deficiency in our state that needs to be addressed, I just felt the need to just establish that that deficiency is one that people are working tirelessly on to try to improve.
Thank you, Senator Parker. Our next presenter is Mr. McKay, the Manufacturers Association. John, thank you for being here.
Appreciate it, Mr. Chairman.
Please speak into the mic. I think we're having difficulty hearing it on the live stream over there.
Is that pretty good?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, members of the committee. Thanks for having me come and speak. I'm going to try not to take up much of your time because I think we've kind of plowed a lot of ground today and yesterday. So I am the president and CEO of the Mississippi Manufacturers Association, so I'm here representing the over 2,000 manufacturing firms from around the state. And I really do appreciate being invited to speak because in most communities where my members are located, we are the largest taxpayer in that community. We support the local schools, the local county or city, and obviously numerous state taxes as well. So this is a very important issue. Obviously the folks that work at manufacturing facilities are part of the community, and we want to support them. So just real briefly, I think it might help to just give a quick overview of the state of manufacturing right now, and I promise this will come back to taxes. This will not take long, but the last 18 months has been more than a roller coaster for manufacturing. With the start of the pandemic, super steep drop off in demand, and then a rocket ship straight back up on the same side. All of that was geared toward, actually relief from COVID. So if you think about it, the PPE, the testing kits and supplies, household goods, consumer goods, all the things that we needed in those first 2 months of quote-unquote lockdown. And then as we recovered as an economy, and certainly as we started getting stimulus checks from the federal government, all of those goods saw a huge uptick. So you see several sectors around the state that have had record years during a pandemic. So you look at furniture, lumber and wood products, appliances, metals, heavy machinery. Those have all had banner years. They're producing more product, and they're making great profits. They're employing more people, and that's what we all want to see. Manufacturers still provide some of the highest salaries and most generous benefit packages of any sectors in the state. We also, in the communities we're located, we tend to have about a 3-time multiplier on economic activity. So for every job that a manufacturer produces, it's usually 2.5 to 3 times that in the surrounding community. So you got to think about a manufacturing facility that has 500 employees and all the homes and cars and trips to the grocery store and the clothes for the kids going to school, those types of things. So the general picture for manufacturing in the state is positive, and I think that's a credit not only to the hard-working manufacturing employees of the state, but to you all who have set the stage for quality manufacturing environment in the state. But not everything is positive. So I want to touch on some of the things that are troubling and kind of keeping my folks up at night. And one y'all just hit on repeatedly is workforce. We've got stagnant population growth in most of the state. We are lacking or misaligning in our skills and education. So obviously I'm talking a little bit about high-tech, high-skill labor that is the new wave of manufacturing, but I'm also talking about basic stuff. showing up to work on time, being able to take, direction from a supervisor, pretty simple stuff. We tend to fall short of those goals. We also have been dealing with the generous federal stimulus. That has kept a lot of employees on the sideline for various reasons. So what you're seeing right now is you're seeing a lot of companies raise wages and institute, sign-on bonuses and retention bonuses and those types of things, just to attract the workforce they need to meet the high demand that you see right now. The other thing that you're hearing a lot of right now is supply chain disruptions. And so that's going to be a twofold issue. One is pandemic related. A lot of the stuff that we buy from Asia was impacted early in the pandemic, and those bottlenecks in the supply caught up. The other thing that you saw is a massive increase in consumer demand. And the supply chains just aren't made for that type of demand surge. So we typically run on just-in-time production methods in this state and in this country, and that just doesn't work when demand goes up, double digits. So the other thing that obviously has happened is that with that increased demand, raw materials and components, you've heard of the microchips, metals, plastics, they're all seeing delays in getting to a production facility. The other thing is transportation. All modes of transportation, those costs have gone up. Just to give you an example, shipping containers right now, it is the Wild West to get a shipping container to or from other parts of the world. So whereas 2 years ago, a shipping container costs about $3,000 to $4,000 to rent, it's now in the $22,000 to $25,000 range. And you have a situation where people are going out and undercutting their competition just to get the containers. So it is definitely tough for manufacturers right now. And then the third factor is the health and safety aspect. So you've had a lot of our members change plant layouts and process flows to accommodate, to try to keep people safe. I mean, that's the employees in a manufacturing facility are the lifeblood of the manufacturing facility. If they're not there, things don't get made. So all of that comes with a cost, obviously. So when you combine all those things that I just mentioned, you're looking at some pretty serious inflationary pressures right now in manufacturing. Those pressures are real to a manufacturer right now. They are being analyzed, and those costs are being put into their products. But the end user of most of the manufactured goods in this country have not yet seen those impacts. For one, the cost increase have not stopped. They've not even plateaued yet. So what we're hearing from our membership is that well into 2022, probably December of 2022, they'll know the full impact of what has gone on with supply chains and cost increase in general. That's when you're going to see the actual inflation hit the pocketbook of the end consumer. So again, that's just kind of to set the stage before I start talking about taxes of what we're dealing with out there in manufacturing. So now I guess to speak directly to tax policy. When I go and I speak to my members, especially about tax policy, three things tend to bubble up pretty quickly: simplicity, fairness, and predictability. Predictability is a big one. If you're running an analysis on your product and the sales figures and everything that goes into manufacturing, you're looking at least 5 years out. So anything that would add a shock to those numbers, we tend to get very nervous around that. So over the past decade, MMA's agenda has really been to identify things in Mississippi's tax code that put us at a competitive disadvantage against our neighboring states, against firms all over the country, and because manufacturing is a global enterprise, you've got to look all around the world. So some of the things, just to refresh everybody's memory, and y'all have, again, been a tremendous partner in this endeavor. Some of the things that we've identified in the past and have worked to correct. Number one, I think, Senator Harkins, you mentioned this, is the inventory tax. And just to make sure everybody understands what the inventory tax is, that is a local tax that is assessed at the local level. It is paid by the company at the local level. And then what we did and what y'all did was we put a tax credit on the books. Well, roughly every year there's about $140 to $150 million of inventory taxes collected at the local level. The tax credit every year is given at about a $30–35 million range. So not even, you know, a quarter of the impact of the inventory tax, which is a lot on manufacturing and a lot on small retail type businesses. Less than a quarter of that is actually recouped by the business, even though we do have that credit. Another one that y'all will definitely remember is the franchise tax. Now this, again, is it's a state level tax. It is essentially a tax on the capital that you've deployed as a business. We are almost halfway through with the phase out of the franchise tax. But again, the inventory tax and the franchise tax were both taxes that other states, by and large, did not have at all. And so I think we made the case, and for the most part, you all agreed, that yes, if we want to become more competitive with other states, then we need to address those, and we have. The third one I'll mention is the energy used in the manufacturing process. So we were one of the only states, I think we were one of 3 or 4 left in the country that actually had a sales tax on the electricity or natural gas or propane that you used in the manufacturing process. So you all decided to pass legislation to exempt that fully. And the reason I specifically bring that one up is because that is an input. If you don't have energy, you're not going to make a product. So the raw energy, that electricity that Nucor Steel uses to heat up that huge furnace and to melt that steel and to pour it into rebar, that should be considered a raw product and be exempt from sales tax, just like other raw materials in the process are today. So those types of things are positive developments within our tax code. So, you know, obviously we've recognized those things, and we've all collectively decided to address those. And that brings us to the proposal from the House this past session, which we analyzed, and I've met with, I think, most of the people in this room on this issue. And there were 2 different versions. The first version had something that I want to address in it, just because it speaks directly to that input tax that we've kind of talked about, and I think the guy from the Tax Foundation called it tax pyramiding. But those input taxes that go into the production process can't be passed on to the consumer. It just ultimately makes your product less competitive in the marketplace. So the sales tax on energy was one of those that we've eliminated. The manufacturing equipment and replacement parts was in the original bill and was taken out. And I certainly appreciate that, because that was a big one for us. And again, that might look like a preferential rate, but Arkansas is the only other state in the entire Southeast that has any tax on those parts and equipment. And we're only one of, I think, 7 that has any at all. So the idea of raising that was really alarming to my membership. So that was taken out, which I think is a great first step in the House plan. The other thing that has been brought up to me directly is the general sales tax rate increase from 7 to 9.5. And we've kind of talked about that issue, and I just want to mention one thing. Yes, it does involve the toilet paper and the paper towels and the coffee and the desks and the chairs and the front offices of these manufacturing facilities. But for manufacturers, it goes way beyond that. Because the only thing that's exempted from sales tax in the manufacturing process is raw materials, like the energy used in manufacturing, or, you know, raw metal, all those types of things. All that other stuff that you see in a manufacturing facility, whether it be warehouse, forklifts, racks, I mean, you name it, almost all of that is taxed at the full sales tax rate. So what I did is I asked my membership to submit some actual real dollars to me, and I've got about a dozen examples. And just to give you an idea of the basic breakdown, and it very much depends on the type of industry and the size of the industry and all that. But for most companies, regardless of size, the aggregate impact of that sales tax increase on the equipment and machinery, which was taken out, was about half of the total impact. So let's say a company with 250 employees, the original House proposal was going to negatively impact their tax position by about $500,000. Half of that $500,000 was just the general sales tax rate. Now, again, that was not, oh my God, the sky's fallen. That's just to give you an example of the general sales tax rate increase, whether you go 1 penny, 2 pennies, 2.5, it will have an impact on businesses as they buy the things that they need to operate. So just wanted to put that out there. The other issues that have been brought up, I think I don't need to go over the economic development incentives. That is important to manufacturers because, as you all know, because y'all voted on these packages before, the manufacturers are one of the largest recipients of these economic development incentive packages because of the positive impact they bring on communities. So to address where we make up that money and what new programs we put in place, we're all for that, and we would love to work with y'all on any solution to that. But to recognize that as an issue and to get ahead of it, to not scare off potential prospects, and to not cause consternation with the folks that already have those agreements in place, I think it's important. And I'll be happy to be the messenger when we find out the perfect plan for that. The other thing that I did want to briefly mention, I hadn't heard much discussion of, is under the current proposal that we're talking about, we will effectively decouple the individual and the corporate income tax. The individual income tax over time will eventually go to zero. We will have a corporate income tax. If we could all just step back to 2010, 11, 12, and remember the budgets that you all had to deal with at the state level, it was pretty lean. And one of the concerns of my membership is if the state and state policymakers only have a select few levers to pull when times get tough, the corporate income tax will be one of the few levers out there. Because you've bumped up your sales tax rate pretty good. You've taken the income tax to zero, the personal income tax to zero, and you've got this other. So again, that's not, a deal breaker. Nobody's running for the hills on that, but that's something to consider because businesses that we want to recruit to the state will see this too. It's not just something that we made up. It's a legitimate concern that, corporate entities will be the only ones left out there. So, I'll stop right there. I know it's getting long in the day. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, John. Representative, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John, thank you for your time. I know you're extremely busy and appreciate you testifying today. You mentioned that your number one concern was workforce. Decreasing or eliminating the income tax at a minimum, don't you think that would attract a higher educated and a better workforce?
It's hard for me to answer that question. I can't imagine it would hurt.
And that's a fair response, but let me give you the flip side of that. It won't have a negative impact.
No, I would not think so. No.
The second thing that you discussed, John, was your concern over the inventory tax, similar to the franchise tax and the fact that the state gives back a tax credit based upon the income tax in terms of how much you pay in the inventory tax. And I'm not the smartest guy up here, and I'm no tax expert, but am I correct in saying that we are phasing out the inventory tax?
That's good. It's a good question. Let me clarify that. Because these taxes get complicated and they get confused a lot. So the inventory tax gets paid at the local level and there's a tax credit.
That's right.
So if this plan were to go through and you were a pass-through entity, you would have no income tax liability and therefore you wouldn't be able to get a credit. C corporations would still be able to apply that against their corporate income tax. The franchise tax is just a straight state tax that a company pays based on their capital, and we're phasing that out. So I think it's after 2027, that just goes away. That's just done. So the franchise tax will eventually, no matter, it's in statute, unless y'all repealed it, it goes away later in the decade. So I highlighted those not to say that this plan really affects those in any meaningful way. I'm not too concerned about that. I highlighted those to say that what we've done with tax policy over the past decade, we have been moving in the right direction by attacking directly those things that put us at a disadvantage versus other states. That the taxes that we have or impose that other states don't.
You didn't phase that. You have to credit.
Was I wrong on that?
If I may
Yeah.
proceed?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you. On the equipment and the machinery that you talked about, John, let's just say the cost does go up, but isn't it true that that total cost, even if it goes up, that cost is, number one, it can be fully depreciated, and then number two, it's fully it's fully deductible on not only your federal return, but that corporation's or that manufacturer's state return too.
In some cases, you're absolutely right. Yeah.
Okay. Well, in what cases does that not apply then?
Well, so that was, I didn't really get into it, and this might be a little tangent, but I did want to touch on it, I'm sorry. We have talked about that, the pass-through entities, so the C Corps versus the LLCs and the S Corps. I think one of the problems that was brought up was, we're worried that maybe they will run for the door and change their business structure to get the tax benefit of this plan. I'm not necessarily concerned with that. I think some of that might happen. I don't think it would be a major impact on really much. But what I am concerned with is you can be set up, essentially two businesses that are identical. One can be a C Corp and one can be an LLC. That's where it goes against one of our pillars, which is the fairness. I don't see how we can, sort of to your point, Representative White, is we might need to find a way to capture what is truly business income from like businesses. So if you do have a C Corp and an LLC that are similarly situated, similarly profitable, I feel like that's got to be a thing we address in any long-term plan, because you're going to either have everybody jump over to LLCs, which is not practical for some businesses because they are not headquartered here. I mean, they're businesses that are elsewhere, but they have a branch here. We have a lot of that. We have a lot of branch facilities here. But they're going to be, it's just not a level playing field. And again, it's not insurmountable.
But if I may, and I appreciate that explanation, but let's just forget the LLCs, just the C corporations. They will be able to, number one, fully depreciate whatever the cost
That's right.
of that equipment is, number one. Number two, they will be able to fully deduct it as a business expense on both their federal and state returns, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John, again, thank you for coming. I know it's been a long 2 days, and I'll be as brief as possible. I'm going to turn your attention. I don't know if you've seen this, but the Tax Foundation was both given to us yesterday with DOR and I think Tax Foundation as well, but they've got this little map here that talks about the sales taxes that surround our state. Tennessee's 9.55%, Alabama 9.22%, Louisiana 9.52%, and Arkansas at 9.51%, and we're at the 7.07, which, you know, it takes into account the local and private taxes there. So my question, I guess, is if we do this and we raise it that 2.5%, I mean, we're pretty much in line with all the states that surround us, right? I mean, it's not exorbitant. We're not going far and above of what they are.
I think that's accurate, but I think you also have to look at geography. So a lot of manufacturing facilities tend to locate in the county. That just happens, their space, that's where they locate. So they're not going to be subject to those special, the local option sales taxes in most municipalities.
Sure.
Which is why Tennessee is at 9 point whatever, because that's an average. Tennessee, what is their state tax, their sales tax, the base, 5?
I don't know that. I'm sorry. I think it's 9.
The state is 9?
I think it's 9, yeah.
Okay, then throw Tennessee out, but
yeah, so my question is, we're not out of line with these neighboring counties that pretty much have very similar, especially Arkansas, who has pretty similar demographics that we do. My question is, you know, Tennessee is the only one of those states that doesn't have an income tax. And I'm very familiar with that, being where I live. And we always point to them as having a strong economy, as growing. I mean, Nashville's booming, East Tennessee's booming. Do you know, and this is, I do not know, again, not being a good lawyer here, I don't know the answer to this question, but do you know, how do they treat those business inputs that we're talking about, the copy paper, the desk, and that stuff? Are they taxed at that general 9% sales tax?
That is a good question that I don't know the answer to that. I do know that for their, what I call a business input tax is those intermediate taxes of the machinery and equipment. That's the only one I know for sure.
Well, it just seems to me, and again, maybe I'm wrong, they're booming, they're growing. I just don't see, and I'm happy to talk about this further, I just don't see a business leaving Mississippi or a business failing to come to Mississippi because of that additional sales tax.
Yeah. And if I hinted or made the impression that I do not think that. I do not think that just an increase from 7 to 9.5 is going to drive business out of Mississippi. I don't want to leave that impression with anybody. Just when they make long-term projections on, especially these multi-state companies, they look at every penny. Y'all know that. I mean, they look at every penny down to the employee, and they make decisions based on that. So any marginal shift one way or the other can impact those decisions, but it will not be a running for the door at all. So I don't want to give that impression.
All right. Thank you, John. I appreciate it. Next up is Ms. Jennifer Hall with the Manufactured Housing Association. Yeah. And while she's getting up here, I want to, obviously, we've been tied up in here all day long, and I'm not sure if many of y'all are aware, while we are here getting to kind of participate in democracy, we had about 12 U.S. Marines that were killed in Afghanistan today and several more that were hurt. So just continue to keep our military in your thoughts and prayers, and the service members that are serving over there trying to extract the rest of the United States citizens that are trying to get out of there. So just wanted to be mindful of that. Ms. Hall, thank you for being here.
Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Hall, and I'm the Executive Director of the Mississippi Manufactured Housing Association, and we represent factory-built housing, and that is manufactured homes and which are built to the HUD code, and also modular homes, which are built to IRC or the local building code. For some of y'all, we didn't even have a definition of modular homes until after Katrina. After Katrina, there was such a need for homes down on our Gulf Coast that then Governor Haley Barbour came up and brought me in, and we got some definitions from other states. And then, of course, as you know, the Katrina Cottage was formed, which was really built to a dual code, HUD and modular code. And so since then, we've had some developers using modular homes, and so that has continued to grow in our state. Factory-built housing has always been a means for affordable housing for our state. In the 2010 census, over 504,000 Mississippians are living in manufactured housing. Our national association is continuing to gather those numbers. I expect that will grow from this census. And so that's important. In your folder, the reason why I'm here today is in the proposed bill, manufactured housing would go up 2.5%. So I thought that I would just give y'all a quick study of how we are taxed, because a lot of you might not be familiar. The first sheet is just a little quick facts about our industry, and you'll see that this last year we paid $3,114,420.79 in sales tax, and then you'll see the number of folks, and then on the back you'll get some more stats on us. The second sheet that I put in there, front and back, I was asked by a couple of senators to do just kind of a rundown of basically sales tax on our home. And so the first one, and then the last document I have is how we're taxed. Okay, so some people may think that we're only taxed at that 3%, and actually that's not true. In April of 2018, the Department of Revenue changed some of the ways that we were taxed. So before that time and before I came aboard, probably Senator Horn and Senator Bryan would be the only ones that would remember Commissioner Ed Bulow, who ran the Revenue Department. Well, apparently before I became Executive Director, the statute says we should be taxed at 3%. But at that time, back in the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s, my retailers used to sell furniture with the home. And so the tax department, the revenue department, and my industry apparently came up with a 3.4%. That was never in the statute, but that's what we used. And so we would tax our home at 3.4%. Well, in 2017, the Revenue Department contacted me, and we began having meetings because they wanted to go to a true 3% or 7%. 3% or 7%. And so I kind of told them we no longer really sold furniture packages with the home. However, they were under the old rule, they wanted to tax the refrigerator at 7%. And they talked about some other items, and I said, but all of those appliances come with my homes delivered. So after many discussions, we came up with these items to be taxed at 3%, and then items that would be taxed at 7%. We're talking with the Revenue Department, unless this body of legislature specifically details it and specifies, those 7% will go to 9.5%. Now, you through legislation certainly can say no, for manufactured housing, they're going to stay 7%. But usually, so I kind of wanted to give you that. A lot of people were not aware that that's how we were taxed. So on a simple single section home, when you go in a lot and you talk to one of our retailers and they quote you the price of that home, and let's say for the single section, I did survey my members last week and tried to get an average of a single section home and an average of multi-section home. I will tell you that last year we saw a 20% increase. This year so far we've seen a 30% increase of materials. Our manufacturers are having a difficult time of getting their raw materials and their supplies, their windows, things they need to build. We're now out 6 to 8 months before delivery of home. Plus, they've had a hard time ramping back up their production because of COVID. And so, anyway, this just gives you in this one. But when you go on a retail lot and they quote you the price of a home, they are going to say, okay, the single section is $65,000. Well, what does that include? That includes the home, the delivery and setup, skirting, AC, and steps. That's all inclusive in that price. Okay. But in our industry, we are regulated by the State Fire Marshal's Office, and so we have to make sure that that setup is done properly. Most of the time, you're going to have to build a pad, and that involves dirt. Well, that dirt has to be charged at 7%. The septic tank or the individual wastewater system that you use, that's at 7%. Any dozer work, that's taxed. Running a line and setting a utility pole, which is these things that I gave you in here. This is a simple setup, but this is what happens just about 85% of the time. Yes, we do put homes in communities where you don't have to do some of this, but I do think it's important for y'all as we go forth, and I look forward to working with this body. I have to tell you, I've learned a lot yesterday and today in listening to the speakers. And I don't think there's anyone sitting around this table that does not want to do what they really believe is the best for Mississippians. I truly believe that. And I also, in my 25 years of working with this legislature and different people, and they've come and gone, but I've never met anyone that wouldn't sit down and talk to me. And I think that's what these last 2 days, we're learning from each other. We're learning as people speak. We're learning people's opinions. We're learning people's concerns. But I think the speaker has said it many times, and I know Chairman Harkins has expressed to me, as well as the Lieutenant Governor, there is no reason why we cannot sit down and discuss it as we go forward. There's no reason why we cannot. And I heard today from Grover Norquist about the neutral, and so that if we can come up with, as we're going through this process, if there are other taxes that need to be looked at, and so one that I'd like to put out there, since he brought it up, our surrounding states are Alabama's at 2%, Arkansas is 6.5%, applied to 62% of the selling price. They have no tax on used homes. Louisiana is 4.45% on new MH, plus sometimes they have local taxes in certain cities that they add on to that. There are no tax on used home. In Tennessee, it's 50% of the state tax rate, which I checked today, but they're still at 3.5%, even though they went up to 9%. My cohort up there was able to keep it at 3.5%, and there are no tax on used home. So maybe one way that you could make it more neutral is if we didn't charge any tax on use tax. Well, that'd be another lower 3%. So that's a thing to put out there. So as we go forth, I look forward to working with y'all. Like I said, manufactured housing is just, it's a need. And I just have to tell y'all this. In my 25 years, we always set up at the Municipal Association, Supervisors Association. And this year, we had over 600 packets. We left the municipal with 0. New mayors, new aldermen, they need workforce housing in their cities. And there are a lot of cities that may zone out manufactured housing, but now cities are spot zoning. And I had one alderman who actually is a builder, and he builds $250,000 homes, but he said, I need your homes in my ward. So I'll be traveling a lot the next 6 months and meeting with these cities and counties. Representative Zuber is also helping me. Y'all may not know, we are doing an outdoor housing show the end of March in Biloxi, and we're excited about that. It is usually the largest outdoor housing show in the U.S. It was in Tunica, Mississippi, but things have kind of changed up there, and so we're moving it to the coast, and so we're excited. I'll yield to answer. I know we've been here a long time. I always appreciate the opportunity to talk about my industry. I'm very passionate about it. Just to tell you a little story, on this picture right here at the top, this little single section, that's in Fayette, Mississippi. And that was a single young lady that graduated from Alcorn State and was working at Alcorn State. And we did a homeowners contest in 2019 where we gave out $15,000, one in each region of my state, but we wanted to help them landscape their home and make it look nice. And this young lady did the math on what it cost her for an apartment, and she decided, you know what, I'm going to get me a single section home. And so she did, and she wanted real brick around it, so that's what we did, and build her a porch. Now on the back, this one up here in the corner, you can't see this one really good. This story, same thing, they were the winners, and you'll see a big porch on this one. This is a multi-section. This was a family in Woodlands, Mississippi, and because of some kind of personal reason, don't know all the circumstances, didn't need to know them, but they adopted their 3 grandchildren, and what they were living in, they literally just bulldozed it down. And we were able to go and visit with that family and watch those children run through that house. And so as we go forth and we talk about affordable housing, just as any other housing, there are always people and faces to put with those. And so I look forward to working with y'all, and I'll yield to any questions.
Are there any questions? Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, Ms. Howell, thank you. You are the first presenter I heard every word you said.
I have a big mouth. My husband tells me that all the time.
I'm not going to get in that argument. My question goes to your tax sheet.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't built a home in a long time. Of the things you list here, wouldn't a lot of these also be taxed at this percent if I built a home?
They would be.
Okay.
They would be.
Can you identify which ones quickly? Or
all of the, well, I don't know that it would definitely, the septic tank, I think just about, think about all of them.
All residential taxes, 7%.
I will tell you I'm very proud, you'll see on most of these, on our square foot, for the single section, it's 58. For the multi-section, it's 52. That's why it's so affordable. I have a good friend of mine in Senator Harkins, contacted him this morning. He said in Rankin County, his building costs are around 130.
All right, thank you.
Any other
Thank you,
questions?
Senator Polk. Is that it? All right. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate your testimony today. Next is Mr. Marty Milstead with the Automobile Dealers Association.
You ready?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, members of the committee. Certainly appreciate you guys giving the Automobile Dealers Association a voice at your tax study committee. I like Ms. Hall. It's been very educational. I go back a few years up here at the Capitol, and I've sat through a lot of study committees, and I think it's been very helpful and very broad. I want to bring you a perspective today, and I think I'm able to share some real numbers with you, not so much maybe a philosophy one way or the other. And so that's going to be our perspective, and maybe not so much from the 217 automobile dealers that I represent throughout the state of Mississippi, but from a car buyer's perspective, because our tax that we collect is ultimately paid by the car buyer. It's not a discount to the car dealer. The tax policy of the state of Mississippi is for people that are buying a car to pay 5% sales tax, not the 7%. That's clearly because it's probably the largest purchase that's taxed in the state of Mississippi. Housing being the most expensive, it's not taxed as we've heard, but the cars are. So there's been a discount, if you will, of 2% on the sales tax that car buyers buy. So that's our current policy. And for the sake of conversation, I am going to refer to the House tax plan that came out, and most of my comments are going to be revolved around that because it takes the 5% to 7.5%. And so 2.5% might not sound like a lot of money, but when you're dealing with the automobile industry and car buyers, it is. Matter of fact, the information that the House has been able to share with me, it would project to have $147 million in additional taxes paid if you go to 7.5% on the purchase of light automobiles, new cars. And by the numbers, what that will do now, the average price of a new car is $43,022. So that's a 50% increase when you go to 2.5%. And the cost to the car buyer is additional $1,075. That total tax for that purchase would be $3,226. So it's thousands of dollars that we're talking about. On an average price of a used car, it's $25,225, and that's additional $630, and it pushes that tax total to $1,891. So that's what happens on that. The other thing that's unique about purchase of a car is there's actually an additional tax that you pay as opposed to other consumer goods, and that additional tax is a car tag. So as soon as you purchase your car, I think it's within 14 days, you're supposed to go to the courthouse and buy your car tag. As you legislators all know, that varies from county to county of what that car tag is. We've tried to do some research. Our best guess is it's around a 3% additional taxes that you're going to pay on top of what you've already done. So if you go to a 7.5% sales tax on an automobile and put another 3% on there, you're talking about 10.5%, obviously, in taxes, doing the math. So that's something that happens with that. The other thing is, and we've had some dialogue with the House about this, is we think it's a big mistake to treat the purchase of an automobile like a trip to the grocery store. There's a lot of differences. Some of those obvious ones is, I think, when you go to the grocery store, I think most consumers go in there, you got your grocery list, and you go and you shop for your items, and if it's you buy your peanut butter, and if it's your brand, you always buy that, you get it. Sometimes you might be shopping for what's on sale, and you look and see, okay, they got a special on potato chips. I'm talking about items that I buy when I go shopping, which is different than when my wife goes, but nonetheless, I walk out and I do my purchase. I don't look at that, how much was my taxes. You just, you know, you're going to buy them, the taxes are what they are. That's not the case when you go to buy your automobile, because it comes up into your total price of your vehicle, which gets to the next point. Most of those purchases are financed. That's not the case at the grocery store. You don't go to the finance office when it's all said and done and say, okay, how much are my monthly payments going to be this month? So there's a big difference when you're talking about a large item purchase versus your typical trip to Walmart. The other thing that's that happens, and this is pretty normal in the car business, is you don't negotiate your price. You don't go at the end of your shopping list, you don't go and say, I want to see the general manager. Mr. Speaker, in your case, you'd say, I think you're a little high on your Bluebell ice cream this week, and you need to go back and sharpen your pencil a little bit, or I'm not going to buy it. And so, you know, that's a totally different shopping experience that you have with a car that you don't. And so treating it the same, we think is a flawed policy, tax policy for the state. Just a few more things that I will tell you is we do think it hurts the lower income Mississippians, particularly those that don't pay income taxes now. One of the things that I will tell you about automobiles that we can all, I think, agree on is they are essential for Mississippians. We do not have mass transportation in most of the state that you can depend on. I dare say that everybody in the room today probably drove here in a vehicle. You will leave in a vehicle. So whether you're going to work, school, church, to your favorite fishing hole, hunting, you have a vehicle that you travel in, you use that for transportation. It is essential to all Mississippians that need those to have transportation. So it's not like buying a piece of furniture that you say, hey, I think we need a new couch, but we're going to hold off. If your automobile is if it's broken down or you're buying your first automobile, you need that for transportation, whatever your means are. You've got to have that transportation in Mississippi, and so people are going to buy automobiles, drive up and down the highways and look at that. So I will tell you that we think that also raising the tax from 7 to 9.5% also makes it more expensive to maintain, to service and repair your vehicle. What those numbers are, I think the Department of Revenue could probably tell you what the increase would be on that. But at the end of the day, we think that Mr. White, Representative White, something you said, you're talking about moving in the right direction. We think that it's moving in the wrong direction to tax automobiles at 7.5% for the reasons that I've stated. So they're essential to Mississippians. Everybody's got to have them. Most people finance them. Moving the price up like that is going to be a huge impact on Mississippians, and we think it's moving in the wrong direction, and it puts too much of a burden on the car buyer in Mississippi and the dealers that are trying to get people in vehicles that they can afford and meet their transportation needs. So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my testimony. I'll be glad to take any questions.
All right. Are there any questions? Speaker.
Thank you, Marty. Appreciate that. Just for everyone's understanding, Marty and I have had extensive discussions about this. He's been very helpful, very gracious to sit down and talk with me, invited me to come speak to his convention. I did. Was able to address the automobile dealers and hear their concerns, and I appreciate the manner in which they have reached out and tried to work through this. A couple of things, Marty. I understood you to say that the average cost of a new automobile is $43,000. So the increased tax would be $1,000 on that, right?
$1,075, yes, sir.
Okay, right at $1,100 in. Is it your belief that people are going to walk away from buying a $43,000 vehicle because it went up $1,000? Is that their concern?
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I will answer your question, but I do want to thank you on behalf of the car dealers that you have been very transparent and open and have come and met with our board, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say that, but I'll answer your question. that's the other thing that's hard about financing a vehicle, because everybody that walks in could have a different circumstances which qualifies them to buy whatever automobile. For example, this family walks in, they got a great credit score. They hadn't, as choices that Senator Parker was talking about, they've kept their budget in check. They have a budget. And so their ability to buy that automobile is not going to be a problem. Somebody else raising the price of the vehicle $1,000, that could be a problem. But at the end of the day, it's $3,000. It's not, it's obviously additional $1,000, but it's over $3,000 added to the cost of that vehicle. So to me, it's a substantial amount of money. Sir?
Because of the tag.
No, sir. That's before you get to the tag.
I missed the $3,000. How does it go up $3,000?
No, it doesn't go up $3,000, Mr. Speaker. That total tax is $3,226. It's an additional $1,075 in taxes. So without at 5%, it'd be $2,100 in taxes. It's 7.5%.
I'm not following you. Oh, you're talking about the existing tax is $2,100.
Yes, sir.
And if we raise it, it goes up another 1,000, right?
So if you go to 7.5, that would be an additional $1,075.
Well, that's my point. I mean, the tax is only going to go up $1,000.
At that current rate, that's assuming that car prices stay the same and so on and so forth.
I understand.
But
We're just using this for example,
using
though.
that number, yes, sir, that's the math.
You're telling me the average cost of a new car is $43,000. Therefore, if we raise the sales tax 2.5 pennies, it's going to go up $1,000. That's what I understood you to say.
Yes, sir.
All right. And my question to you is it your belief that a buyer is going to walk away because it goes up $1,000?
And I guess my answer is it depends on the buyer.
Okay. Then I understood you to say the used car price was $25,000. Was that right?
$25,225, or as we like to say, $25,999.
There you go. And the additional cost was $600 under the plan, right?
$630. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Well, and then those amounts are financed over a period of years, correct?
Typically, yes, sir.
So, if someone is in fact concerned, I mean, they take that $600 and they spread it over whatever life of the loan is. Generally, just 5 years, I guess, can be longer. So you're taking that $600 and you're spreading it over the life of the loan. Is it the belief that in and of itself would cause a decline in purchases?
Well, it seems like every time you raise the price of goods, it does keep people from being able to buy products.
So it'd be helpful then to give those a mechanism or a way to cover those costs, right? Now, the information that we obtained from whoever it was, Bureau of Labor Statistics or whatever, national buying statistics show that people buy a car once every 7 years on average. We're using average numbers. You're using average numbers of 43,000 and 25,000. I'm going to use what the average information we have was, that people buy a car once every 7 years. I don't know of anybody in here who buys a car every year. Maybe the chairman of BIPAC does. He's got plenty of money. But the rest of them probably buy a car once every few years. I know I drive mine till the wheels come off. So I'm not buying one every year. Now, under our plan, when we exempt the first $40,000 of income right out of the gate, that puts $1,300 back into the pocket of every citizen. So I would argue that they got the money to cover the tax, if that's the way they so choose to use it. I think it then falls on the car dealers to convince them that's the way they need to spend it. But we're giving them back in their pocket enough money to cover the tax. But not only are we giving it back to them in year 1, we're giving it to them in year 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7. So if they're the average guy that buys a car once every 7 years, they got $1,300 in their pocket this year, and year 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7, I don't know what that is, it's approaching $10,000. So not only do they have enough money in their pocket to cover the additional tax, they got more money to buy a more expensive car, it would seem like, to me, that there's no downside or no harm to the industry because, as I've been maintaining all along, you put money in the pockets of the people, they're going to spend it. And the more you give them, the more goods and services turn over. So I don't see the flaw in my logic there, because it looks like we're giving them not only enough money to cover the tax, we're giving enough money to buy a more expensive car if they so choose. Because they're not going to buy a new car every year. They're going to buy one every 7 years or longer.
Yes, sir. You'd like me to respond?
No, I just like you to say yes, that I'm right. Say, yes, you're right. That's what I'd like for you to say.
Well, I'm not going to argue with your math, Mr. Speaker. I will tell you that. What I will tell you is it's interesting. I was able to get some information. So if you look back 7 years ago, 2014, the average price of a new vehicle was $32,824 versus the $43,022. So you need every bit of that $10,000 with the time value of money and inflation and what's going on. So do we know that does that mean it's going to increase $10,000 more in 7 years? I don't know. It is a concern. Affordability of automobiles is one of the big concerns in our industry. There's not much we can do about it. The manufacturers have the prices out there. The used car market changes what the value of those used cars. So we don't really have, from the car dealership point of view, we don't really have any control over those factors. But I will tell you that, I don't know if the House is taking in the time value of money or not and what inflation is going to do on automobiles. So that's a concern. And the other thing is it is a big purchase. I mean, it's something that's got to be financed. It's in that plan, it's about $25 a week. And so we would love for, I agree with you. I was, in Washington, D.C. when President Reagan was in the White House, and we've talked about it before. I mean, supply side economics, is good. When you can give people more money, they typically spend it. The question is, what do they spend it on? If they have $1,000, do they go to Disney World? Do they, do whatever with it? So at the end of the day, your plan makes cars more expensive. That's at the end of the day, that's our concern. And what we wanted to share with the committee today. And I think the question is, when you go back to your constituents around the state of Mississippi and all the areas that you represent as senators and House members, do your car buyers and your constituents, do they want to pay more money for their automobiles? Do they want to go from paying $2,000 to $3,000 for their tax on the purchase of the new automobile? That's really the question. And then do they want to go pay for an outrageous car tag on top of that? And so it's something that every Mississippian needs. And if you think that they ought to pay more for their cars, you should support raising the sales tax. If you don't, you ought to leave it where it is.
Well, I think that's not a fair statement, because we're not just raising their tax. We're giving them $10,000 back in their pocket. And if you tell them, we give you $10,000 back and we take $1,000 of it for your increased tax, would you take that deal? I would dare say every one of them, if they understood it and it was explained to them, would say yes. In my conversations with your members at the convention, it became very apparent that they were more concerned about the cost of a car tag than they really were about this plan. If we were able to find some way to give relief on the car tag, either hold it where it is now or find some way to reduce it, I think your members would really like that.
Well, I'd have to go back to my owner and see if he could accept that deal or not. But
well, that's not a deal necessarily. I'm just saying.
I was trying to use
it
some
appears
car
to
humor
me
with
that
you,
the real
Mr.
issue,
Speaker.
the real issue
is
is the car tax. It's not this income
I would
tax.
tell you this: as soon as the House adopted the plan, and I started getting the information came out that what was happening and what it would do, the tax would do to the cars. The main calls that I got right off the bat was car tags, and it goes back to, it was 3%.
Yeah.
And the car dealer supported an increase of 2%, and that was supposed to be offset, which it is. And Commissioner Graham talked about that yesterday in that car fund, and it's when you see that on your car tag invoice or whatever it is that you get, where this is provided by the Mississippi legislature. So that was the deal that the car dealers agreed to. Now car tags seem to be, higher than ever, but it would be very, very, I think, productive for everybody. I think it would be a win for everybody if you could reduce the price of car tags. It affects everybody, and I think it would be popular as for your voters out there for sure.
I think it's certainly something we could look at, and I'm willing to do that.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know that we would be, you had asked us to support the House plan. I don't think that the car dealers would be in a position to come out and say that we think it's a good idea for our car buyers to have to pay, additional money to buy and finance and all that. But we could very well be in a position where we didn't oppose it. So I just wanted to bring that to the committee. But we're like every other folks here. We're interested in moving Mississippi forward, and appreciate all the work that you do and the members of the House and Senate, and appreciate being able to be a partner with you guys in that.
Thank you.
All right, we have Senator Parker. Out of interest of time, let's try to make our questions pretty quick. We got 2 more presenters.
Thank you, Mr. Milstead, for being here. And I do want to just mention a couple things. It may indeed be true that the average person does buy a car every 7 years, but at least in my stage of life right now, having 3 adult children who are still in school, if that is the case, I end up buying one about every year because we have 5. Actually, we have 6 because we have an older truck that I keep as well. But I want to bring one thing up.
You need an income tax refund.
Well, what I'm hoping with the kids is that one day they'll get off of my payroll and then they can work more into the other statistics. But right now, it just isn't working that way. But up in my area, and we always talk about how DeSoto County is different, I want to tell you how car buying works in DeSoto County. Okay. In DeSoto County, we have car dealers that are in DeSoto County, and we have car dealers that are in Shelby County that are just right across the state line. And I have bought the majority of the cars that I've bought over the years up in Memphis and Shelby County. And what happens is you go up, you buy the car up there, because there have always been a few more dealerships up there. And then when you go to close on the deal, they find out you're from Mississippi. And what you end up doing is you pay the tax for Mississippi in this manner. You close the deal, and then they mail all the paperwork to the DeSoto County tax collector. And then when I go in to pay the tax collector, I pay for the tag and I pay for the tax as a Mississippi resident. It's my understanding that they could do it the other way, because I think they often do. I think they have people from Tennessee who come down to a Mississippi dealership because the tax, even though Tennessee has a higher tax rate than we do, on most things, the tax rate on a car is actually, I think, 7% in Tennessee and it's 5% in Mississippi. And so just, I guess my concern on that would be, if people from Tennessee are coming to Mississippi to shop for cars, and I'll go back to just general things, I don't think it's going to affect someone who's coming down to buy a small widget. I don't think they're going to think about it. But to your point at the beginning, if someone is going to buy a $100,000 car or a $90,000 truck, and if $43,000 is average, I know that their number's higher than that. I do feel that there might be some situations where someone chooses to just go ahead and pay the tax in Tennessee instead of paying it in Mississippi, and that sale may go to a different entity. Are you familiar with that, or is that just something that I'm familiar with because of my location?
Typically, the way it works is that out-of-state dealer can call your county and say, what are the taxes, because they want to roll it into your payments. Otherwise, you know, what makes it a little bit different with a car, something else that's different than your typical grocery store, Mississippi has a way of capturing your sales tax. You go buy it out of state, whatever state, you buy it out of state, you still got to come back to your county courthouse and buy that tag. And if you, at that point, they're going to charge you that sales tax. So if they've built it into your note and they'll give you a check or whatever from that other state, that's the way you would handle that, Senator Parker. But I would also encourage you to start shopping on Goodman Road for your automobiles.
Well, until the last several years, you know, most of the dealers, and we're fortunate now to have, you know, a good number more that are there. And I've certainly bought, you know, several from there. Since I'm buying a car every year, I'm doing a whole lot of purchasing.
Well, keep it up. We appreciate it.
So if I go to Arkansas and I buy a car, are you saying that I'm going to pay Mississippi tax on that car? Or are you saying that I could, because again, I'm just going by the conversations I've had in the dealerships, and it was my impression that I could pay the tax right there for the state that I'm in and pay that tax rate and then go back and just get my tag. And am I mistaken?
I'm fairly comfortable telling you that you're going to pay that sales tax when you come back to get your car tag if it's not paid.
No matter what state we get it in.
Is that right? Yeah. I'm hearing some.
Yeah, you got to pay state.
And even with some of the new industry now where you purchase a car and it's, you know, sent to you in a different way, your tax is going to, so there's not going to be any effect on the, other than the difference the speaker was speaking about, there won't be any loss of sales, other than perhaps the person from Tennessee who might not decide to come to, well, of course, in that case, you're saying that someone from Tennessee cannot come to Mississippi and buy a car and pay Mississippi sales tax on that car. They have to go back and pay it in Tennessee?
The Mississippi dealer should not charge that out-of-state purchaser a Mississippi sales tax.
And what, okay, and what keeps that from happening?
When you buy your tag and register your automobile.
In Tennessee, you have to produce some kind of information that shows that you paid Tennessee sales tax?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to complicate this. So somebody from Tennessee comes and buys a car from a Mississippi dealer. So that Mississippi, if they want to finance that, they would need to find out what that Tennessee sales tax is on that vehicle. They could roll it into their note, and they could give them a check for whatever sales tax that is. They could take that to their courthouse. I assume they go to the courthouse and pay that tax. That's the way it would work for Alabama, Arkansas, Louisiana, or whatever. If you're going to roll it into the note, if not, if you pay cash, they just give you the vehicle and you go deal with it however. I see the Speaker Pro Tem nodding his head yes, so.
Okay, thank you.
Representative White.
Just real quick, I want to address my friend and point out a couple of things he mentioned. I do believe major tax reform and elimination of personal income tax is the right direction for our state. Whether or not it is the right direction for car dealers in Mississippi and their ability to sell cars, I'm willing to have that debate. And certainly we want to find the sweet spot and the best spot, because if I don't say anything else, I would say that, you know, car dealers in this state, and certainly in the small towns and communities where I work and have grown up, you know, they've been the most generous in every aspect, from sponsoring baseball teams to having an ad in the paper when they didn't need one. You know, so certainly we respect and acknowledge that. But if you were a lawyer there today, I would tell you you're in an extreme conflicted state if you're here to represent the car dealers and the car buyers of Mississippi. I mean, you know, the judge would tell you you're going to have to wear one hat or the other. And so I would commend you. It's good lawyering to say I'm here, as you said, to protect the car buyers of Mississippi, when in reality, you know, you're here representing the car dealers. And certainly, number one, I don't want to put them on an unlevel playing field with surrounding states and put them in the position where everybody in DeSoto County is going to Memphis and buying there. I want us to be competitive. So I would like to know as we move forward, and you and I can have these conversations not here today in the essence of time, but what are the other states around us, you know, their tax rates and how, and we looked at that way back, but I don't have that with me today. How are we different or the same with Tennessee or with the others and what they charge? I think Tennessee charges a little more than we do right now on their sales tax for cars. Let's figure out what those are. Let's figure out, and I do think you've got to give some credence to the fact that a car buyer has more money in their pocket. We can't just say, like Senator Bryan's early anecdote, that going from 7 to 9% is going to decrease buying. Sure, in that perfect vacuum of scenario, it does. But when you say that hurts a person's ability to purchase the car, the way I see it, if they're not paying the 5% personal income tax in Mississippi, they've got more purchasing power, and they know better than me how to spend their money. I want them to have that option. If he says, hey, I'm going to save, I'm going to use this, I'm not paying Mississippi income tax anymore, I'm going to have a better vehicle for my family. I think that gets more into philosophy and policy than it does, you know. I think your guys are going to sell plenty of cars. I think they're going to sell more cars from a vibrant Mississippi economy as it relates to better jobs, better human capital, better business environment, those type things. And we'll continue to have those discussions. And I do think, and I think the speaker's committed to you, that we are going to look at our car tags moving forward as part of the equation. I would just tell you, I've got to look at that taxpayer maybe in a little different way than you do. You're looking at him about buying a car, and I got to look at him about a whole range of things. And I appreciate you being here to testify today.
Thank you. Representative Bain, the attorney, just said he had a short 10-second question, so we're going to see if this can actually happen.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Marty, sorry, I tuned out for a minute. I was thinking about my drive home, I guess, 4 hours drive home. But did you say that sales tax is included in the car tag ad valorem, that you pay that? And you may not have. I may have heard you wrong.
Hopefully I didn't say that. Your sales tax is separate. What I was trying to say, Representative Bain, is after, you know, unlike other purchases, when you buy your car, you have an additional tax that you don't have with other purchases. You buy whatever, furniture, groceries, I don't care, whatever good it is, you don't have to go and pay additional tax. You do with a car. And so that goes into the equation.
If you buy a car from out of state, when you go to get your tag, you pay the sales tax at that point when you get your tag.
Yes, sir.
And if you're from out of state, you don't pay sales tax when you buy your car. When you go to your home state, I'm assuming they would charge you sales tax similarly. So, okay. Thank you, Marty. I appreciate your testimony. Pat Fontaine, if you come on down. And then we'll wrap up with Mr. Gerard Gibbert. Pat, make sure you speak into the microphone really good so we can hear you and the people watching on live stream can hear.
Certainly, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for having me here today. I'll be very brief. Echoing what John McKay said, the past 18 months have been very difficult for our industry, quite a roller coaster ride. What are the current business conditions for the restaurant industry here in Mississippi? Food costs continue to rise. The cost of all proteins, beef, pork, poultry, they've risen by 5% year to date. Commodities prices, they're up to 12% year to date, and there's no indication from suppliers that there's going to be any price stabilization for the remainder of this year. Also, as Mr. McKay mentioned, workforce issues, a shortage in labor. A recent survey from Compass Restaurant Consulting and Research indicates that 74% of restaurant owners are operating understaffed. And in some instances, it's at 50% of their normal staffing levels. So as a result, many operators are closing their restaurants on days that they would normally be open, just to give their staff some much needed time off. And if you've dined out recently, the shortage is quite evident. The wait times that you're experiencing and the overall level of service. And I will tell you that the labor issue, we still have a minimum wage and tip credit issue to be resolved at our nation's capital. So those costs, the labor cost and the food cost, the increase is no end in sight. Also, the Delta variant has impacted restaurant sales. A survey completed by the National Restaurant Association August 13th through the 15th of this year indicates that 19% of all adults have stopped dining out. 9% have canceled their plans to dine out. 37% are now ordering takeout and delivery again. And 19% choose to dine outside as opposed to inside the restaurant. So, as a result of increases in prime cost, that's your food and labor, menu prices have increased by 3.4% year to date. And for some menu items like steak and seafood, the increases have been much more. And this is all in an effort to protect their already low profit margins. What would the impact of a sales tax increase be to restaurants here in Mississippi? Currently, there are 73 special taxes levied on restaurants and hotels across the state. 10 are assessed by counties and the remainder by cities. In some instances, a 2.5% sales tax increase would make the effective sales tax rate 13.5%. And examples there, Pascagoula and the city of South Haven. So a study performed by the Zwick Center for Food and Resource Policy at the University of Connecticut indicates that although taxes are not posted on the shelves at grocery stores, nor are they posted on the menus in restaurants, consumers are still attentive to any increase in food sales taxes. Consumer behaviors change in response to a tax increase, and that results ultimately in decreased sales for our members. So given current business conditions and the resulting menu price increases, which are necessitated to protect profit margins, a sales tax increase or any measure that could potentially affect sales would not benefit members of our industry at this time. And even under normal circumstances, which we are not in normal circumstances at this time, the consumer sensitivity to any price increase results in a reduction in the frequency of dining out, or it encourages the decision to dine at home. So I'll entertain any questions at this time.
Thank you, Pat. Are there any questions from the committee? All right. Seeing none. Pat, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate the handout.
Thank you very much.
Next is Mr. Gerard Gibbert. Gerard, thank you for being here, and appreciate you coming in today and hanging out till the bitter end. So thank you, and please proceed.
Appreciate that. First, thank you for recognizing the tragedy that occurred. I caught that at the station before I left Super Talk today, and was just thinking about coming out here and talking to you guys about taxes and watching that on the screen unfold. Really a solemn feeling, honestly. The president just addressed the country, just to let you guys know that. But it truly is a day that we should ask for God's blessing and ask Him for wisdom to lead our national leaders through this very, very challenging situation. But thanks for having me, Senator, and Speaker Gunn. Appreciate that as well. I come to you today just to make sure you understand, not representing any organization whatsoever. I am coming to you today as a Mississippian and one who cares deeply about our state and the future of it. Most of you know I'm an entrepreneur, and having sold my company back in 2019, I embarked upon a new career as a radio talk show host. It wasn't anything I was looking for, just kind of fell into my lap through lots of different events that occurred. But in doing so, I've had lots of exposure and experience, I think, that is pertinent to the discussion here today. When I started my company as a young man back in 1985, I started looking for financing for capital, startup capital. I produced a business plan, a fairly sophisticated pro forma that called for $189,000 of startup capital. I didn't have $189,000 at age 27, and also didn't have any collateral with which to secure such a loan. I learned, having been tossed out of virtually every bank in the state, that if you don't have $189,000 of collateral, you don't get a $189,000 loan. I learned that the hard way. But I was prepared to take the risk because I thought my business idea and the concept was going to be successful, and I was fortunate in that my family members came forth and actually deeded their homes and so forth to me, which allowed me to go to the bank and say, this is the security for this loan. I then operated a business until I paid that 7-year loan off, which I did in 5 years, under the fear of failure, which meant I'd had to go back, in this case, to my in-laws and say, well, sorry, I didn't make it. I just lost your property. And that wouldn't be a pleasant experience. But I understood the risk, and that's what entrepreneurs do. We understand risk. We also understand that it is critical as an entrepreneur to surround yourself with an effective and content and professional and loyal team in order to be successful. It also means, of course, as an entrepreneur, countless late nights, in my case, many times having spent the night in my office. I don't complain about that. I'm not whining about that. I signed up for it. I understand it. I made countless day trips across the country, taking care of business, leaving at 6 o'clock in the morning, getting back at midnight, and then sometimes coming back and going to the office and working. But what I do understand is that the key to any successful organization, and certainly in the IT business where your people are really your key differentiator, are those people. And without those good people, you simply cannot succeed. It is extremely difficult to attract and recruit people in any industry. You would have to be living in a cave if you're not out and about and seeing signs in virtually every store, every restaurant, every shop that says help wanted. That is a phenomenon that is present in our country across the landscape of industries. That has been the case in the IT industry for as long as I've been in it, and that goes back to 1985. The demand for talent dramatically exceeds the supply, just in the cybersecurity industry itself. And of course, you know how critical that is. Every other day you pick the paper up, right, and you see there's been another breach. Latest was T-Mobile, if you haven't seen that. Millions of accounts were breached. So that information will end up on the street in the Russian mafia, and they'll come back, and you know what they do? Defraud our unemployment system. That's what they do with that data to a great extent, and defraud our tax system. But when you're trying to recruit people in the IT industry, the cybersecurity industry, which is a big practice for us, there are about 250, 300,000 cybersecurity professionals in the country. We need about 1 million. That's how hard it is. When you're trying to recruit those to Mississippi, you can imagine how difficult that is. We need a tool. We need a differentiator. When you're recruiting, you are essentially selling. I had 3 full-time third-party recruiting agencies that specialize in the IT industry, not from within the state, from around the country. They did nothing but scour actually the planet for talent that I could attract and bring into Mississippi. I ultimately got to a point where I could not grow my business anymore in Mississippi, because in Mississippi and in what we do, what we lacked in Mississippi are knowledge workers. We need enterprises. We need knowledge workers. Knowledge workers are those that utilize the sorts of technology and the infrastructure that we sell. How do we get those knowledge workers in Mississippi? They work for enterprises that hire those people. We don't have a lot here. In fact, we've watched a lot of those go away in my career. I could sit here and name them. They all affected me negatively. You guys remember deposit guarantee, right? I had 12 people, full-time engineers, outsourced to them at the time they sold that company, at the time deposit guarantee got acquired, which is, as you recall, went to First American in Nashville, then to AmSouth in Birmingham, and ultimately to Regions. I lost that business. When you lose corporate headquarters, a lot goes with that. Mississippi Valley Gas was another one of my biggest customers. Gone, sold out. I don't blame those people for doing that. Now we're watching Sanderson Farms. Again, it's not a knock against them. It's just fact. When corporate headquarters dissolve, lots goes with it. Lots of that talent that's there. Lots of the corporate buying and acquisition, which occurs at the corporate headquarters, goes with it. How do we get more enterprises? How do we get more knowledge workers? And I have some experience with this as the chairman of the Madison County Economic Development Authority. Worked hand in hand with our executive director and our team to attract Amazon. You guys are familiar with that, and a number of other successful projects in Madison County. I'm proud to say we have more activity right now in Madison County from an economic development perspective than since I've been on that board the last 4 years. Very, very excited about that. You got to have a tool to differentiate. I think that repealing the income tax would be an effective tool. Folks that work in my industry are highly compensated. You don't hire cybersecurity professionals for the median household income. In fact, I often laugh, and I'm not too far off on this in this description. They come into my office and say, "Hey, Mr. CEO," they put their feet on their desk and they tell me what I'm going to pay them. That's usually the way it works in our industry. That's how strong the demand is and how they can go anywhere. Headhunters constantly calling members of my team here in Mississippi to poach them daily from across the country, offering bigger and better deals. And we always have to respond to that. Now, we offer a lot more than competitive compensation, because that's not everything to a worker. There are a lot of other issues as well. We have a great story to tell here in Mississippi. I don't think we tell it as effectively as we should, honestly. And eliminating the income tax gives us another arrow in the quiver, in my view, to attract businesses, to facilitate and stimulate business formation, and to attract people into our state. We've lost population. We're one of only a few states that did so. That's not really a good trend that we want to be in. As also under my entrepreneur career in the last 5 years of it, I worked pretty much almost exclusively in engineering our acquisition strategy. I got to a point where I couldn't grow my business anymore in Mississippi, and though I operated in Louisiana and Tennessee and Alabama, I still couldn't really achieve our goals. So I went to Wall Street to raise money to fund our acquisition strategy, and made about 40 pitches to private equity firms up there. And pitching a technology firm based in Mississippi on Wall Street is kind of fun. And honestly, I do mean that. I like to stand up there and boast to them about how great this place is. And when they come in here, they're blown away. And when they go see our data center, the Jackson State University, which is one of our key assets, they just can't believe that exists in Mississippi. And so I didn't have any problem raising money in embarking upon our acquisition strategy. But I think some of that experience qualifies me to talk about what we're talking about here today. Besides having a degree in accounting and a minor in economics, I know a little bit about taxes. I guess I've been kind of a tax hobbyist for a long time. I just like tax policy and engaging about that. But when you're negotiating with sell-side investment bankers, all of whom are Ivy League finance graduates, and you're dealing with some of these really complex pro formas and projections and historical financial packages, when you're trying to negotiate deals, when you're talking about tens of millions of dollars as part of acquisitions, you learn a lot. And I learned a lot from my financial sponsors, also a Wall Street private equity firm, also Ivy League finance graduates as well. Very, very complex models And sometimes these models are so complex, if you're familiar with Excel, we'd have to turn off the auto calculation feature because every time we updated a number in one of the cells, it'd take it 5 minutes to return the results when you looked at the integration with all the different spreadsheets in those models. So when this idea and this bill was first conceived and announced on the air as a talk show host, I talked about it. Now, one of the things I've learned about being a talk show host that I had no idea of is that lots of people listen to these shows across the state. At any point in time, it's estimated over 100,000 do. And so sitting in that chair with that text line, you get a pretty good perspective from across the entire state, from a gambit of people from all walks of life, all Mississippians, and they let you know how they feel about things. And this particular issue, when it first came up, the first inclination always is, in human nature, is to focus on what does this mean to me? And that rightfully so. And I can tell you in acquiring companies, when you stand in front of the acquired company, you don't talk about how great this is for the company. Certainly don't talk about how great this is for the equity owners of the company. You talk about what this means to you. This is what it means to you, Mr. Engineer. This is what it means to you, Mr. Account Manager, or Miss, whatever the case may be. That's what they want to know. So when you look at something like tax policy, what does everybody want to know? What does this mean to me? Understand. Perfectly valid concern. What they tend to focus on, it's just human nature, is the negative. And the perception here is that the negative was an increase in the sales tax. They don't tend to consider the positive, which is an elimination of the income tax. And so immediately I started getting blasted because I supported this legislation. I started getting blasted with people from all over the state and all walks of life that said this is going to cost more money. And I said, well, let's be analytical about this. Let's deal with this is math. And it's nuanced because it's tax policy. And a lot of people don't want to dig into the details of tax policy. I get it. It's boring, except for those of us that find it interesting, I guess. But I actually got to a point where to fully illustrate the impact to an individual or a married couple, a household, on the reality of this policy, I actually created models. I have a little experience in creating financial models, so I created models to just see what the impact was. These are the models right here, just fairly simple spreadsheets, but if you don't understand all the inputs to what it's like to run a household and how taxes are computed and things that are exempt from sales taxes and things that are eligible and for which sales taxes, on which sales taxes are levied, you really can't properly solve the puzzle. And the puzzle we're trying to solve here is how does my disposable income change and how much of my disposable income do I spend on that which is subject to higher sales taxes, and that in the case of groceries with respect to this bill is subject to lower sales taxes. You're trying to, it's like a math equation and you're trying to solve for certain variables. And so that is essentially what my model does. I take into account a gross pay. Let's take an individual that makes $25,000 a year. I think our per capita income is about $24,000 in the state of Mississippi. I'm sad to say it's 50th in the country. But let's just take an individual making $25,000 a year. I use the H&R Block tax model, and you have to understand a little bit about taxes to use that. To compute their federal income tax, got to take into consideration what they pay in terms of Social Security, of course Medicare, present state income tax, the net of that, how much they spend on non-tax items such as their housing, their health care, retirement. That's something I didn't hear even come up today. If you contribute to a 401k plan, a pre-tax sort of savings like that, how much they spend on even other insurance, which is not subject to, such as automobile insurance, not subject to sales tax, how much they spend on gasoline and fuel, on residential energy. All of those items are a big chunk of disposable pay, consume a big chunk of it, but they're not subject to sales tax. So again, what you're trying to get to is what is left that I spend on groceries and other commodities, groceries being that category which is subject to a lower tax, and other commodities, those categories subject to a higher tax. And in every scenario I ran, I found that the individual or even a married couple would end up with more money in their pocket. And I shared that with the speaker. I think you and I talked about it one day. You came on the air, and I think you guys went back and did similar analysis, and our numbers are fairly closely aligned. I think you said 1,300. I came up to the $25,000 case. I came up with $412. To the $50,000 case, I came up with $1,502. I think your example was $40,000, right about. So I think we're in line there. And then I did the same thing for married couples. Well, I shared that on the air. I shared these analysis on the air. And so people started warming up to the idea more. And a couple of people sent their personal data on the text line. I told them, this is the inputs I have to have. Because they want to know, what does this mean to me? And so I plugged that into my model and computed it. Well, after I did that and shared that, a whole bunch of people sent their data. And I went home after being on the air one day and spent about 4 hours plugging in folks' data, and privately, of course, and texting their results back to them. And the attitude changed about that. So that was one point I wanted to make here today, is that the common objection I hear just over and over and over again is, well, this is just a tax swap. And I think we need to be clear that in the case of most folks, they're going to realize a net gain in their household income and their disposable income. And what do they do with that additional income, as the speaker has been discussing today, to some of those that have been presenting? They're probably going to go spend that money. That's what they're going to do. And when they spend that money, they're going to spend it on items which are also subject to the higher sales tax, and that's one of the things that's built into the models for how we make the economics work in this situation. I think the other thing we really haven't talked about is, this is just first year, right? We haven't talked about the subsequent years, because in the subsequent years, in accordance with this model, as we continue to achieve revenue improvements that are consistent with existing trends, we continue to reduce income taxes. So it's just the first year. And I believe the reason this has to be done this way is because we got to go big. We got to go bold. And we could sit here and say, well, let's just kind of work around the fringes, and we can go. This is the other thing I hear over and over and over again. Over and over again. We just need to cut all the waste, fraud, and abuse and shrink government, and then just issue income tax reductions. I'm all for that, by the way, in which case we wouldn't have to raise sales taxes. I want you to know I'm for that. As soon as somebody shows me a believable, workable, substantiated model to do that, I got to say, well, show me that before I'm on board. And if you are, I'll be your biggest proponent. I'm a pretty smart guy, I feel like. I can't figure that out. I've heard the governor say his top priority, he said this on my show at the Neshoba County Fair, he said top priority, #1 legislative priority, teacher pay raises. I'm with him. I got a daughter who's a teacher. It's tough to make it on a teacher's salary. Tough. You guys know that. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. But what he suggested was $3,000 over 3 years, I believe is what his agenda is. Well, you guys know what that costs. That's $150 million. $50 million per $1,000 pay raise. I'm all for that. But so on the one hand, we're talking about let's reduce expenses so that we can cut income taxes without raising sales taxes to cover some of the shortfall. On the other hand, we're saying, but we're going to add $150 million, which I support, for additional teacher pay raises. So there's a disconnect there, I think, in those approaches. And then the other issue, of course, that I've heard quite a bit to Mr. Milstead, whose presentation I enjoyed, was, well, that means that when I go buy a car, because most people think about this is a big-ticket purchase. When you think about sales tax, when you think about big-ticket purchases, that's where it comes into play more than anything. I agree. I understand that concern. But you've also got to take into consideration, as the speakers pointed out, that's usually done on an interval unless you're the senator where you got to buy cars every year. I get that, by the way, when you got adult children, so I completely understand that. But normally, most people buy, and I've even asked people on the text line, how often do you do this? Just like the speaker said, every 5 to 7 years. Well, okay, let's do the math on that. What does that usually cost? And when you look at that, that's far less than what you're receiving in the way of additional benefits. So I think that's got to be taken into consideration. The other thing that comes up that you guys know is from the retirement community. And I get it. I'm almost there. However, I don't have any income streams that would be exempt, unfortunately, from income taxes as a retired person. But I know there are a lot. In fact, our numbers are growing in that respect, and that's kind of concerning because we are continuing to see our population age, and we're not backfilling that with more young people that are working and buying houses and cars, paying income taxes and sales taxes and so forth. So that's a concern. But I think, as I've shared with you, Mr. Speaker, when you've been on the air, if we need to sit around the table and work something out to accommodate that, even if it's short term, where we can sort of phase that in, to get something done, I'm all for it. I tell you what my fear is. Here's my fear. And it's one that's just, I think, born from observing politics, is that we're going to do something small. We're going to cut the 4% bracket, $200 over 4 years, the way we did the 3% bracket. We need to do something bigger and better. Last year, this state and within this building, we coalesced around a major cultural transformation. We changed the flag. I supported that. I promoted changing it. I wrote an op-ed about it, got published in the Clarion Ledger and other publications. That addressed, I think, a cultural challenge in our state. Now it's time to address a serious economic challenge in our state, which is our population's aging. We're losing population. It's difficult for us to retain our best and brightest. We've got fantastic educational institutions. But we all know it. The graduates leave because there ain't nowhere for them to work. That's why. And businesses that are looking to expand, we always had a saying in my business, we invest and hire and expand based on faith, confidence, and certainty. What we need is certainty of zero income taxes. And I can also address the concerns about sub-S versus C-Corp. I went through that metamorphosis. When I started acquiring companies, when your ownership becomes diverse, when you start operating across multiple states, pretty much got to be a C-Corp. Just as Mr. McKay said, lots of organizations, big companies have operations here. They're C-Corps for that reason. They're operating in multiple states. They've got, they're public companies. They operate with diverse equity structures. I get it. I went through that. I went from being a pass-through S to a C because of diverse equity structures after we started acquiring companies. It wasn't just me and one other person that owned the company. But I just would encourage you to work together. I want to see the governor, the lieutenant governor, the speaker, the House, the Senate to work together to do something transformational like we did with the flag next year. I think our future relies on it. I'm here not for me personally. I'm fine. I'm going to be fine. For my kids and my grandkids and yours and future generations. That's why I stand before you today. So let's get this done.
Thank you, Gerard. Are there any questions? Senator Johnson, I'll get you next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not arguing any ideological points on an income tax or sales tax or the fact that we can work this out in many different ways. But a few presenters have told us that this will be a revenue neutral or a surplus to the state. That means that we'll be collecting more taxes, the same or more, than we currently are. So if you pointed to several people who are will be financially ahead,
yeah.
Who's the losers?
Yeah, more than likely folks at the higher end of the income scale that go spend more money on those items that are subject to the higher sales tax. I've thought the same thing and thought through that as well. That's my belief in that respect.
And generally,
and that's only first year. Remember?
And I get that, and I'm not. This is just truly. I mean, we need to know who's the winners and the losers as we go through this, and perhaps we can structure it in a way where it's a little bit different in how the winners and losers are. But generally, people who create jobs or create jobs for people who produce
Right.
are higher income. And if we're taxing that income, that's taking away potential capital that could be used to continue to grow. Is that not a fair argument as well?
Correct. It is a fair argument, absolutely. This is something else I think that needs to be thought about. It's just, again, you got to boil things down to human nature. And in the case of making a major purchase in a household, such as a vehicle or such as a mortgage, you know what folks look at? Their paycheck. That's what they look at. And how often do they get that? Twice a month? Once a week? Once a month? It's a frequency. You make that one purchase on a larger interval. And so I would argue when someone gets to buy a vehicle, they're not thinking about the sales tax on that. They're looking at their paycheck and saying, how much car can I afford? Those in that business know folks will come in and say, this is what I make. How much can I afford? When you're buying a house, you go get approved for credit. You show up, this is what my personal financial situation looks like. They run a credit report. Here's how much house you can afford. Okay, let's go find one. Normally that's how that works. But there's something about seeing your check go up. There's just something about that I think just gives people a good feeling about their personal financial situation. And they're more willing to sometimes take risk. Use their credit cards more. Buy more stuff. They just are. And I don't think they really think about at the point of purchase, oh my gosh, it went up 10 cents. Whatever the case may be. And I'm generalizing. Some people do, but people really do. I can remember when President Obama took office. You guys remember in the stimulus plan, one of the key elements of that was if you made under a certain amount of money, there was a deferral of payroll taxes. Folks' check went up. They didn't know why. They just know their check went up. And man, when that expired, they went nuts. Where'd that go? So people focus on that. It's a routine. That's what they're used to. I just think I think there's a lot to be said for the psyche of someone's check going up.
I don't disagree with you, but in some ways it's chicken and the egg, right? And I'd like to see more people headquarter their businesses here that are looking globally to hire people to bring them into their corporation or their business. And one of the things that I hope that we look at is how that we can attract those people here, because I think that with them brings people who are interested in coming to Mississippi because we don't have a state income tax. But I don't know that those people are going to come here and look for a job that doesn't exist for them right now.
Totally agree. And that's the point I was trying to make, Senator, when I was talking about in my particular case where I've got to have enterprises that have C-suites and lots of knowledge workers that use all this sophisticated technology. And how do we get those in here? Well, if this becomes a selling feature, this becomes a tool, this gives us something with which to attract those sorts of business so they will establish here. It was tough to lose all these corporate headquarters that we have, and it's for various reasons, and I'm not being critical or negative towards them. I was a corporate headquarters here. I sold my company. Actually didn't want to, but I had a diverse board, and they said, nope, we got it where we want it to go. It's out here. Fortunately, they kept all the people and kept our data center, so everything stayed intact. But the corporate headquarters aren't here anymore. And some of that did go away that you will only have at a corporate headquarters. I've been sounding that bell for 20 years, corporate headquarters. You really want to grow the economy? And you know what else those people do? As you said, when you bring in those higher income people, guess what they do? Buy more expensive houses. And what happens then? They pay more property taxes. And what does that fund? Schools. It's easy. It's an easy formula. We just got to figure out the best way to get there. And I know there will be lots of debate and discussion and contention on that. But we got to think big. And if we don't start turning the corner on attracting more of these corporate headquarters and these knowledge workers, giving a place for our college graduates to work. And this is the other thing that ought to be kept in mind with respect to eliminating the income tax. All you got to do is look out and Google this, the Great Resignation. You'll find 20 articles. That's what it's being called. People are changing jobs more than ever. And why are they? Because they're shopping for where they can work and stay at home. That's one of the big factors. We have the opportunity here in cutting our income tax, I believe, if we do it right, to attract people, if we promote it into this state that may work for much larger organizations out of state. But they make a lot of money, and they're going to buy a big house, and they're going to pay property taxes and buy cars and all the other stuff. That's what we need. That's changing the game.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Bryan?
I understand you've done an analysis of this bill. Would a family of 4 with 2 wage earners earning the minimum wage pay more tax or less tax if this bill were the law?
I'm looking at the analysis right now. Give me a second to see. The model I built in the married category starts out with an income of $45,000. And I tell you why I did that, because that's the median household income in the state of Mississippi. So that would be slightly more than minimum wage, about $15,000 or so more on a annual income basis in minimum wage. But again, you've got to solve for how much are they spending on groceries, which are subject to lower sales tax, and how much are they spending on that which is subject to the higher sales tax. I submit, and it's just an opinion, that a family of 4 making $28,000, $30,000 a year probably doesn't have a lot of remaining disposable income after they pay for housing and basic insurance and fuel. Normally got to have some form of transportation as well. They're going to have to pay payroll taxes. They're not going to be paying federal income taxes. They're going to be buying, I said that gas, but I mean, that maybe is the model that the number I heard tossed around earlier was a quarter. And in my models, I've usually got a quarter. So we're thinking alike. I've got a quarter to 30%. So you can kind of do the math on that. And you're looking at what, $150 a year, something like that, increase on sales taxes. But they're going to realize in the state of Mississippi, because we have such a flat tax starts kicking in after exemptions at $5,000, right?
Well, I'm trying to find...
Facts, regressive tax, income tax.
I'm just trying to understand your model, and I ask what the impact would be on a family of 4 with 2 wage earners earning minimum wage, and I think I understood you to say that you didn't have that information available based on your model.
If I had the tools in front of me, it'd take me 5 minutes maybe. But I don't have it in front of me today, Senator. I use $45,000 as a sort of an entry point in my model. But it's built so that I can plug numbers in. And if we could collect, I mean, I would suggest this. If you guys have constituents and you could collect, as I did on my text line, actual data from actual constituents, Trey and the speaker, their staff, more than capable of plugging that into a similar model and showing the actual results of that.
Well, again, I understand you have a model, and I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're saying. You keep talking about this medium figure that you used, but of course the effect of this will be different on people in different income brackets, and I just wonder if your model has information about how people who earn, say, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a year do you have anything that breaks things down by income levels?
Yeah, I do. In my model, for a married couple with 2 dependents making $45,000 a year, they would receive a savings of $676.
Well,
this is just my model now.
Again, I'm not trying to be difficult, but I understand about the $45,000 figure. But do you have information for people whose income is below that amount?
I do for an individual, yes.
But you can't tell me what that would be for, say, a family of 4 with $30,000?
Not right now at this second. I could tomorrow, and I'm happy to send that to Mr. Dillinger.
Well,
But he can do that
looking
too.
at a family is four with an income of $300,000, they would save a lot of money under this formula, would they not?
Well, I have a $200,000 example. So just this sort of example models that I built, just mainly for curiosity, that are, of course, variable inputs in an electronic spreadsheet, but the numbers I used, the levels, were for a married couple with two dependents, $45,000, $80,000, $100,000, $150,000, $200,000. $200,000 example, according to my model, would save $1,671.
And according to those figures you ran on the model, the greater your income, the more money you will save. Is that right?
That is correct.
And if this is revenue neutral, then by definition, that money has to come from somewhere, doesn't it?
Well, that would not be a question for me, I don't feel. It would be a question for those who are responsible for balancing the budget.
Well, it just seems to me if you've got a model that shows that everybody above the medium income is paying less taxes, and the greater your income is, the greater your tax break is, stands to reason that savings coming from people below the median income. Thank you.
Any other questions, Speaker?
Thank you. In all of your analysis, I know you had spoken to me about these people who were just texting you their financial information. They were worried about how this would affect them. Did you ever find any adverse effect on any retiree?
Yeah, but it's de minimis. Yeah, sure. I think it's pretty straightforward. I think you and I would agree, Mr. Speaker, that those whose income is not subject to income tax obviously don't realize any benefit from cutting income tax. But if they're buying anything that is subject to a higher sales tax, once you offset that with the savings on groceries, which are subject to a lower tax, there's some give and take there. It's not significant in the samples I did.
But none of them are being cast into poverty. None of them are having a burden that's going to
$150, $200 a year.
Right?
I wouldn't think that would be poverty.
Right. I mean,
But
and they can control a portion of that through consumption.
Correct.
Because we're moving to a consumption model where they can actually control how much of that they could.
Yeah, and that's the benefit, in my view, of trying to produce revenue from a public sector perspective, from consumption as opposed to income. Income's more punitive, in my view. It serves as more of a disincentive. But in the case of a retired person, they're already there. And let me be clear, I don't want anybody to pay any more taxes on anything. I mean, that's just me philosophically speaking. I'm for lower taxes for everybody. And in this particular case, I do know lots of folks that fit into the retired category that have squawked somewhat and shared their grievances, and I've tried to explain kind of what it really means in math. But I've also posed similar questions that you have, sir, which is, well, what about your children and their children and your grandchildren? Wouldn't you like to see them benefit? I know that's the category I'm certainly in, with both of my adult children living and working and paying taxes here in the state of Mississippi. I want to keep them here.
I guess the point I want to make is that worst case scenario is they're flat. They may not reap. We'll just be candid. They may not reap a benefit from eliminating the income tax. But they're not going to be incurring some massive tax burden by moving to the sales tax. It's a wash for them, basically.
Not in my analysis.
No, you've heard from nobody who's
once
not in
they've
that
shared their actual data.
Right.
No, I've not come across. And I think, and it stands to reason, because if you think about most people whose total income from retirement is exempt, you can figure out about what that is. That's Social Security, that's public pension, it's qualified private pension, it's 401k. That generally is not going to place someone in such a high income bracket that they've got so much money they're spending over on items which are subject to higher sales tax. These are so-called fixed income retirees, and you can, that's probably in line with our median household income, about 45 grand. I'm just estimating, and based on some of the examples that I saw, I think that's in line. And when you look at that and how much of that is kind of available to spend on that which is subject to higher sales tax, it just doesn't amount to that much. So you're absolutely spot on.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further questions, do you have one? Okay. Gerard, thank you for your time, your presentation. I want to thank all the members of the committee. I appreciate your indulgence and your attention to everyone and asking lots of good questions. This meeting is adjourned.